Where is this? How could he be in the sea? Is he already dead? Or is he dreaming? He actually saw a mermaid swimming towards him. Just as he wanted to ask, he couldn't speak a word underwater. He only felt the air in his chest gradually decreasing. At this moment, a man in the cabin suddenly sat up, thinking how he accidentally fell asleep when he was supposed to be writing his diary. This man's name is Desero, a marine biologist. He was currently out at sea with his mentor, searching for merfolk. Today was their third day in the waters near Iceland. His mentor Rain was currently conducting radar searches in the captain's room. Until now, there had been no sign of merfolk, though he seriously doubted whether merfolk could survive in such cold water temperatures, as according to known records, merfolk were tropical creatures. But Rain insisted, claiming he had detected traces of merfolk here last year, and he didn't want to miss any chance. After all, he desperately wanted to see real merfolk. Just then, Rain's excited shout came from outside. Desero, come quick, we've found a mermaid. Desero's body reacted faster than his mind. He darted out of the captain's room in one swift move, rushing like lightning towards the deck. At this moment, the sailors were spreading nets underwater. The luminous markers on the fishing nets scattered across the sea surface, looking like stars scattered across the heavenly dome. The nets on the crane were tangled together, clearly wrapping around something that was twisting continuously, just like a captured shark. Desero was now crouching by the ship's rail, watching intently as the sailors lifted that luminous layer. As the fishing net was being hoisted up, his long tail emerged from the net, with a graceful curve, hanging down unlike the only known species, the Indian Ocean red-tailed mermaid. This one was different. His tail was black, pure black. Whether due to the water's reflection or not, it showed a streak of cold blue, like the center of a flame, with the tips tinged with red, striking to the eye, like blood on a sharp blade. Desero's eyes, for some unknown reason, felt pain as if being stabbed, and his heart grew with a sense of foreboding. This was a night fury mermaid. Legend had it that night fury mermaids were extremely dangerous, possessing mysterious powers. They could even bring unimaginable misfortune. And now, this legend was appearing right before his eyes. But merfolk, to him, this obsessively fanatical cryptozoologist, was a temptation close to death. This was Desero's first time seeing a live mermaid up close, completely different from the preserved corpses and skeletal remains in photographs. Desero carefully crouched down to examine him closely. He lay there with his body curved, face turned to one side. His hair fell in strands below the net. Gently brushing aside his hair, a handsome face suddenly appeared before Desero's eyes. Strangely, he felt he had seen this face somewhere before. Unable to contain his curiosity, he took out the flashlight from his back waist, planning to give the mermaid a quick examination right there. This was a mermaid who appeared to have the upper body of a fit adult male. If not for the fishtail and sharp-lined ears, it would be no different from a human. Following the curve of the fishtail, he touched the cold, tiny scales. They felt different from all other fish. They were smooth, even smoother than dolphin skin, almost like human skin texture, like a membrane wrapping around human flesh. Desero was startled by this thought. He involuntarily looked towards his chin. There was indeed a raised area there, just covered by the silk-like tissue growing down from the external oblique muscles, wrapped around with a small opening at the pubic area. It seemed their structure was similar to dolphins, only exposed during breeding, though it was unknown whether merfolk's organs were the same as humans, whether they possessed the same reproductive capabilities as humans, and if their breeding process was similar. Lost in thought, Desero suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. His finger had touched the mermaid's tail, where the triangular fin remained, as sharp as a real blade. Blood dripped from between his fingers onto the scales. It disappeared instantly, as if absorbed. At that moment, the mermaid suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he lunged directly at Desero. His mentor actually had special thoughts about him. What should he do? In the previous episode, Desero examined the captured mermaid's body briefly, accidentally cut his finger on the tail fin, and the blood dropped on the scales disappeared instantly. The mermaid suddenly opened his eyes. He sprang up, his tail bending at an impossible angle, curving towards Desero, like a python about to coil around his ankle. This sudden situation left Desero frozen. He stared directly at the mermaid. The mermaid's predatory gaze clearly marked him as prey. Several sailors rushed over, but couldn't restrain him. Desero fell sitting on the deck, frozen in place. stunned as if bewitched. Just then, Rain shouted, "Foolish boy," and immediately pulled him up from the ground, dragged him aside, then stepped on the approaching fishtail, and swiftly injected the remaining anesthetic. Watching his actions, DeCero exclaimed, "That's the dosage for sharks. An overdose could kill him." Seeing the fishtail quickly become docile and calm, DeCero rushed over and pushed Rain away. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he pressed them against the mermaid's heart. After all, this mermaid was incredibly precious. He absolutely couldn't let his life be threatened in any way. Feeling the heartbeat under his palm, DeCero sighed in relief. Still alive, but the next moment, Minter Rain pulled him up, took him directly to the cabin, closed the door, and pinned his hands, pressing him against the door. Gripping his chin, he warned, "DeCero, don't approach that mermaid on your own. You're being unruly again, aren't you? If I find out you've done anything reckless, I won't let you off easily. You should know, all these sailors on the ship are hired by me." DeCero found it increasingly ridiculous. He thought this was meant to intimidate him. The joke was too absurd. Thinking this, he defiantly spoke up. "If doing this means I can research that mermaid afterward, then do as you please." This statement seemed to anger Rain. He directly undid DeCero's belt. Thinking it was a joke, DeCero was about to put up a pretend struggle. Unexpectedly, Rain's lower body was pressing hard against him. DeCero froze instantly, never imagining his mentor would have such intentions. To protect himself, he could only yield. Taking a deep breath, he promised, "I swear to God, I won't touch that mermaid without permission." Rain, probably thinking his intimidation successful, stopped harassing him. Unfortunately, DeCero was an atheist, and swearing meant nothing to him. So he stayed awake all night, planning to act when everyone was asleep. He brought a small echo detector, tranquilizer gun, underwater camera, and other auxiliary equipment. After fully arming himself, he sneaked into the lower cabin where the mermaid was held. When he opened the cabin door, a cylindrical glass tank emitting green light in the darkness came into view. DeCero raised his glow stick, searching for that curved, slender dark shadow among the artificial seaweed. He thought, while unable to determine the mermaid's intelligence level, he wanted to try communicating, hoping it would lower its guard, perhaps even be tamed eventually. The mermaid was floating quietly at the cylinder's top. Through the floating hair, his sharp facial features were visible, like a silent specter in the night, ready to descend and steal his soul at any moment. DeCero took a deep breath, trying to control his rising adrenaline. Slowly ascending the spiral staircase around the cylinder, his heart still racing uncontrollably. Step by step approaching the top of the cylindrical tank. Through the glass, they were just one step apart. DeCero felt surreal, almost like being in a dream. Whether merfolk truly belong to this world, if the deep sea might connect to another planet we've never known. The highest predators often appear first as prey. In the previous episode, DeCero sneaked into the lower cabin, reaching the top of the cylindrical tank. Through the glass, he was just one step away from the mermaid. The close observation made him feel like he was in a dream. Whether merfolk belonged to this world, and if the deep sea connected to another unknown planet. Suddenly, he shook his head, forcing his thoughts from emotional wandering back to rationality. He adjusted the camera angle and began observing seriously. He estimated the mermaid's tail to be about 2 meters, and with the upper body, its size matched an adult tiger shark. The skin had a luminescent layer, similar to a beluga whale's texture, creating a hazy glow in the water. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a significant wound on the mermaid's arm. DeCero's nerves tensed up. Damn, how hadn't he noticed earlier? The mermaid might have been injured and very weak, and then given a large dose of anesthetic. No wonder it had been so quiet. At this moment, he was very grateful he'd brought the medical kit. He quickly put away the camera and climbed towards the top of the water column. Little did he know, the supposedly sleeping mermaid had slowly opened its eyes. A smile appeared on its face. Its entire body flowed upward following his footsteps. By now, DeCero had reached the top of the cylindrical tank and slowly opened the glass door. Just as he bent down to search through the medical kit, he suddenly noticed the water in the tank churning. He turned to look. The mermaid's head had surfaced and was staring directly at him. Faced with that indescribably beautiful face, DeCero was in no mood to admire it. His mind went blank. Only one word surfaced: night fury. Those eyes seemed saturated with deep-sea gloom, yet its lips curved upward slightly. That smile, full of indescribable allure, and evil. This was Desero's first time experiencing such fear from the depths of his heart, as if his very soul was trembling. While Desero was frozen, the mermaid suddenly curled its tail, attempting to close the distance between them. This action startled Desero greatly. Caught off guard, he fell backward onto his bottom. As he fell, one hand instinctively protected his head, while the other reached for the tranquilizer gun behind him. But the expected pain never came. The mermaid had protected him with its tail. Just then, Desero felt a cold sensation at his ankle. The mermaid had grabbed his foot and was slowly moving closer to him. Seeing the mermaid approaching, Desero immediately raised the tranquilizer gun without thinking. Aiming at its forehead, he asked, "What do you want?" Suddenly, a series of deep, strange sounds emerged. It was a low sound produced through throat vibrations, somewhat similar to Russian uvular sounds. The creature was trying hard to produce one syllable after another, showing no signs of wanting to attack. Desero suddenly had an idea and asked, "Are you trying to communicate with me? Can you understand human language?" This was a bold assumption, as history had no record of successful human-mermaid communication, only various crises. Thinking he might be the first human to directly converse with a mermaid, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Pointing at the wound on its shoulder, he smiled and said, "I mean no harm. You're injured. I just want to treat your wound." Agars had waited for him for 50 years and searched for him for 50 years. The story's beginning was both a first meeting and a reunion after a long separation. In the previous episode, the mermaid uttered several syllables to Desero, which filled him with joy. So he began trying to communicate with it, expressing that he meant no harm. He just wanted to treat its wound. But the mermaid still showed no reaction and stopped speaking, just staring at him steadily. Desero sighed, thinking it wasn't working after all. But the next second, the mermaid leaned down, coming close to his closed seams, taking a deep sniff. The mermaid's nostrils flared, inhaling with intense pleasure, as if his body was an enticing wine. Having someone suddenly press close and sniff him like this, Desero instantly panicked. Seeing the other's faint smile, a thought suddenly flashed through Desero's mind. The creature was actually a superior being playing him like a puppet, a complete predator. And now, this predator was pressing down on his waist, observing him intently. Suddenly, Desero noticed the creature's gaze had changed, as if there was something extremely attractive to it inside his pants. It was a bestial gaze, hungry and filled with instinctual desire. At this moment, he had no doubt that if this continued, certain parts of his lower body might actually be eaten, but his body now couldn't move at all. Realizing this, Desero bit his lip hard. The pain helped him slightly break free from his paralyzed state. He grabbed the tranquilizer gun without hesitation, pulled the trigger, accurately injecting the small needle into the mermaid's body. The creature immediately lifted its head, its dark pupils staring at Desero. Bad news, it was enraged. In that moment, Desero felt an indescribable chill down his spine. He even thought the tranquilizer had failed, and that he would lose his life under the mermaid's attack immediately. But unexpectedly, things didn't develop that way. He saw the mermaid sway its body, finally losing balance and falling sideways. Desero took the chance to pull himself up, but his foot slipped on the mermaid's slick side, and he fell down completely. The mermaid awakened from his weight, its half-closed eyes suddenly opening. Just as Desero tried to raise the gun, he was grabbed by its hand. The mermaid gripped Desero's waist, pressing him against its lower abdomen where the fish tail began. In desperation, Desero raised the tranquilizer gun against its head, threatening, "Listen, I really don't want to hurt you. Unless you let me go first. You should know how powerful this thing is." He gathered his courage and glared into the mermaid's eyes, knowing that to tame such an intelligent creature, he had to conquer it first, make it realize he was stronger than it, smarter than it. This method seemed effective. The mermaid slowly released its grip, gradually lying back down. Its threatening gaze from seconds ago instantly softened, replaced by a submissive and confused expression. After its breathing became steady and smooth, fully entering a paralyzed state. Desero sighed in relief and began examining its body. Then he found disinfectant in the medical kit and started treating the wound on the mermaid's shoulder. The moment the mermaid saw Desero, it knew he was its mate and sent out mating signals. In the previous episode, after waiting for the anesthetic to take full effect, Desero began cleaning and treating the mermaid's wounds. He observed that the wound on the mermaid's shoulder was very large. The exposed muscle was covered with a semi-transparent membrane that effectively prevented blood loss, but also delayed his healing speed. Under the membrane, there was an unusual protrusion. Desero carefully administered local anesthesia and cut open the membrane. As expected, in the mermaid's wound, he extracted a broken shark tooth. It was from an adult tiger shark. Judging by the break, that shark definitely lost the fight. Thinking this, Desero's eyes involuntarily moved to the mermaid's abdomen. Could it have eaten the shark? To verify his hypothesis, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the mermaid's belly. At that moment, the mermaid suddenly opened its eyes, looking at him with gentle eyes. Desero became flustered. What was happening? The way it looked at him was as if he were an innocent child who had accidentally offended it. Before he could think further, the next second he was grabbed by the wrist. Desero instinctively pulled out the tranquilizer gun, pressing it against its forehead again, warning it not to move. But the creature looked at him, completely unfazed. It showed neither fear nor any sign of aggression. It gently took Desero's hand and placed it directly on its abdomen. Its eyes seemed to contain some expectation and suggestion, as if wanting to be caressed. Desero's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He thought since he wanted to understand this mysterious creature, he might as well try to get along peacefully. With this in mind, Desero boldly followed its gesture, gently stroking along its muscle lines. Gentle and friendly, like petting a dolphin. And like a dolphin, the mermaid seemed to enjoy human touch. But the next moment, the mermaid's tail began undulating beneath him, moving his hips up and down in a gentle bouncing motion. A mixed feeling of discomfort almost overwhelmed Desero. It gave him the illusion that he was a female mermaid being violated. This sensation instantly filled him with shame and anger. At this time, the mermaid moved even closer, as if nuzzling against his ear. Its warm breath sprayed on Desero's neck, seeping into his collar like undercurrents. The mermaid pressed against his ear, murmuring intermittently in a deep, hoarse voice that seemed to possess a demonic quality. Desero seemed bewitched, his mind swirling with dizziness and heaviness, his body swaying as he leaned against the other. At that moment, the mermaid's sharp claws instantly tore open the clothes on Desero's back. Its wet, tough tail forcefully pushed between his legs. Desero, in his dazed state, was aware of everything but powerless to resist. As if in a nightmare, everything around him seemed covered in a layer of illusory black mist, making the whole world feel unreal. Only the growing desire below was irresistibly real. However, just as he was gradually losing consciousness, he suddenly heard a shout from far away. The shouts of Desero grew closer and clearer, piercing through the mist, snapping him out of this bewitched state. The strange scent left on him by the mermaid was actually their mating signal. In the previous part, as Desero was gradually losing consciousness, a shout came from afar. Piercing through the mist, it startled him awake. He felt the pressure on his body suddenly release. Before he could see clearly, the mermaid coiled up from the ground, transforming into a slender dark shadow. It leaped into the water column. The glow stick was accidentally knocked into the water tank. Desero stood there for a second or two, before realizing he was somehow soaked through, his upper clothes in tatters, with a large tear on his back dripping water. His mind seemed formatted blank. He couldn't remember what happened seconds ago, only that he was supposed to extract some fluid from the mermaid, but it seemed his attempt had failed. Desero stared at the calm water surface, feeling very dejected. Just then, Rain's voice called out, "Desero." He hurriedly gathered up the scattered medical box and equipment. Picking everything up, he fled in panic. After returning to his private quarters, before Rain could catch up, Desero stuffed everything under his bed. He stripped off all his wet clothes and rushed into the shower room, thinking that when Rain asks, he'd excuse himself, saying he was showering and didn't hear the call. He turned on the faucet, using the shower head to quickly wash himself with hot water. Suddenly, he noticed that the strange scent from the mermaid lingering on his body seemed impossible to wash off, making him dizzy when he smelled it. Besides this, it had caused another incredible effect. He leaned weakly against the wall, looking down to find that thing had somehow become erect. What terrible timing. He had no choice but to lean against the wall, finding a more comfortable position to handle it gently. With each movement, Desero couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The surging sensation quickly overwhelmed his mind. He tilted his head back, letting the water pour over his face. His consciousness seemed to rise with the steam, ascending skyward, flowing towards the sea, surrounded by deep and light blue seawater. It sank to the seafloor, sinking deeper and deeper, to depths where light couldn't reach. Then he saw a slender shadow swimming from the darkness. It was that mermaid. It slowly approached him. At this moment, he felt something wet wrapping around his legs. Face to face with the mermaid, it whispered in his ear with a deep voice, "Ogra." Desero didn't understand what language these sounds were, or their meaning. He felt he had heard it last night. He tried hard to remember, but there was always a small gap in his memory that he couldn't piece together. The water striking Desero's forehead seemed to make his confused mind even more chaotic. As for the approaching climax, after following his instincts, he released into his hand. After the brief moment of satisfaction, Desero turned off the shower and shook his wet hair, trying to clear his mind. He could never have imagined that just minutes ago, he had actually done that to that mermaid. Having such fantasies and impulses, Desero pressed his fist against his lips and bit hard on the back of his hand. He felt he had gone mad. How could he have such hallucinations? Just then there was a click from behind. Somehow, the locked door suddenly opened. "Don't do anything rash. I'm your student." In the previous part, while Desero was showering, the mermaid's strange scent on his body caused a reaction, forcing him to take care of it himself. Just then, there was a click from behind. The door that was definitely locked somehow suddenly opened. Desero quickly put on his bathrobe and turned around to find it was Rain. "What are you doing here, Desero?" Rain asked with a dark expression, his gaze sweeping over the bathrobe and finally settling on his waist. Desero suddenly felt tense. He instantly had an ominous feeling, especially knowing Rain's inappropriate feelings for him. Desero felt extremely uncomfortable. He awkwardly fanned his neck and tried to walk around him, laughing. "It's quite hot in here. Why don't we talk outside?" But Rain blocked his path. Click! He locked the door behind him. Seeing Rain's sharp and burning gaze, Desero remembered his previous threats. He instinctively stepped back, clutching his bathrobe tightly. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was forcefully pulled forward by Rain. With a thud, Desero was pinned against the door by Rain. The other's hard chest pressed firmly against his back. Rain gripped his neck with one hand and said harshly, "Desero, you've clearly forgotten what I told you last night." Desero broke into a cold sweat. "I don't know what you're talking about." Rain, calm down. Rain snorted. "You forgot? Should I help you remember with actions? I warned you not to approach dangerous creatures like mermaids on your own." Then whose glow stick was dropped in the water tank. Desero cursed his carelessness internally, but still tried to defend himself. "Maybe it fell from the deck today. I swear I didn't go there." Rain ignored him completely. "I won't believe your oath. You're a complete liar." With that, he used his right arm to pin Desero's sides, holding him firmly in place. Meanwhile, his other hand lifted Desero's bathrobe from behind. At this moment, Desero finally realized Rain was serious. Worse still, there wasn't a single person on this ship who could save him. "Rain, don't do this. I'm your student." He began to struggle. Rain spoke in a half-threatening, half-negotiating tone. "Desero, I've held back for so long. Since the day you chose me as your advisor, I've been in love with you. If you submit to me, I can get government support for the mermaid research project. You'll become world famous, an outstanding biologist." Desero was stunned for a few seconds. He never imagined that his brilliant and excellent mentor and partner would so blatantly try to take advantage of a student. The ridiculous part was that what he wanted in exchange was a man's body. Taking his silence as consent, Rain began caressing Desero's chest. Desero started struggling violently. "I refuse. I'd rather drop out than accept your dirty deal." Hearing this, Rain suddenly burst into laughter. He grabbed Desero's arms and turned him around. Then he forcefully gripped his chin, making him look up and meet his gaze. With a hint of mockery in his voice, "Did I give you the choice to refuse?" Desero stared back at him unflinchingly and said through gritted teeth, "Don't make me despise you." Rain whispered in his ear, "Desero, you're too naive. One day, your so-called nobility will crumble in the face of cruel reality. You will submit to me, and I'll be waiting for that day." As he spoke, he tried to lean down to kiss his lips. Seeing Desero turn away in disgust, Rain suddenly laughed. Your adorable reaction almost makes me fall in love with you. Then he pressed forward. Just then, a familiar strange fragrance wafted through the air. The next second, the bathroom plunged into complete darkness. In the darkness, a hand reached for Rain. DeCero couldn't see anything in the darkness. He only felt Rain suddenly leave his body, as if pulled away by some force. Suddenly, he heard Rain let out a muffled groan in the darkness, as if startled by something. He had been caught by the mermaid. In the previous part, just as Professor Rain was about to assault his student, the room suddenly went dark, and a hand emerged from the darkness to pull Rain away. At that moment, sailors outside shouted, "Storm coming!" Outside, waves surged, and the ship rocked violently. Confused about what was happening, DeCero violently pushed open the bathroom door. Without even properly securing his bathrobe, he ran out. The sudden storm howled, making the entire ship pitch violently. DeCero rushed back to his cabin and quickly shut the door. He never imagined Rain would do such a thing to him. Thankfully, he escaped. He hurriedly put on clean clothes. However, as he was getting dressed, he suddenly saw a dark shadow quickly pass by his window through the rain mist, moving at incredible speed. When he turned to look, there was nothing there, not even noticing the handprint that suddenly appeared on the window. DeCero sighed, thinking he must be seeing things from exhaustion. It was probably something from the ship blown away by the wind. Without thinking more about it, he collapsed onto the bed, his head feeling fuzzy. He had no energy to think about anything else. He just felt that today had been terrible and needed a good rest. Soon he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After dozing off for a while, DeCero was suddenly awakened by a cold, damp wind. Getting up, he found that the window had somehow opened. DeCero sneezed. He quickly got up to close the window. Instinctively looking up at the ceiling, he saw from the phosphorescent light on the wall that only half an hour had passed. Yet why had the sky changed so much? As he was closing the window, his eyes accidentally glanced outside, and he froze in place as if glued there. In the window's reflection, he saw a dark shadow behind him, with two faint glowing points flickering in the darkness. DeCero's adrenaline instantly shot to its peak. The mermaid was in his room. Behind him, the mermaid's throat made a low humming sound that grew louder. A damp smell was right behind him. Then a wet, webbed paw landed on his shoulder. DeCero, the sound was like calling his name. But how did it know his name? But there was no time to think about that now. Escape was the priority. With agility he never knew he had, he pushed open the window and climbed onto the outer deck, running while shouting, "Help! Someone come quickly!" He stumbled through the rain and mist, but didn't see a single person. The dim light in the captain's cabin flickered eerily. He felt like he was on a ghost ship, alone in the massive three-deck vessel. Well, except for that ghostly mermaid. DeCero, the mermaid's deep voice like a spell, cut through the wind and rain. Now he was certain the mermaid was really calling his name. In his panic, his foot slipped. DeCero's whole body fell uncontrollably. But the expected pain never came. A long, thick fishtail had wrapped around his body. The next second, he fell into the mermaid's arms. DeCero's mind went blank. He had been caught after all. The mermaid gently put him down. DeCero struggled to sit up, wanted to run up the stairs, but his legs were firmly wrapped by the tail. The mermaid leaned over him, closing in inch by inch, nose pressed against him, sniffing continuously. Just as DeCero wondered what it was doing, it bared its gleaming sharp teeth and tore open his shirt, staring at his exposed upper body, as if carefully examining it. DeCero also nervously stared back, wondering what about him had caught the mermaid's attention. Every time DeCero called out Agars, the mermaid saw it as him courting it. In the previous part, the mermaid caught falling DeCero with its tail and gently put him down, then tore open his shirt, staring at his exposed upper body, searching with its gaze, as if carefully checking something. DeCero propped himself up on the stairs, also nervously watching it. However, the mermaid just narrowed its eyes and scanned him, as if confirming his upper body was unharmed. Then it moved its claws to DeCero's waistband, seeming interested in his lower half. "Wait!" DeCero suddenly cried out, firmly pressing down on the mermaid's hand. At this moment, the mermaid's gaze focused on DeCero's hand. DeCero then realized the mermaid might have smelled blood, so it had been searching for his wounds like a shark. The mermaid grabbed his injured hand, bringing it close to its open mouth. Just when DeCero thought the mermaid was going to eat him, it merely gently held his fingertip between its sharp teeth. Its tongue began licking his wound. The licking was very gentle. Desero could feel its sharp teeth carefully controlling their pressure to avoid hurting him. Desero stared at the mermaid's face in amazement, wondering if it was showing friendliness. Because he had healed its wounds, now it was healing him in its own way. Just like the legendary mermaid's way of showing gratitude. Just then, Desero felt the mermaid's tongue tip curl between his fingers, creating a strange tingling sensation that seemed to seep into his blood vessels. This sensation made Desero's body quickly withdraw, trying to create distance from the mermaid. The mermaid also stopped this strange behavior and released its mouth. Only when the mermaid's lips moved slightly away did Desero notice the incredible change in his wound. The open cut had healed. The mermaid truly meant no harm. It was healing him, and it had made the wound close. The mermaid's saliva contained some substance that could rapidly regenerate damaged cells. This was an enormous biological miracle. Despite witnessing this fact firsthand, Desero still couldn't believe it. Fear instantly vanished from his mind. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the mermaid's lips. "You're such a wonderful being," he marveled. The mermaid slightly parted its lips. Its throat made deep vibrations as if responding to him. "Ogoroff," Desero instinctively repeated. "Ogre is your name, right? Agars is your name?" The mermaid neither denied nor confirmed, just staring at Desero, its smile growing wider, seeming somewhat excited. The next moment, Agars tilted its head, pressing its lips against the inside of Desero's wrist, deeply inhaling his scent, hoarsely uttering Desero Mari. Then it wrapped its arm around Desero's waist, uttering the syllable Mary, then suddenly lifted him horizontally, slithering across the deck like a snake, quickly heading toward the railing. Desero's first thought was that the mermaid wanted to return to the sea and take him along. Before he could think about its purpose, Desero shouted, "No, Agars, don't do this." Even at the brink of death, the mermaid would keep its beloved firmly in its heart. In the previous part, Agar suddenly picked up Desero and quickly headed toward the railing. Desero thought the mermaid was going to take him to the sea. He hurriedly said, "No, Agars, don't do this." Just then a gunshot rang out. The bullet hit the railing beside the mermaid. Agars instinctively stopped. It immediately put Desero down, turning its body toward the source, its eyes instantly becoming intensely cold. Desero followed its gaze and saw Rhine, covered in blood, jumping down from the third-floor platform, holding a submachine gun, aiming at the mermaid's head while approaching step by step. That gun-holding posture clearly showed professional training. Rhine likely wanted to kill the mermaid. No, this couldn't happen. At this moment, he would rather have Agars jump into the sea and lose the chance to study mermaids forever than let this happen. Thinking this, Desero shouted, "Rhine, calm down. Let the mermaid leave on its own." Just then, Agars used its body to shield him from behind. Its tail supported its body, rising high. Sharp claws extended at its sides like two serrated curved blades. Taking an attack-ready stance, Desero was certain if it launched an attack, it would be a deadly disaster. He couldn't let it clash with Rhine. With this thought, Desero used all his strength to lunge forward. Spreading his arms to block in front of the mermaid, he screamed, "Rhine, don't shoot. Go back. Go back to the cabin." Rhine's hand was on the trigger, his expression more severe than ever before. "Move aside, Desero. This is a military operation." Hearing this, Desero's heart sank. He seemed to realize something was wrong, but there was no time to think about it now. He firmly told Rhine, "As a biologist, I will never let you shoot the mermaid." After saying this, he turned back to push the mermaid toward the sea. The mermaid seized the moment and grabbed his waist. Seeing the mermaid's action, Desero wondered if it wanted to take him along. It seemed like a good choice. Rather than letting Rhine hurt it, he'd rather go with it. As this thought crossed his mind, Desero felt his center of gravity shifting as they fell toward the sea. He instinctively covered his nose and mouth. Just then, there was a bang. An intense pain shot through his thigh. Desero's knee buckled sharply, his entire leg spasming. Another bang followed, and the bullet hit the mermaid beside him. Dark blue liquid spurted out, and its arm suddenly stiffened. Its claws tightly gripped Desero's clothes, trying to hold on to him firmly, but finally trembled and dropped, losing its support. Desero rolled onto the deck. The intense pain in his thigh forced him to half kneel. He could only watch helplessly as another shot tore through. The bullet struck Agars's tail, making him curl up violently. He collapsed right in front of Desero. Blue liquid continuously flowed from the mermaid's body, mixing with the rain and Desero's blood, forming a poisonous-looking color where they met. No matter how powerful a species, they're always no match for human-made weapons. Ryan was still holding the gun, continuously firing at Agar's tail. Desero, gritting his teeth through the pain, struggled to shield Agar's with his body, roaring, "Enough! Stop shooting!" He believed his life still held some value to Ryan. After speaking, he turned to check on Agar's. He found Agar's lying in a pool of blue blood, staring deeply at him, motionless. That gaze was very dark, neither fearful nor desperate, unlike before. It was as if trying to engrave this moment and his image into memory, then slowly closed its eyes. The mermaid was dying. Who could save him now? In the previous part, under Ryan's shooting, the mermaid lay in a pool of dark blue blood, closing its eyes as if wanting to deeply imprint Desero in its mind. At this moment, Desero felt a strong numbness overtaking his nerves. His whole body swayed, and his vision began to darken. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Ryan saying, "It's just anesthesia. Sorry, but if I didn't do this, the mermaid would have taken you to the deep sea." After an unknown period of unconsciousness, Desero woke to rustling sounds nearby. Opening his eyes, Ryan's figure came into focus. That familiar face still wore its usual smile, saying to him, "You're finally awake. How do you feel?" But Desero clearly remembered everything that happened in the rain. This guy had been deceiving him from start to finish. From his identity to the true purpose of this expedition, it was all a complete fraud. Desero smiled coldly. Perfect, he thought as he gathered his strength, wanting to land a few hard punches on this perverted, hypocritical face. But when he tried to move his arm, he found he couldn't move at all. Startled, he quickly looked down. He discovered his hands were spread apart and restrained to both sides of the hospital bed. His thigh was wrapped in bandages, similarly tied spread-eagled to the bed corners. This position made Desero very uncomfortable. He looked up and asked, "Ryan, what are you doing?" Ryan sat down beside him. He laughed sharply. "You don't think I did this, do you? Don't worry, the doctors did it because you were struggling too violently while unconscious. As if someone was violently raping you." Desero scoffed. "Don't talk nonsense." Ryan looked him over thoughtfully, showing an ambiguous smile, saying, "But these doctors did a nice job. Now you're like a delicious dish prepared especially for me." As he spoke, he reached out to caress Desero's thigh. Desero hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch me." His words had no restraining effect whatsoever. Ryan's hand began wandering along his inner thigh, then began to recklessly massage a certain spot. Desero glared at Ryan furiously. "Don't touch there?" Trying to maintain an unyielding, cold expression, but his cheeks still burned uncontrollably with shame. To hide his reddening face, Desero quickly turned his head away, desperately shaking his wrists, trying to break free from the restraints. Just then, Ryan grabbed his jaw with one hand, forcefully turning his face to make eye contact. "Desero, don't you want to know my true identity and the hidden purpose of this voyage? I'll tell you, but only after I have you." With that, he reached to pull down his pants. Desero immediately instinctively called out loudly for help. "Agar's." Suddenly, Desero stopped. Why had he instinctively called for the mermaid's help? Ryan laughed as if hearing the biggest joke ever. "You're actually calling that mermaid for help? That beast is dying now." Desero froze. The mermaid was dying? How could this be? While Desero was lost in thought, Ryan directly pulled down his pants and said with a laugh, "Good. Let's continue what we should be doing." So Agarav was the sound mermaids made when courting, and he had foolishly thought it was the mermaid's name. In the last part, Desero had just regained consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself tied to the bed. Just as Ryan was about to pull down his pants with ill intent, suddenly there was a knocking sound at the door, and a man's voice spoke. "Professor Ryan, I heard someone screaming. Is that you?" Desero, like grabbing a lifeline, screamed frantically, "Doctor, I need medical help. I'm dying." Just then, the door opened. Desero was stunned when he saw who entered. It was Desero's senior and friend, also his highly respected predecessor in the field of biology, Da Vinci. He smiled gently at Desero and said, "If it isn't the most brilliant genius from St. Petersburg Naval Academy, Little Wallace, we meet again." Desero was very surprised and quickly asked, "Senior Da Vinci, why are you here? Where is this place?" While helping DeCero remove his restraints, Da Vinci told him that they were currently at the Darwin Marine Biology Research Base. According to Rhine, their operation was under government orders and support. He felt proud of them. DeCero rubbed his wrists, thinking how he had been unconscious for so long that he didn't even know they had left the ship. Moreover, this expedition was supposed to be his graduation project. When did it become involved with the government? Who exactly was Rhine? As Da Vinci mentioned discovering a mermaid, DeCero's heart jumped as he remembered Agar's. He quickly jumped off the bed, grabbing Da Vinci's shoulders. He urgently asked where the mermaid was and if it was dying. Da Vinci found it strange why he would ask that, telling him the mermaid was doing fine in the underground reservoir, just very agitated and refusing to eat. Perhaps Rhine's anesthetic egg had put him in a stress response state. DeCero impatiently interrupted him, wanting to confirm the mermaid's safety with his own eyes. He pleaded with Da Vinci, "Take me to the underground reservoir. Right now, I can communicate with the mermaid. I can try to calm him down." So Da Vinci agreed. Indeed, this biological facility's design was remarkable. A transparent elevator went straight down to the sea floor. DeCero was mesmerized, almost lost in this underwater world. It was absolutely spectacular. Da Vinci led him to one of the doors and pressed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. The door made a beeping sound and opened automatically. A faint, peculiar scent characteristic of mermaids wafted through. This made DeCero somewhat uneasy. He rubbed his nose and asked Da Vinci, "Don't you think the mermaid's scent is a bit strange?" Da Vinci sniffed and replied, "What smell?" "The fishy sea water." DeCero thought Da Vinci's nose must be malfunctioning to not smell something so obvious. As they fully entered the darkness behind the door, DeCero looked up and discovered circular glass walls surrounding them, with the reservoir all around. The rippling water made it seem as magical as Alice's Wonderland. DeCero immediately forgot his doubts and exclaimed, "This is like a miracle." Suddenly, DeCero noticed a large, cloud-like shadow at the top of the reservoir. He asked Da Vinci, "What's that up there?" Da Vinci said, "This is an interesting phenomenon. Come with me." So Da Vinci led DeCero up the ladder to the upper hatch. When they reached the hatch, "Look carefully. Those dolphins are mating." But it's not their mating season. Before the mermaid came, they were always calm. DeCero thought this was indeed unusual. Could this mean the mermaid could communicate with dolphins and somehow influence their natural behavior patterns? Perhaps dolphin language could also be understood by the mermaid. Da Vinci took out a black box and told him they had recorded both dolphin and mermaid sounds separately and found a similar frequency. DeCero's eyes lit up, expressing his desire to listen. Da Vinci began adjusting the buttons on the black box. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, DeCero glimpsed a familiar shadow hiding in the water, floating towards the hatch. Swimming closer, the mermaid's hair was spread out, shadows covering half his face, revealing only thin lips curved in a wicked smile. In that instant, DeCero felt as if he was a black hole-like existence, capable of swallowing the entire ocean. The strong, peculiar fragrance from the mermaid wafted over, causing DeCero to quickly cover his nose and mouth. By then, Da Vinci had finished adjusting and held the black box to his ear, explaining that this sound frequency matched that of dolphins during mating. DeCero listened carefully to the sounds inside. The black box emitted a sharp noise, followed by a syllable he had heard before. Oberov. Da Vinci excitedly speculated that this might be a mating call. DeCero froze for a moment, wanting to refute Da Vinci, but reason forced him to admit this theory might be correct. The mermaid was likely in heat now. He turned his head to look at the mermaid. DeCero suddenly felt an urge to flee from this place, looking back at the mermaid's behavior towards him on the ship, wasn't he actually in heat for him? And he had foolishly mistaken these syllables for his name. Was this also an ability of the Night Fury mermaid to control human consciousness? Previously, Da Vinci told DeCero about the sound the mermaid made when influencing dolphins' mating season. Ogarov might be the sound mermaids make during courtship. DeCero froze, feeling intensely embarrassed. He wanted to refute Da Vinci immediately, but reason forced him to admit Da Vinci's theory might be correct. DeCero turned his head aside, forcing his gaze away from the mermaid. Then, looking seriously at Da Vinci, he cleared his throat and said, "You mean the mermaid might be in heat now?" Da Vinci nodded gravely, indicating it was very possible. Desero suddenly felt an urge to flee from this place. Thinking back to the mermaid's behavior towards him on the ship, wasn't he actually in heat for him? And he had foolishly taken the syllables Oberos as a nickname to call him. While lost in these thoughts, the syllables suddenly grew louder. Oberov, but it wasn't coming from the black box, it was from the hatch. This hatch apparently couldn't block the mermaid's voice. Desero's scalp tingled, but he couldn't resist looking back. His whole body stiffened as he turned around. He saw the mermaid floating upright in front of the hatch. His eyes, visible through floating strands of hair, were fixated on him obsessively. A pale webbed hand pressed against his own chest, sliding downward, slowly exploring towards his lower abdomen, the entire motion full of suggestion. Desero told himself not to overthink, to stay calm. The mermaid couldn't come out of the tank now. He was no longer in danger. He was just a creature who had mistaken his mating target. After this continuous self-reassurance, Desero took a deep breath, planning to try communicating with the mermaid. Just as he inexplicably raised his hand, about to press his palm against the glass, intending to align his 5 fingers with the mermaid's through the glass, the mermaid's gaze shifted behind him, then inhaled towards Da Vinci behind him. He emitted a series of sounds Desero had never heard before. Open on. Desero froze. If he hadn't misheard, it sounded like open in English. At that moment, Desero saw Da Vinci staring blankly at the mermaid, appearing to be in an almost unconscious state. Suddenly, like a robot following commands, he stiffly raised his hand. With a click, he pressed the emergency release button on the hatch. The hatch opened. In an instant, the water level in the reservoir quickly dropped to half the cabin height. Desero was stunned by this sudden change, while Da Vinci collapsed after pressing the button. Damn it. Was this also an ability of the Night Fury mermaid, to control human consciousness? Desero tried to run, but the mermaid's claw caught his ankle first. Desero fell straight to the ground. Turning over in terror, he saw the mermaid floating above his legs, emanating a strange aura, mouth open in an excited smile, uttering a syllable, his name. Desero. This time, our agar succeeded. Previously, the mermaid had somehow controlled Da Vinci to open the hatch. Desero was paralyzed by this sudden turn of events, only able to watch helplessly as agars crawled out like a lizard. Desero tried to run, but was caught by the mermaid's grasp on his ankle. He fell to the ground and saw the mermaid floating above his legs, emanating a strange aura. His mouth split into an excited smile as he called out Desero's name. The intense fragrance in the air settled like low pressure, making Desero collapse weakly with heat coursing through his body. At this moment, he clearly realized that this strong, young male mermaid was in heat for him, wanting to mate. Desero struggled to avoid the mermaid's approaching lips, shouting, "Listen, Agars, you're mistaken. I'm not female." The mermaid smiled. Desero suddenly realized he had unconsciously spoken the syllable Agars again. Wasn't this responding to the mermaid's courtship? He felt utterly foolish. Hearing Desero utter Orin, the mermaid excitedly slid his tongue down from his ear, moving to his sensitive Adam's apple, eagerly nibbling at it. Tingles shot straight to Desero's brain. Every spot the mermaid's tongue touched felt like it was ignited with sparks, bursting into flames. His lips were suddenly pressed by something soft. The mermaid was kissing him. This thought struck Desero like lightning, leaving him dazed as the mermaid's hot tongue invaded his mouth. As he lost his defenses, the wet, strong fishtail beneath him forcefully wedged between Desero's legs, arching into a powerful curve, filling the space completely. Through the haze, Desero vaguely realized he was being violated by Agars. His trembling throat produced broken sobs. "Get out! Agars, get out!" His panicked cries only excited Agars more, who panted softly at Desero's ear. His movements were very gentle, as if soothing, but the tightly connected tail below began to move vigorously. Desero clenched his teeth tightly, eyes shut, not daring to look at the scene below, his facial vessels feeling ready to burst. His whole body burned, wishing he could die from shame right there. Agars's face pressed close without any gap, his heavy breathing falling on Desero's forehead. Desero felt like he was being tossed on waves of desire, rising and falling, unable to control himself. However, just as pleasure reached its peak, suddenly a roar rang out, followed by the sharp sound of a bullet hitting glass. Desero! Desero! His nerves seemed to snap at that moment. Desero merely turned his head to look. In the distance, he saw a familiar figure rushing towards him. His mind buzzed with a roar, and Desero lost all consciousness. In his sleep, Desero dreamed of what the old woman at the mental hospital had told him when he was searching for the mermaid's whereabouts. She told him that mermaids liked handsome, delicate young men with pleasant scents. That's how her son was taken away by a mermaid back then. As soon as she finished speaking, Desero stepped back, his hair standing on end. But he felt something strange with his legs. He looked down. He found himself in the vast ocean. Below, his waist was covered in scales, transformed into a long silver gray fish tail. In our mermaid story, our Desero, when will he discover that he himself is also a mermaid? Previously, when Desero was searching everywhere for mermaids' whereabouts, Mr. Genie mentioned that in a mental hospital, he found a witness who had seen mermaids during the shipwreck years ago. Desero, do you really want to research hunting mermaids? Even if it might cost you your life? Do you know mermaids eat humans? The old woman's face trembled slightly with remembered fear. Desero nodded. Yes, please tell me about when you saw the mermaid. The old woman sighed deeply and closed her eyes. I was hiding in the dark cabin, watching with my own eyes as my companions were treated as food by the mermaid, their necks twisted without hesitation. I was terrified, watching helplessly as that creature took my son. He was taken to the bottom of the sea by the mermaid and never returned. At that moment, the old woman suddenly grabbed Desero's collar tightly, revealing a strange and manic smile. Desero, believe me, if you strongly desire to see the night fury at sea, they will sense it. They like handsome young men with pleasant scents, just like my son, and like you. Desero was dumbfounded by her crazy words, knowing these were likely the old woman's delusions. Just as he was feeling disappointed, suddenly someone heavily patted his shoulder. The cold touch on his shoulder made him shiver. Desero turned around, but was stunned by what he saw. Behind him was the long-dead Mr. Genie. His face was pale and swollen, his tattoos covered in seaweed, his eye sockets were deep black holes. He opened his mouth and said, Desero, believe her words. You will see the mermaid. Desero stepped back, his hair standing on end, but he felt something strange with his legs. He quickly looked down and found himself in the sea. Below, his waist was covered in scales, transformed into a long silver gray fish tail, swaying gently with the seawater. Dear readers, Desero Mermaid updates on the 6th, 16th, and 26th of each month. Please wait patiently for our sashimi sama. Desero forgot everything that happened between him and Agar's. Only his aching body retained the memory. Previously, Desero and the mermaid Agars were intimate. Just as they were about to reach the peak, they were interrupted by Rhine's arrival. A gunshot rang out, and Desero fell unconscious. Between dreams and consciousness, Desero recalled his initial search for mermaid history. The deceased Genie suddenly appeared. Desero was startled, looked down to find he had grown a fish tail. Desero woke up from the dream with a start, sitting up abruptly. He immediately threw off the blanket. Thankfully, his legs were still there. He tried hard to recall everything that happened before, but his memory only remained at the point where the mermaid crawled out from behind the cabin door. After that, his mind seemed to have a gap, jumping directly to the nightmare he just had. Desero propped himself up, planning to take a shower to clear his mind. But as soon as he moved his thighs, a soreness spread through his lower body. From his waist down was completely weak, as if his spine had disappeared. It felt like he had been severely beaten. Why was it like this? Desero puzzledly touched his buttocks. Wasn't he supposed to be in the underground reservoir, studying the mermaid with Da Vinci? How did he end up in bed? Right, he had released the mermaid. But what happened after that? Why couldn't he remember anything? Desero touched his head, feeling his forehead was a bit hot. His brain felt extremely heavy. He wondered if this was the mermaid's doing. Just then, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Rhine stormed in furiously. He grabbed Desero's collar in one motion, lifting him up entirely. Desero didn't know what he had done to anger him. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see the mermaid with Da Vinci, so he casually said, Hey buddy, why the constipated look? Did you eat something bad? Rhine's strong face was filled with regret and reluctance. I warned you not to get close to that dangerous mermaid, but you didn't listen. Rhine released his hand, and Desero fell back onto the bed. His already injured buttocks hit the hard bedboard, making him curl up like a blind man and howl in pain. Desero angrily cursed. What's wrong with you? Why are you going crazy? Damn, why does it hurt so much? Rhine clearly froze for a moment, reaching out to firmly grip Desero's jaw. Then, as if realizing something, his expression gradually calmed down. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. Desero, let me tell you, it wasn't voluntary. You have temporary amnesia, right? The phrase temporary amnesia made Desero calm down immediately. Indeed, there was a gap in his memory. Perhaps Ryan knew something, so he nodded. Ryan, do you know what I've forgotten? Were my injuries caused during that time? Ryan didn't answer. He seemed to recall something, his expression becoming very strange. His breathing became uncontrollably rapid, as if feeling extreme anger while simultaneously being unusually excited. His gaze fixed on Desero's face, then slid down his neck, then lingered on his body. He couldn't help but swallow, his throat moving. That lustful gaze made goosebumps appear all over Desero's body. He quickly reached to grip his slightly open hospital gown, frowning as he called out loudly, Ryan. After a long while, Ryan finally answered, No, I don't know. His voice was unusually hoarse. This reaction was like he had just watched an erotic scene. Being stared at like this, Desero couldn't help but feel disgusted. Ryan suddenly added, But the surveillance cameras know what happened last night. You can watch it yourself. Then, he pulled out a black hard drive from his pocket and plugged it into the computer. Desero approached the computer, his heartbeat subtly increasing. An inexplicable sense of unease rose within him, like a premonition that he was about to see something extremely terrifying. A voice in his head was desperately screaming to throw it away. Don't watch it, Desero. You'll regret it. But the louder that voice became, the stronger his curiosity grew. In this conflicted struggle, Desero clicked on the video. What spell had the mermaid cast on Desero? Whenever he thought of Agar's, his body would react uncontrollably. Previously, Desero woke up from unconsciousness, his whole body aching, especially his buttocks, as if he had been beaten severely. But he couldn't remember what had happened. When he asked Ryan if he knew anything, Ryan took out a hard drive, telling him that the surveillance cameras had recorded everything and let him watch it himself. Desero turned on the computer and inserted the hard drive. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease arose. He had a premonition that he was about to see something extremely terrifying. A voice in his head was desperately screaming to throw it away. Don't watch it, Desero. You'll regret it. But the louder that voice became, the stronger his curiosity grew. So in this conflicted struggle, he clicked on the media player. The video footage flickered slowly a few times. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Ryan quickly came over and pulled out the hard drive, as if preventing whoever was coming from seeing it. Then he walked to the door and opened it. Behind the door was a young, capable-looking, unfamiliar woman. She wore a researcher's white coat, but had a silver military badge on her chest. Several tall men in military attire followed closely behind. Ryan seemed somewhat surprised. Colonel Shatterall. How? The woman smiled. Please call me doctor here. She extended her hand to Desero, her eyes gleaming with subtle authority. Hello, I'm Shatera, director of the St. Petersburg Cryptozoology Institute and colonel of the Russian 7th Naval Department. You must be the little Wallace. Pleased to meet you. Desero shook Shatera's hand, still processing her intimidating introduction, and stammered in response. Hello, I'm Desero, a fourth-year biology student at the St. Petersburg Naval Academy. Shatera nodded, her expression showing some urgency, though her tone remained steady. Mr. Desero, I need to understand something. I want to know if you can communicate with the mermaid. If so, I hope you can assist us with mermaid breeding. Desero was startled. He immediately guessed. What breeding? Have you captured a female mermaid? Shatera shook her head. It's a clone, expected to live only about a year. As of today, less than a week of survival time remains. I'll do it, Desero answered instinctively, hiding his excitement. Being able to witness and assist in mermaid breeding was incredibly meaningful. This way, he could correct Agar's wrong mating orientation and redirect his attention away from himself, a male human. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an indescribable physiological wave suddenly surged from somewhere. Desero felt his gluteal muscles contract extremely rigid. What was happening? Desero suddenly felt dizzy. He inexplicably felt his legs being touched by something wet and magnificent. His legs kept growing weak. Oh, Gross. He seemed to hear Agar's bewitching voice again. At this moment, Ryan shouted, Desero. He suddenly awoke from this spell-like state to find himself leaning in Ryan's arms. Shatera concernedly felt Desero's forehead temperature. Mr. Desero, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Ryan gripped Desero's arm tightly and said quietly but seriously, Colonel Shatera, as his mentor, I strongly oppose Desero assisting with mermaid breeding in his current physical condition. Before he could finish, Desero sprang away from his arm. No, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Please let me go. Ryan's voice was firm. No way. Unfortunately, Colonel Shatera seemed to be his superior officer. Ryan couldn't disobey his orders. So Desero hid behind Shatera, defiantly giving Ryan the middle finger, and mouthed too bad before following Shatera out. Friendly reminder. Desero and the Mermaid has been updated to the latest chapter. This comic updates on the 6th, 16th, and 26th of each month. Fans of this work, please wait patiently. Will this female mermaid become Agar's new mate? In the previous episode, Desero agreed to assist Shatera with mermaid breeding despite Ryan's opposition. Walking into the deep-sea laboratory again, when he smelled that damp, exotic fragrance, Desero instinctively covered his nose and mouth with his clothes, barely managing to suppress that inexplicable feeling of dizziness. Head down, he followed Shatera's footsteps up the suspended stairs. They arrived at the floor above the hatch. This was a laboratory situated above the circular reservoir. The floor was completely transparent glass. For some reason, Desero didn't dare to even lift his head to look into the underwater world behind the circular glass to search for Agars. Not seeing him among the fish schools, Desero's heart relaxed a bit. After Da Vinci's speculative warning, he really couldn't treat the mermaid as just an ordinary animal anymore. Come look, Shatera guided in front. Desero raised his head accordingly. He saw the inner wall of a black cylinder in the center of the laboratory lowering down, revealing the transparent glass shell inside. When the scene inside fully appeared before his eyes, Desero couldn't help but let out a sincere gasp of amazement. That's a female mermaid, Shatera explained from behind. Her name is Lilith. Beautiful, isn't she? She was created from mermaid cells that an old doctor at the Institute brought back from the Australian coast 20 years ago. She's been frozen for a long time, so she looks very weak. Desero's gaze was completely captivated, his feet unconsciously moving toward the tank, hardly believing his eyes. It was a tropical red-tailed mermaid with silver-white hair floating in the rippling water like pure snow. Her light green eyes were misty, as if crying. Desero's emotions were stirred by the mermaid's gaze, feeling that such deep sorrow was contained in her eyes. Desero placed his hand on the glass wall, sincerely mouthing to her, I'm sorry. Don't be afraid. You'll be with your kind soon? Okay. Although he, like Shatera, wanted to explore everything about merfolk, research and breeding were two different things. We don't have the right to control their destiny. So he turned and asked Shatera, is what we're doing really appropriate? If the female mermaid successfully conceives, can we guarantee the embryo's survival and growth? And when the bred mermaid offspring reaches adulthood, where would we release it? Shatera shrugged coldly. I'm sorry, my little scholar. We haven't planned that far ahead. We also have no intention of releasing any mermaid offspring. Desero, you must understand, we are not the same kind of people. Just as Desero was puzzled by these words, he saw her reach for the gate. Desero shouted, wait! As Shatera pulled down the gate, with a splash, Lilith fell into the reservoir. Her white long hair diffused in the water like melting ice. A sudden ominous feeling spread from within. Desero felt his heartbeat accelerating. He hurriedly went downstairs, his gaze closely following Lilith's figure as it sank, watching her slowly and gracefully swaying her tail, gradually swimming freely. She seemed to be seeking out Agar's trail by sensing his released male pheromones. Agars, where are you? You're kind. Your mate has appeared, Desero silently thought, anxiously yet uneasily anticipating his appearance. But when that dark mist finally revealed Agar's silhouette in the deep blue water, Desero jumped suddenly, a feeling of vertigo washing over him inside and out. His legs trembled, nearly sliding down against the glass column. At this moment, Lilith gracefully circled around Agar's, as if dancing. Yet the usually agitated Agar's was unexpectedly calm. He just proudly spread his arms, as if waiting for Lilith to throw herself into his embrace, like an emperor with countless concubines. This behavior puzzled Desero. Usually, males would actively display themselves to gain female favor. Why was he so indifferent? At that moment, Lilith threw herself into Agar's arms. Desero clenched his fist, silently breaking into a cold sweat. He saw Agar's embrace Lilith and lower his head to smell her scent at her neck. Desero felt inexplicably tense, his whole body almost floating against the glass panel. However, the next moment, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. With just one call from Desero, Agars would put down the beautiful female mermaid and quickly come to his side. Previously, Agars had embraced the female mermaid Lilith and lowered his head to smell her scent at her neck. Desero felt increasingly and inexplicably tense, his whole body almost floating on the glass floor. And the next moment, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. With a cry, Shatera suddenly screamed behind him, while Desero was so frightened he almost fell to the ground. They saw a large cloud of purple-red blood mist spreading from around Lilith's body, along with shattered flesh and dismembered limbs. Her white hair floated, and a beautiful head with exposed throat vessels slowly rose to the surface, her eyes looking desperately at their world in the other dimension, as if weeping. Meanwhile, Agars was holding the headless fish body, savagely tearing at Lilith's flesh like a true tiger shark. His dark pupils flickered with gluttonous malice, his handsome face now appearing as ghastly as a demon in the fog-like bloodiness. Desero struck the glass panel hard with his fist, feeling utterly horrified and heartbroken. He shouted, "Agars, stop it! That's your kind! Your own kind!" As if hearing Desero's call, Agars' swallowing suddenly stopped. He turned his head towards him. The ferocity and brutality on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a completely different expression. Those blood-mist-surrounded thin lips curved up ever so slightly. He licked the remaining blood and flesh from his lips and released Lilith's corpse. He swam swiftly towards Desero, fast as an arrow leaving its string. His tall, slender body instantly loomed before him. Desero watched in astonishment as he lowered his head and stuck out his tongue to lick the glass next to his face, looking exactly like a thirsty pervert. This gesture made Desero draw in a sharp breath. He involuntarily covered his mouth and stepped back, bumping into someone behind him. He immediately turned around and saw Shatera looking at him with a very strange expression. Behind her, Rhine's face was ashen. Shatera widened her eyes in amazement, incredulously examining Agars at the glass hatch. "Mr. Desero, you named this mermaid Agars, and he actually follows your guidance and responds to your calls. How did you manage that?" Next episode preview, Rhine faints. Shatera gave Rhine a meaningful look. For Desero to complete the research independently. "Rhine, you should trust your student." Rhine protested. "Complete independently? Do you understand how dangerous merfolk are? I must be responsible for my student's safety." Shatera suddenly raised her hand, touching something on her chest, as if wanting to draw something out. Rhine's expression suddenly changed at that moment, as if seeing something terribly frightening. Then, like being struck by electricity, he violently convulsed once and collapsed to the ground. Dear babies, Desero and the mermaid's update schedule has been adjusted to every Thursday. More rest time. If you like Agars, could you please give a like? See you next time. Ultra, what's happening? As the mermaid's deep voice sounded, the numbing sensation came with it. Previously, when Shatera heard Desero call the mermaid Agars, she looked at him in amazement and said incredulously, "You named this mermaid Agars, and he actually follows your guidance and responds to your calls. How did you manage that?" No, you're mistaken, Doctor." Desero hurriedly waved his hands, explaining to Shatera. "Agars isn't the mermaid's name. It's just the most effective term to call him. And Da Vinci and I discussed the meaning of this word. It might be. Shatera looked at him expectantly. Might be what? The next sentence got stuck in Desero's throat. He couldn't bring himself to say it was the mermaid's mating signal. After hesitating for a while, he answered, "It means I am your companion, a signal with special meaning among their species. The exact meaning still needs further observation." Shatera was clearly disappointed with his answer. She turned to look at Agars and sighed regretfully. "Lilith was our painstakingly cultivated clone species. I never expected it to end like this. I really don't understand how this male mermaid suddenly went berserk and treated her as food." Desero felt deeply remorseful hearing this. Shatera continued, "Therefore, Desero, we need you. Only you can communicate with the mermaid. I formally request you to take charge of the mermaid research project. This achievement is very important to the Russian government." "You mean work for the government?" Desero took a deep breath, feeling the pressure descending from above. But if he refused, he might miss this great opportunity to study merfolk. Considering this, Desero nodded without hesitation, saying, "I accept." Rhine quickly interjected from the side. Then, as his mentor, I should guide Desero throughout this project research. He has no experience and isn't part of the research institute, he said, his tone revealing barely concealed nervousness. It seemed there was more to his words. Shitara gave him a meaningful look and casually turned away. I mean for Desero to complete the research independently. Rhine, you should trust your student. Rhine protested. Complete independently? Do you understand how dangerous merfolk are? I must be responsible for my student's safety. At this moment, Shitara suddenly raised her hand, touching the metal on her chest, as if wanting to draw something out. Rhine's expression suddenly changed, as if seeing something terribly frightening. Then, like being struck by electricity, he violently convulsed once. He collapsed completely to the ground. Shitara screamed and crouched down to shake Rhine's body. "Oh God, he's fainted. Someone quickly get him to the hospital." Several uniformed guards quickly rushed in and carried Rhine out. Desero wanted to follow, but Shitara grabbed his clothes. "Don't worry, it's nothing. He has epilepsy and tends to have attacks when emotionally agitated. Iceland's best hospital is right above the laboratory. He'll receive immediate treatment." Desero felt relieved hearing the doctor's words. Shitara patted his shoulder. "The observation room will be ready soon. You can move in tonight." That evening, under Shitara's arrangements, the third-floor observation room was prepared. Desero hadn't expected to have his own laboratory, and underwater no less. He lay in bed, trying to calm his mind, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Desero felt dizzy, his whole body feverish, as if pressed down by a heavy weight, unable to move. A strange noise echoed in his ears. Desero realized he was trapped in a sleep paralysis state, a common symptom for insomniacs. He mentally repeated his name and clenched his fists, forcing himself to break free from this state. However, the confusion grew stronger, and the previously faint noise became increasingly clear. "Algarab!" Desero opened his eyes in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking through his clothes. It was a mermaid's voice. Had the mermaid gotten in? Desero sat up. He turned his neck to search for the source of the sound. When he confirmed the sound was coming from the sonar recording device near the computer, Desero couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He must have forgotten to turn off the computer before sleeping. The mermaid couldn't possibly get in. No matter how powerful, it was still just a creature of flesh and blood. It couldn't overcome the high-tech security facilities. Desero wiped his sweat-soaked forehead, brushing his bangs up, trying to calm himself amid the mermaid's deep sonic waves. But as those voices continued, Desero's body gradually grew hot. A strange tingling sensation crept up from the base of his spine, like ants crawling all over his body. Could the mermaid's voice have such a bewitching effect? As mentioned before, from the sonar recording device near the computer, as of love sounds emerged, Desero's body began to heat up. Like a fever patient, a strange numbness made him toss and turn in bed. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, he jumped up, wanting to rush over and turn off the sonar. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he realized his limbs had become completely numb. Like a spineless jellyfish, he rolled off the bed onto the glass floor. The desk was right there, yet Desero couldn't even find the strength to stand up. The mermaid's deep voice resonated above his head. The sonar's volume wasn't particularly loud, but it played like surround sound, transferring between his eardrums, as if Agar's was whispering by his ear, cursing and capturing his body. This sensation made Desero shudder. He curled up his legs, barely mustering a bit of strength. His trembling palms supported his body's weight, shakily getting up to his knees from the floor. Those few short steps drained all his energy. Completely soaked, Desero panted heavily as he reached the computer. He pressed the shutdown button. The mermaid's continuous humming abruptly stopped. The intense, strange sensation in his body suddenly disappeared as well. Desero collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, falling directly onto the glass floor. Desero lifted his damp bangs, surprised he had sweated so much in such a short time, as if he had just exercised intensely. It was incredible that the mermaid's voice could have such a bewitching effect. Could people really sweat this much during certain activities? This thought randomly popped into Desero's mind. Striking images suddenly flashed through his mind. What am I thinking about? Desero slapped his face hard. The pain made the strange hallucinations disappear. Just as DeCero was about to get up to take a shower, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the darkness of the reservoir below the glass floor. A pair of narrow eyes, emitting a faint glow, was staring at him from the water directly beneath. A long dark shadow hidden in a mass of deep seaweed, attached to the underside of the glass floor. DeCero stared wide-eyed at the shadow below, gradually making out its body contours. It was Agar's. One hand pressed against the glass floor for balance, while the other hand was positioned below his body. So the mermaid had been right beneath the glass floor, separated from his body by just a transparent pane. DeCero immediately realized what he was doing. After staring at the mermaid for a second or two, his ears burning hot, his face instantly turned bright red. Preview of the next episode. DeCero looked down at the face behind the glass floor. He knocked on the glass with his fist and said word by word, "Look carefully. I am a man, a proper, non-effeminate, healthy Russian adult. I have the same thing as you. I'm not the object of your affection." The mermaid seemed to be trying to understand what DeCero was saying. He moved his face closer through the water, his high bridge nose pressing against the glass panel, his eyes searching DeCero's body. His eyes narrowed meaningfully, but his expression became even more excited. Damn it, could this mermaid happen to be gay? Look carefully. I am a man, a proper, healthy Russian adult. Previously, after DeCero finally turned off the computer, he suddenly discovered that the mermaid had been right beneath the glass floor. DeCero immediately realized what he was doing. After staring at the mermaid for a second or two, his ears burning hot, his face instantly turned bright red. The mermaid. Had he made DeCero his object of release? This was absolutely absurd. DeCero's mind was in chaos as he looked at Agar's, who still lingered below the floor. Aga. DeCero quickly corrected himself, suddenly angry. He stomped on the glass floor, trying to drive him away with the noise. "You cursed thing, stop following me." However, the mermaid showed no intention of leaving. He pressed against the glass, quietly observing DeCero from below. "Damn it," DeCero cursed under his breath, his frustration reaching its peak. Finally, facing Agar's, he lifted his shirt, undressed, and stripped completely naked. The mermaid showed a slightly surprised expression. DeCero looked down at the face behind the glass floor, half squatting down. He knocked on the glass with his fist and said word by word, "Look carefully. I am a man, a proper, non effeminate one, a healthy Russian adult male." The mermaid seemed to be trying to understand what DeCero was saying. He moved his face closer through the water, his high bridge nose pressing against the glass panel. His eyes searched DeCero's naked body, his deep pupils narrowing meaningfully, but his expression became even more excited. It seemed that DeCero's body structure, far from repelling him, held a fatal attraction instead. Good heavens, could this mermaid really be gay? Just as DeCero was marveling at this possibility, he suddenly saw the mermaid turn his head, his expression becoming serious. He released his hand from the glass floor, flicked his tail, and swam downward. Before completely disappearing into the dark water, he turned his head and gave DeCero a deep look. Watching him leave, DeCero let out a long sigh of relief. He thought perhaps Agar's earlier excitement wasn't due to arousal, but rather disappointment at discovering he was male. Why else would he suddenly leave? While pondering this, suddenly, a sharp alarm sound rang through the room. DeCero was startled. It was the alarm from the communication device on the wall connecting to the outside. The pager on the communication device automatically lit up green, followed by Shadalarami's call. "Hey, Mr. DeCero, are you awake?" DeCero quickly answered the pager. "I'm here, doctor." Through the pager came Shikalar's voice. "A storm is coming. I and the others must temporarily evacuate to land. You'll have to stay in the lab alone for a few days. Don't worry, the lab is sturdy enough, and there's plenty of food and water. There won't be any problems. We'll return to you as soon as possible." Hearing this, DeCero sighed in relief and said firmly, "I understand. Be careful and safe. I'll wait for your quick return." "All right," Shikalar said. "The pager in your hand can still contact us on land. If there's any problem, please call immediately." Just then, the signal was suddenly disrupted by noisy static. DeCero called out hello twice. Guessing this might be the effect of waves on communication facilities before the storm, DeCero waited for a while, but only heard the busy tone. He hung up the pager, feeling somewhat uneasy. As he turned to walk towards the desk, his gaze inadvertently swept across the glass floor. he noticed a black object on the ground. It was a wet bunch of seaweed. Desero's gaze followed the trail of seaweed leading to the pressure chamber door, where he discovered that somehow the door had opened to a person-wide gap. The water level inside the chamber had already dropped to half. A chilling sensation crawled up from his feet. Desero's scalp tingled as a huge python-like shadow loomed behind him at some point. Desero's back felt long, wet hair touching it. He turned around abruptly. He saw Agar's right behind him, pressed against his nape, deeply inhaling his scent. Desero had no time to think about how the mermaid had gotten out. He only heard the mermaid's deep breathing near his ear again. Agarath's tears ran down his cheeks to his lips. No one could save him now. Previously, the door had somehow opened to a person-wide gap. Desero turned around abruptly and saw Agar's behind him, pressed against his nape, with deep breathing sounds near his ear. Ogra. Desero quickly took out a tranquilizer gun from the drawer and aimed. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gun made a clicking sound, but nothing was fired. The barrel was empty. Damn it, why malfunction now of all times? Before he could check what was wrong with the tranquilizer gun, the mermaid was already coiling his tail. Rising upright, looking down at Desero as he approached, with a crooked smile on his lips. Desero desperately threw the tranquilizer gun at him. With a snap, the mermaid caught the gun steadily in his hands. He examined it for a second or two, gripped it with both claws, twisted the handle into a deformed curve, and tossed it aside like trash, making a series of broken sounds. It cannot help me. Desero's entire body instantly shuddered, not just because of the mermaid's terrifying savage strangeness, but because he could taunt in human language. With a little attention, one could hear him saying, "This thing can't hurt me." Desero suddenly grabbed his clothes nearby. Hurriedly putting them on, he told himself he needed to find a way to save himself, needed to get out of here quickly. Just as he was about to turn around, his ankles suddenly tightened. He fell to the floor. Desero let out a cry, feeling a despair like falling off a cliff. Then came the expected monstrous force, dragging Desero backwards several meters. "Let go of me, you damned beast." The moment he uttered these words, the mermaid bent down. His tough fishtail forced its way between his legs. "Get away!" Desero shouted in panic, the piercing echo reverberating in the empty laboratory, making him feel even more helpless because he was alone here. And now, Agars was watching him with great interest, his eyes burning with excitement, his deep voice repeating over and over. "Nasroma Desro." Desero shouted hysterically. "Am I the same as you? Don't look at me like that. You beast! Get away!" Agars lowered his head to look at him and let out a satisfied chuckle. He grabbed his waist and flipped his entire body over. Ogres! In an instant, Desero's fear and shame exploded. "Help! Rian Shatra! Save me!" Suddenly, Desero opened his mouth wide. He let out a short cry. Tears streamed down his cheeks to his lips. He was being violated by a beast, and now no one could save him. No one. Next episode preview. Suddenly, something under the water touched young Desero's foot. It awakened him from his near-unconscious state. His body was lifted up, floating to the surface. A strong, pale arm supported his short legs. Desero's head rested against a broad, hard chest, his cheek touching wet, seaweed-like hair. Young Desero realized he had been saved. He blinked, trying hard to see his savior's face clearly, but in the night, he could only see a pair of eerie, narrow blue eyes. Friendly reminder, Desero updates every Thursday. Fans of Agars, remember to like and follow. Awa Lord Sashimi. We'll see you next Thursday. We will meet again, no matter where you are in this world. I will find you. Previously, tears streaming down his cheeks to his lips, Desero cried out in despair, but no one could save him. Now, Desero's leg was entangled by Agars' fishtail, forcing him into a kneeling position. As Agars suddenly thrust his waist, the unprepared Desero shuddered all over. His body instantly collapsed. "Beast monster!" Desero cursed weakly, instinctively clawing at the floor, afraid of losing consciousness completely and being controlled by instinct. Little did he know, everything happening now was being recorded, and now Agars, as if not even leaving him this last chance, directly pressed his webbed claws onto Desero's hands. His throat released satisfied, heavy breaths. Agaras Desero. Suddenly Desero felt a chill inside. His mind finally shattered completely. He had been completely possessed. Everything became chaotic after that. Time passed extremely slowly. Desero didn't know how long it lasted. He gradually sank into darkness. Then he seemed to arrive at another place. It wasn't the deep-sea laboratory, nor Iceland, but a sea area he had visited long ago. Floating ice blocks surrounded him, and a white mist covered the sea surface. Desero looked around in confusion, seeing in the distance on the water surface an overturned speedboat while he was holding onto a life preserver, soaking in the freezing water. Where's this? Such a familiar scene, Desero thought, trembling. He saw his hands were those of a child. Death's temperature was gradually eroding his body. Soon, he would die from the cold even faster than from drowning. Del, my son, where are you? God, please let him be alive. He's only 6 years old. Several voices called out his childhood name from a distant place. Those were his family members. Desero immediately realized. His family had come to save him. Dad, Mom, I'm here. Desero responded weakly. Suddenly, the life preserver began to deflate, visibly sinking at a rapid pace. No, you don't want to die. Desero instinctively splashed in the water, but his body seemed frozen like an ice sculpture. Only his fingers could barely move. I'm not dead. I'm here. Desero shouted with all his might. Immense panic and despair, like the mist and cold, penetrated into his bones. Yet all he could do was lift his face in the gradually rising seawater, trying to get just a little more oxygen. Suddenly, something under the water seemed to touch Desero's foot. It awakened him from his near-death state. His body was pulled up, rising to the surface. A strong, pale arm supported Desero horizontally. He felt his head resting against a broad, hard chest, his cheek touching wet, seaweed-like hair. At this moment, someone had found him. He was saved. This thought made Desero's heart suddenly brighten. Unfortunately, his heavy, stiff body wouldn't allow him to lift his head to see his savior's face. He only saw the water surface parting, a thin ripple carrying his body toward the light. Oh God, thank God. It's Del, he's alive. He's swimming towards us. It's a miracle, heavens. That was when Desero's body was suddenly released. A pair of hands pushed him towards the light, and he fell into a soft, warm embrace. His mother's voice suddenly gave Desero strength. He looked into the distance at the misty sea surface, where the shadowy upper body of a man appeared faintly. It was the person who had saved him. But why didn't he come aboard? In such cold water, he would freeze to death. Who was he? Was he human? Desero tried hard to see his appearance clearly, but in the night fog, he only saw a pair of eerie, narrow blue eyes. Deep in his eardrums, a sudden chime rang out, Ogre-Roth. A pair of blue pupils appeared before him, overlapping with the eyes deep in his memory. It was Agar's. Desero suddenly screamed, opening his eyes wide, breaking free from the nightmare. Everything disappeared without a trace. Norway was too cold then. I had to let you go. Later, I started searching for you in every sea across the world. I searched for you for 15 whole years, but never found a trace of you. Previously, with an ogre loss, Desero suddenly opened his eyes, breaking free from the nightmare. Everything disappeared without a trace. Desero sat up. Darkness surrounded him, unsure whether it was day or night above the surface. His mind wandered hazily in dreams. Yes, he had dreamed of his childhood, a memory he had almost completely forgotten. His grandfather's fishing boat had hit an ice reef off the Norwegian coast. Among all those aboard, only he was saved. Wait, those eyes? Desero's drowsiness suddenly exploded away. In his mind, those blue pupils wouldn't fade away. Childhood memories and last night's events mixed together. Unbearable memories flooded his mind like evil waves. The experience of being violated by the Merman seemed to replay before his eyes. Desero curled up his body from intense shame, hugging his arms and burying his head in his knees. No, impossible. Desero shook his head forcefully and closed his eyes. His heart churned like stormy waves. So it was Agar's who had saved him back then. Perhaps Agar's had been waiting all these years to claim his repayment, and he had finally succeeded. The things we fear most tend to happen when we fear them most. Just as Desero's mind was in chaos, a low growl from Agar's suddenly reached his ears. Desero was startled to see Agar sprawled on the floor at the foot of his bed. He seemed to have just emerged from the water, dripping wet all over. Stay away from me. Desero gripped the flashlight tightly, shining the moving light into his eyes to prevent him from coming closer. Agar's merely turned his head away, like a lion provoked by its prey, baring his teeth. Do not be afraid of me. The bright light had no effect. Agar supported himself with both hands and quickly crawled up to Desero. He trapped him completely in the corner, his body emanating an overwhelming exotic scent of pheromones. Desero's nerves instantly snapped. By instinct of self-defense, he immediately switched on the flashlight's electric shock function. He pressed it directly against Agar's iron-hard chest. With a hissing sound, Agar's body violently convulsed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, but he didn't retreat even slightly. Instead, his claws suddenly seized Desero's arms and pinned them against the wall. Let me go. Get away. Don't make me hurt you. Desero shouted incoherently, his hands waving uncontrollably. The flashlight's blue electric current scorched Agar's arms, leaving white scars. But in reality, the difference in strength between a human and a beast's muscles was too great. With one squeeze of his fingers, Agar's wrenched the flashlight from his grip and tossed it aside. Effortlessly, he pinned Desero's arms above his head. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Desero with an obsessed and playful expression, as if his resistance was merely flirting. Agar's wet, broad claws moved to the back of Desero's head. He lowered his head and moved closer. Before Desero could make any sound of surprise, his lips were heavily covered by the descending shadow. Next episode preview. Our sashimi master casts his bait. He struggled to piece together terribly incorrect Russian syllables, trying desperately to make Desero understand his meaning. His pronunciation was broken, but his voice was unusually forceful. He would allow him to thoroughly study merfolk. He would permit him to know any information about merfolk. This was an enormous temptation for Desero, but surely Agar's would demand a corresponding price. Thinking of this, Desero tightly clenched his fists. Little ones who like Agar's, remember to like and follow to stay updated. The remaining episode. We'll see you next Thursday, without fail. Agar's told Desero, "You are mine." They will know. Previously, before Desero could make any sound of surprise, his lips were heavily captured by the descending shadow. The memory of being pinned down by the Merman was so clear. Desero's body trembled more violently from shame and fear. Dizzy from the kiss, Desero didn't even notice when Agar's pulled away. At this moment, Desero was so ashamed he didn't even have the courage to look Agar's in the eye. He instinctively covered his face with his hands. After taking several deep breaths, he barely managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. "You saved my life. No pain. You've gotten the repayment you wanted. Why haven't you left yet? I can let you go back." Agar's response lingered by Desero's ear, his voice dark and heavy, each word hitting his eardrum like a hammer. "No, I want you." Desero felt Agar's moist breath pouring into his senses as he opened his mouth. It made him shudder uncontrollably. Unable to bear it anymore, he withdrew his arms and forcefully pushed Agar's away. He slid up against the wall, about to kick him, bursting out in anger. "I'm not yours, and I will never belong to a beast like you." Before he could finish, Desero felt Agar's claws grip his ankle. With incredible strength, he was yanked down onto the bed, with Agar's pinning him underneath. Desero felt his claws slowly moving up from below his knee. That coarse, cold palm rubbing against his skin made goosebumps rise along its path. "Don't touch me. I'm not your mate. I'm not." These words seemed to have an effect. Agar's ascending claws stopped, propping himself on either side of Desero's body. Agar stared at him intently, as if contemplating his words and taking them quite seriously. Just when Desero thought he would become angry, Agar's made a strange series of low sounds, seemingly mixed with Russian syllables. Desero thought he heard the sounds for you and me. It seemed he was trying to say "you are mine" in Russian. His sensitivity to his native language startled Desero, thinking he must have misheard. He couldn't believe that the Merman was trying to learn Russian to communicate with him. He drew in a sharp breath in surprise. Agar's lips barely touched Desero's earlobe as he continued his low growls at a slow pace. His pronunciation was broken, but his voice was unusually forceful. "Allow you to know." The tone was almost like an enticement. Sensing that the Merman wanted to negotiate something, Desero couldn't immediately understand Agar's meaning. The breath near his ear made his whole body shiver. So he asked, "What are you trying to say?" "You allow me." "How to know?" You want to know? Agar's pieced together terribly incorrect Russian syllables, trying desperately to make Desero understand his meaning. Desero hadn't expected that Agars could already communicate in human language. This amazing learning ability shocked him. He suddenly understood what Agars was trying to express. He would allow himself to be studied. He would let him know anything about merfolk. Desero suddenly realized what his words meant. The chance to thoroughly study a merman, and the most mysterious night fury merman at that. This was an enormous temptation for him. But surely, Agars would demand a corresponding price. And this price, thinking of this, Desero tightly clenched his fists. They will know. Mine. Agar stared directly at Desero's face, then meaningfully bared his teeth, as if seeing through some weakness of his. Agar's gaze swept over a certain spot, then looked up to stare intensely at Desero, asking, "My thing, do you like it?" Previously, Agars told Desero, "They will know. You are mine." Then he meaningfully smiled, as if seeing through some weakness of Desero's. Desero's nerves suddenly jumped as he finally understood what Agars meant. Cunning creature. Agars had completely caught his weakness. Desero couldn't refuse. If he rejected him, he would not only lose the chance to study him and lose his virtue for nothing, but he would also have no research to show, arousing Shadowler's suspicion. Realizing this, Desero suddenly sat up and pushed Agars against the wall. He raised his hand to throw a punch. However, his wrist was easily caught mid-air by Agars' claw. Agar slightly parted his lips and licked Desero's finger. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. The eyes beneath those long lashes were dark and bottomless, like a trackless swamp unknown to mankind. Just thinking about how Shadowler would know what happened here with a little investigation, would know he was violated by a merman. Just imagining the scenario of them finding out about this made cold sweat break out on Desero's back. He couldn't sit still. Agars simply released Desero and sat lazily on the edge of the bed. He clearly knew how brilliant his seduction was, and he knew exactly what Desero's weakness was and what he needed most. At this moment, Desero found the merman's cunning incredible. This creature's scheming was enough to qualify him as a high IQ criminal. The only option now was to pretend to comply until he let his guard down. Desero unconsciously glanced at the direction of the computer desk. There were still tranquilizer darts in that drawer. He would use those to strike back when the time came. "I agree." Desero stared at Agars, speaking in English to ensure he understood clearly. "But I will research in my own way, and during the research, you are forbidden to do anything else to me. Understand?" Agars' smile seemed to deepen as he softly uttered the word yes. "Lie down." Desero pointed to the glass floor, commanding without courtesy. Yet internally, he was uncertain whether this beast would keep his promise. After all, he wasn't human. He wasn't bound by any moral or legal principles. Even if he acted like a thug, there was nothing Desero could do about it. But to his surprise, Agars actually complied with his command, slithering down from the bed and lying face up on the floor like a giant lizard. He lay there with half-closed eyes, resting his head on one arm, as if sunbathing, watching him with apparent satisfaction. This attitude made Desero want to kick him hard, but the urgent matter now was to put his coat on first. He turned around, pretending to be calm, and gathered all the tools needed to record the merman's physiological data. Then, blocking Agars' view with his body, he quickly slipped the tranquilizer syringe from the drawer into his sleeve. He brought the tools to Agars' side and knelt down. Following the biological measurement procedure, the first thing to check was the merman's blood pressure. Desero forced himself to focus on the small LCD screen. The flickering numbers finally settled at 261. He discovered that the merman's systolic pressure was almost 50% higher than human levels. Even an agitated elderly person couldn't reach such levels unless they had taken large amounts of addictive stimulants. Assuming the merman's bodily functions were as strong as an extreme athlete's, he must be in a state of extreme excitement. Mating season. The word immediately popped into Desero's mind. So the merman was still at the peak of his mating season. His eyes remained fixed on the reading, yet his peripheral vision involuntarily drifted to Agars' body, completely soaked in sweat. He desperately wanted to escape, but knew there was nowhere to run. He could only try to stall Agars, delay his desire's eruption, and reduce the possibility of being violated again. Desero's gaze involuntarily slid to his lower abdomen, to the still closed area. The weapon concealed there showed no signs of awakening. His suspended heart barely settled as Desero furtively withdrew his gaze. But he met those inquiring eyes directly. Suddenly, he felt the panic of a thief caught in the act. Agarz's lip corner curled up mischievously, his pale eyelashes lowering as his gaze swept over his own lower abdomen, then looked up to stare intensely at Desero. He asked, "Do you like my thing?" Dear readers, Master Sashimi brings you a bonus treat. Agar's leisurely extended a long finger with its sharp nail, gently wiping away a trembling drop of dark blood from the needle tip. He raised his hand and smeared it on Desero's lips. His lips drew close to her ear, murmuring hoarsely like an incantation, "I give my everything, 'cause you are my Desiree." The Merman's sound waves seemed to carry the contaminating power of a mental poison, penetrating straight through Desero's eardrums to the depths of his mind. Damn it, to be affected by Agarz's words. Had his body already been tamed by him to react this way? To hell with it, Desero cursed internally. If he didn't want to become the Merman's prisoner, it seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. Everything that happened between him and Agar's had been caught on the surveillance cameras. Previously, Desero was taking Agar's blood pressure and found him still at his peak state. Desero couldn't help but glance at his lower jaw. Seeing that the dormant weapon showed no signs of awakening, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Agar's blood-stained lips curled up maliciously. Asked, "Do you like my thing?" Desero's mind buzzed. He grabbed a nearby blood collection needle and, without hesitation, plunged it deep into Agar's arm. Staring at him, he said coldly, "Sorry for the trouble, but I need your blood for the next test." Surprisingly, Agar showed no anger at Desero's counterattack. He even actively relaxed his arm, watching Desero unusually quietly, as a large tube of blue liquid was drawn from his veins. Removing the needle, Desero saw the Merman's blood again and still found it incredible that it was blue. Suddenly, Agar's grabbed Desero's wrist with his free hand. He yanked him down onto his body before Desero could react. Desero could only brace himself with his elbow on the floor, his head barely suspended. A finger's width from Agar's face, his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Agar's extended a long finger with its sharp nail, gently wiping away a trembling drop of dark blood from the needle tip. He raised his hand and smeared the blood on Desero's lips. His lips drew close to his ear, murmuring hoarsely like an incantation, "I give my everything 'cause you are my dance roll." The Merman's sound waves seemed to carry the contaminating power of a mental poison, penetrating straight through Desero's eardrums to the depths of his mind. Damn it, to be affected by Agar's words. Had his body already been tamed by him to react this way? To hell with it, Desero cursed internally. If he didn't want to become the Merman's prisoner, it seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. Desero deliberately leaned down, forcing himself to actively rest against Agar's chest, even embracing his strong neck as he let his body fall to one side. Agar's was clearly surprised by his initiative. His vice-like grip released Desero's wrist, excitedly embracing his back and reaching inside his long coat. The shame of being touched so freely nearly drove Desero mad. He bit his lip hard, while his hand around Agar's neck quickly searched for the tranquilizer needle hidden in his sleeve. Jian slow. Agar's lips pressed against Desero's ear, satisfyingly repeating his name over and over. The Merman's voice made Desero's lower abdomen convulse suddenly. He gritted his teeth, his fingers desperately grasping. Finally, he got hold of the tranquilizer needle. Desero raised the needle, ready to plunge it into the side of Agar's neck. But in an instant, the fishtail beneath him suddenly moved. With a dizzying roll, Agar's flipped over and pinned Desero beneath him. Desero's hand slipped, and the needle ended up piercing his own left hand. "Shit!" Desero screamed hysterically, feeling half his body instantly go numb. His failed attempt had backfired. Instead of succeeding, he had inadvertently delivered himself to his opponent. Meanwhile, Agar seemed completely unaware, firmly holding his waist. In an instant, Desero's cheeks burned so hot they could bleed. As Agar's fishtail began moving rhythmically, Desero let out a muffled groan, knowing what was to come was unavoidable. He forced himself to look up at the ceiling, trying to empty his mind and divert his attention elsewhere. Suddenly, he saw something that made his pupils contract in shock, as if struck by lightning. In the corner of the wall was a dark, circular object, a surveillance camera. No, Ryan and the others absolutely cannot know what happened here. The massive mental shock gave DeCero's arm a surge of renewed strength. He suddenly raised his hand and plunged the tranquilizer needle into Agar's carotid artery, using his trembling fingers. He injected all of the drug into him. Agar's upper body suddenly shuddered, his arms still tightly holding DeCero's waist and neck. After resisting for a few seconds, his body finally succumbed to the drug's effects and began trembling. His grip on DeCero gradually loosened as he collapsed to the ground. DeCero stared intently at the surveillance camera above, breathing heavily as if he'd just been through a life-or-death struggle. The anesthetic's effects continued, and he could only twist his waist to inch away bit by bit. After retreating from under Agar's heavy body, he violently kicked the merman's tail aside. Just then, something suddenly struck DeCero's face. He stood completely stunned for a second or two before mechanically reaching up to wipe his face, finally realizing what had happened. All evidence of what happened here must be destroyed. No one can find out. Previously, after DeCero finally broke free from under Agar's, he suddenly felt something strike his face. After being stunned for a second or two, he mechanically reached up to wipe his face, finally realizing what had happened. The overwhelming shame nearly made him faint. DeCero frantically used his sleeve to clean the liquid off his face. Then he took off his coat and threw the garment, now covered in the merman's fluids, far away. Then he stood up, walked to Agar's side, and gave his tail several hard kicks. Glancing inadvertently at a certain spot, DeCero was stunned to see the creature was still so vigorous even while unconscious. DeCero furiously grabbed his hair, wanting to punch his face. It seemed only beating him would calm his frenzied mood, but his fist stopped just inches from Agar's face. DeCero found he couldn't do it. Abusing a rare species went against his research principles, and moreover, if Shakira discovered the injuries, he would have no way to explain them. But he couldn't hit him. After suffering such a great humiliation, he still couldn't hit him. It was infuriating. DeCero stared at Agar's long fishtail, clenching his fists. He couldn't help but viciously grind his feet against the tail fins. At this moment, he desperately wished Agar's could become human, because then he could beat him without hesitation. After venting his anger, DeCero rushed to the desk. He opened the computer and stopped all programs that might control the surveillance cameras. Then he grabbed all available heavy objects from the desk and smashed the camera lens to pieces. Not finished yet, DeCero stared at Agar's on the glass floor, walked over, and struggled to drag him up, all the way to the auxiliary water tank that Lilith had brought earlier. Threw him in completely and closed the hatch. He reset the electronic lock. He wanted to completely erase this incident, making it forever a secret. After finishing all this, DeCero rushed to the bathroom and thoroughly washed himself, not missing a single corner. After showering, DeCero collapsed exhaustedly onto the bed, using his last energy to take out the distress device. After sending an emergency distress message to Shakira and others, his mind slowly cooled like a pot of boiling soup. Heavy drowsiness overtook him. Before closing his eyes, DeCero vaguely saw Agar's wake up in the cylindrical tank. One hand pressed against the glass wall, eyes fixed deeply on him, filled with unsatisfied hunger. DeCero felt that gaze sweep over his body like a suction cup, making his skin crawl. He hugged the blanket tightly, tucking his head under the covers, finally succumbing to sleep's invasion and falling completely asleep. Not knowing how long he slept, in his hazy state, DeCero felt himself falling into a dream. In the dream, he stood in an aquarium's glass tunnel. This familiar scene made DeCero realize he had returned to his past memories. This was the place he would visit every summer vacation. Back then, he and Da Vinci always liked to stay in the aquarium reading books. Where was Da Vinci? DeCero instinctively searched for his figure. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. "Beloved Hua, good morning." DeCero seemed to see Da Vinci's reflection in the glass before him, so he happily turned around. But behind him was nothing but emptiness, just a puddle of water on the smooth floor and a wet clump of seaweed. A long water trail extended into the depths of the aquarium tunnel. DeCero saw bare male footprints, his gaze following them. In the darkness at the end, a tall figure was vaguely standing. It wasn't Da Vinci, nor Rhine. His hair was very long, hanging straight down to his ankles. The water at his hair ends dripped as he approached, dripping onto the ground. A familiar sense of dread suddenly gripped DeCero's heart. He instinctively stepped back, his back against the glass wall. Although he knew he was dreaming, he couldn't force himself to wake up. He couldn't even move his body. If you wish me to be like you, then as you wish, I will evolve. Previously, Desero returned to the aquarium in his memory within his dream. Seeing a figure walking from the end of the tunnel, that familiar pressure made him instinctively step back. The figure finally walked out of the tunnel. The shadows slowly lifted from the man's body. In the shifting cold blue light, Desero saw a dark and eerily beautiful face. It was Agar's, but different now. His fishtail was gone. In its place was a pair of strong, slender human legs. Desero only then sluggishly realized that this evil beast wouldn't leave him alone even in his dreams. Yet his body couldn't move at all. Just earlier, he had foolishly wished for Agar's to become human so he could beat him up. But reality proved that even in dreams, he had no power to resist Agar's. Agar stood straight on his human legs, reaching about 1.9 meters tall. He tilted his head, deeply gazing at Desero's form just like before. Shivering, Desero said, "Leave. Leave my dream." But Agar's whispered Desero's name near his ear, speaking in fluent Russian. "You wish for me to become like you, so I will evolve as you wish. Remember this as a sign." He softly uttered the last few words, then gripped Desero's jaw, lifting his head. Those predatory lips pressed heavily against his mouth. Desero was completely stunned. What did Agar's mean? Was he going to transform into a human to continue haunting him? In an instant, Desero instinctively screamed in fear. Just as the sound left his throat, the surrounding aquarium walls suddenly vanished. Everything turned to darkness. "Mr. Desero, Mr. Desero!" In his confusion, Desero faintly heard a gentle female voice urgently calling him. It was Shakira's voice. Desero's nerves relaxed. He was finally saved, no longer having to share a room with that beast. When his vision became completely clear, the glass ceiling above came into view, followed by Shakira's magnified face. Eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses watched him. "Mr. Desero, are you all right?" Desero suddenly realized he was still in the deep-sea laboratory. He hurriedly sat up, using his numb arms for support. His gaze involuntarily fixed on the cylindrical water tank not far behind Shakira. He quickly asked, "Where's Agar's?" Next episode preview. Has he been discovered? Desero wiped the cold sweat from his face, speaking nonsense. "Don't call a doctor. I just haven't eaten much. It's because I was too absorbed in research. I'll be fine after I eat something." He tried to stand up hurriedly. However, before he could walk out, his steps froze. Books and instruments were scattered on the floor, and there was that clothes stained with Merman fluid. This evidence, he hadn't had time to destroy it. In his extreme mental confusion, he hadn't expected Shakira to return so quickly. Desero stared at the bundle of things, speechless, while his heart raged like a storm. His face pale, wondering if she had discovered it. "You can leave. If you want to see your video on certain websites, what should we do?" Our Desero is being threatened. In the previous episode, Desero saw Agar's become human in his dream and stand up. In his confusion, Desero faintly heard an urgent female voice calling him. "Mr. Desero, are you all right?" Desero suddenly realized he was still in the deep-sea laboratory. He hurriedly sat up, using his numb arms for support, looking at Shakira and asking, "Where's Agar's?" Shakira turned sideways, and Desero's gaze involuntarily fixed on the cylindrical water tank behind her. Through the glass wall, Agar's was watching him with narrowed eyes. The moment their eyes met, he opened his mouth and smiled. Desero froze instantly, unable to move. Everything that had happened in the past 2 days flooded his mind. His body swayed several times, almost collapsing back onto the bed. Seeing his poor complexion, Shadler asked, "Do you need me to call a doctor? Your face is very pale. Your blood sugar seems low. Haven't you eaten?" "No, don't call a doctor." After saying this, Desero suddenly realized he was acting too agitated and quickly held his forehead. He began speaking nonsense. "I really haven't eaten much. It's because I was too absorbed in research. I'll be fine after I eat something." He tried to stand up hurriedly. However, before he could walk out, his steps froze. Books and instruments were scattered on the floor, and there was that clothes stained with Merman fluid. He hadn't had time to destroy this evidence. Desero stared at the bundle of things, speechless, while his heart raged like a storm. His face was ashen. Has she discovered it? This phrase kept echoing in his mind like a curse. He only came back to his senses when Shadler patted his shoulder. She winked at Desero with some significance, and praised, but I must admire your communication skills. Compared to 2 days ago, this Merman is unbelievably docile. How did you manage to make him stay here so obediently? 2 days ago, he was so agitated he could have cracked this tempered glass. Now he's so well-behaved. No, you're too kind. It's not my achievement. DeCero kept waving his hands, his cheeks suddenly flushing red with intense shame. His gaze involuntarily slid towards Agar's. He saw him looking down at Shakira with calm arrogance, even nodding friendly to her. It was completely different from his predatory expression when facing DeCero. Only when his eyes swept over DeCero did his lips curl slightly, undoubtedly gloating over his own schemes. Hypocritical, treacherous, vulgar beast, full of dirty tricks. DeCero cursed endlessly in his heart, almost wanting to rush up and shatter both the glass and him. But Shakira persisted in asking, "Looking at this mess on the floor, I thought there had been a fight here. Can you tell me what happened?" DeCero forced a couple of light laughs, saying nothing, but feeling extremely awkward and nervous. He thought, how could he possibly tell anyone about being forcefully taken by a merman? And although that dream was absurd, what if he really evolved into a human and continued to pursue him? Thinking about this made DeCero's scalp tingle with fear. He hurriedly grabbed the clothes from the ground and wanted to turn to leave. At this moment, he just wanted to leave immediately, not wanting to stay even for a minute. Seeing him wanting to leave, Shakira's voice suddenly became serious. "Mr. DeCero, where are you going?" DeCero's heart was racing as he quickly fabricated an excuse. "Dr. Shakira, I have something at home. I need to return to Moscow to see Zik. I've already booked the flight ticket online. I need to leave tonight." However, just as he took his first step, he heard Shakira raise her voice behind him. "Inspector DeCero, we need you for the upcoming journey. I hope you can join our research vessel and continue studying the Merman project on board. Of course, you have the right to choose to return to Moscow if you wish to see your video on certain websites." Just as DeCero was about to despair, he heard Agar's call. "DeCero, come back. Come back to me." In the previous episode, when DeCero wanted to leave, he heard Shadler say, "Of course, you have the right to return to Moscow if you wish to see your video on certain websites." DeCero was thunderstruck. For several minutes, he couldn't be sure what he had heard. That surveillance camera had indeed recorded the entire process of him being taken by the Merman, and Shadler knew about it. What's more unexpected was that as a government-dispatched researcher, she was using this incident as leverage to threaten him. Maybe, just maybe, they weren't sent by the government at all. DeCero suddenly remembered what Ryan had told him when he learned about his participation in this project. "You still have a chance to back out. Shadler, this woman is dangerous." The warning in his words was so obvious then, yet he hadn't picked up on it. Perhaps this was all premeditated. There were so many suspicious signs he should have noticed, but he was too naive, too foolish. Coming back to his senses, DeCero asked with trembling lips, "Who are you people? What are your true intentions? Where are you really going?" "You'll know later, because you're our indispensable researcher." Shadler deliberately emphasized each word. Her tone was casual, as if stating something trivial. However, each word felt like it was scraping DeCero's ears. DeCero's throat erupted in an angry roar. "You're despicable. I'm leaving this place tonight. I won't be blackmailed by you." Then he quickly rushed towards the door. Before he ran out, behind DeCero's back, Shadler's haunting voice drifted over. "Go ahead and leave, Mr. DeCero. You need time to accept this. But I believe you'll return soon, because you're a smart man." DeCero stumbled out of the elevator that returned to land. Outside, it was pouring rain. The sky above was covered in dark clouds, matching his current mood. He ran wildly in the rain. Without realizing it, he arrived at the seaside. DeCero stopped running. He fell to his knees on a bare beach, supporting himself with trembling arms, staring dejectedly at the endless ocean. The horizon where sea met sky was blurred. In a gray haze, his vision was trapped in this cursed trap. DeCero suddenly thought of The Truman Show. At this moment, he was just like that pitiful protagonist. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to research, yet his life had become an entertaining show. What was real and what was fake in this world? Everything he believed in had thoroughly mocked him. With his head tilted up, rain washing over his face, DeCero suddenly wanted to laugh, and he actually did. But tears once again flowed down his cheeks, mixing with the rainwater. The rising tide splashed against DeCero's ankles. An absurd thought suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Was there, like in the Truman Show, a completely different new world on the other side of the ocean? Was he living in a fake studio? Would he, like Truman, be able to swim to the other side, tear through the fabricated gloom of the curtain, and completely escape this nightmare? As if possessed, DeCero moved his legs, step by step, into the ice-cold sea. The seawater soaked through DeCero's clothes, gradually rising past his waist as he went deeper. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the depths of DeCero's mind. "DeCero, come back. Come back to me." It was Agar's call. DeCero's body suddenly froze. He couldn't believe it, that Agar's could control his subconscious, so he desperately fought against it with his conscious mind. He plunged headfirst into the seawater. The salty water instantly rushed into DeCero's nostrils. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Maybe this was just a nightmare. Next episode preview: forceful abduction. DeCero suddenly burst forth with savage strength, violently breaking free from Ryan's arms. "I will never go back to help you continue your research." However, after running just a few steps, his waist was suddenly gripped and he was hoisted onto Ryan's shoulder. No matter how wildly he kicked and struggled, Ryan didn't loosen his grip at all, carrying him all the way to the research vessel's platform. Seeing DeCero being held by someone, our sashimi lord became angry. In the previous episode, just as DeCero was about to end his life, he heard Agar's call in his ears. "DeCero, come back. Come back to me." DeCero's body suddenly froze. He couldn't believe Agar's could control his subconscious, so he desperately fought against it with his conscious mind. He simply plunged his head into the seawater. The salty water instantly rushed into his nostrils. Thinking that dying like this wouldn't be so bad, maybe this was just a nightmare. Just then, someone reached out and pulled him out of the water. DeCero coughed violently. Looking up, he found it was Ryan. Ryan threw him roughly onto the beach. He roared at him. "Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill yourself?" DeCero fell sitting on the beach, shaking his head desperately while coughing. "No, I don't want to die. I just want to escape from here." Before he could finish speaking, Ryan pulled him into his arms. His voice suppressed regret and reluctance. "If you had listened to my warning back then, perhaps there would still have been time." DeCero instinctively pushed him away, jumping up as if pricked by a needle. He said to him, "How could there have been time then? Ryan, this voyage wasn't really for my graduation research at all, was it? You just used me as bait to catch mere people." DeCero became increasingly agitated, grabbing Ryan's collar. "Disgusting liar! Disgrace to academia! No!" Ryan suddenly became excited. He grabbed DeCero's wrist. "I really wanted you to participate in the government personnel research program. I don't know why Shattler would do that." Ryan stared with conflicted eyes, as if suddenly remembering something. DeCero knew he must be recalling the scene of Agar's violating him. Feeling extremely embarrassed, he let go. He mumbled, "Ryan, if you feel even a bit of guilt, help me leave this place. I want to go back to Moscow. I'm homesick." Ryan looked at DeCero's face with pain. "Forgive me. Things have developed to a point of no return. But I swear, I won't let that beast hurt you again." DeCero suddenly backed away. He turned to run. "No, I will never go back to help you continue your research." However, after running just a few steps, his waist was suddenly gripped. He was hoisted onto Ryan's shoulder. No matter how wildly DeCero kicked and struggled, Ryan wouldn't loosen his grip. "What are you doing? Put me down." Ryan carried DeCero all the way to the research vessel's platform. Hearing the noisy voices around him, DeCero closed his mouth, not daring to shout loudly to avoid embarrassment. "Put me down." But Ryan ignored him and continued carrying him, walking quickly up the platform. DeCero struggled to lift his head and suddenly saw a small 3-story research vessel anchored nearby on the water. 3 to 5 sturdy sailors were carrying a large cylindrical object onto the ship. Behind them, 5 or 6 armed personnel with weapons followed, the whole formation resembling an armored cash transport team. Heavily guarded, covered with a metal sand screen, DeCero recognized it as the water tank containing Agar's. Where was this ship going? "Damn it, let me go." DeCero violently elbowed Ryan's back. Ryan grunted but only tightened his grip, directly carrying him following those armed personnel. They passed by Agar's water tank. In that instant, through the mottled gaps in the iron mesh, DeCero glimpsed a pair of dark, gloomy eyes. His heart jumped. It was Agar's. There was a muffled bang as something hit the glass. The The water tank suddenly shook violently. The sailors stumbled, barely keeping their footing. As the tank was about to roll onto the ground, the people behind shouted and rushed forward to steady it. Ryan was startled enough to loosen his grip, allowing DeCero to break free and push him away. The tank's bottom hit the deck heavily. Agarz's pale face slowly rose behind the only window in the protective cage. His webbed hand pressed against the glass, head slightly lowered, eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the two of them. Beneath his eyelids was deep love, making his expression even more obscure. But he was angry. "Don't touch my DeCero. No one may." In the previous episode, as the water tank fell to the ground, Agarz's pale face rose behind the window. His webbed hand pressed against the glass as he stared intently at DeCero and Ryan. Beneath his eyelids was deep love, making his expression even more bitter. DeCero was now absolutely certain Agarz was furious, uncontrollably so. His face was filled with intense, murderous intent, as if his possession had been taken by someone else. This beast was actually capable of jealousy. Ryan let out a contemptuous snort, gave Agarz the middle finger, and simultaneously pulled DeCero into his arms, completely ignoring the others present. DeCero was shocked, a terribly ominous feeling rising within him. Sure enough, Agarz's expression completely changed. He clenched his fist, and with an explosive crash that supposedly unbreakable reinforced glass suddenly developed a breach. Agarz's arm burst through the breach. His blue blood and the water gushing from the opening flowed onto the deck together. "Medeslo, let him go." The dark voice spilled through the breach. Agarz glared at Ryan's arm, holding DeCero. His second punch completely shattered the inner glass. Water gushed out wildly. Everyone exchanged glances, all turning strange looks toward DeCero. DeCero involuntarily stepped back. In panic, he shouted, "Don't look at me. He's not calling my name." And Ryan, "You ignorant fool, don't provoke him. You don't know this beast's strength. He'll break out." Hearing this, several armed personnel stepped forward together, aiming their weapons at Agarz in the tank. Yet none dared approach the window. They were clearly very wary of him. One armed person nervously asked, "Are you this Merman's keeper? He seems very dependent on you. We need your help. He's too difficult to control. Several of our people have been seriously injured, really seriously injured." "Damn it, I'm not. Don't ask me for help." DeCero cursed, looking down. Sweat poured down his forehead. At that moment, he suddenly caught the scent from the water tank. The heavy, damp essence from Agarz's body. It was spreading through the air. DeCero seemed to see Agarz's phantom coming towards him, then holding him tightly in an embrace. Next episode preview. When DeCero regained consciousness, he was awakened by something as thick as a calf. Something cool and slippery was patting his calf intermittently, causing waves of tantalizing sensations. Under this disturbance, DeCero finally emerged from his heavy drowsiness and opened his eyes. Before him was a mass of silver hair, and below that, a man's solid chest. He looked up and unexpectedly met a pair of dark eyes that were gazing at him lazily and contentedly. DeCero's mind exploded with noise, his entire body freezing in place. What was happening? Why was Agarz in his bed? In the previous episode, facing Ryan's provocation, Agarz had punched through the tank's reinforced glass. At that moment, Agarz's damp, heavy fragrance spread through the air. DeCero seemed to see Agarz's phantom coming towards him, so he fled frantically into the cabin, then shut the door tightly, leaving Ryan, who had followed him, outside. "Mr. DeCero, we need your assistance." "DeCero, let me in." The door was being pounded violently behind him, with Ryan's and the armed personnel's shouts mixing together. DeCero pressed his back against the door. "Get away!" Irritation, anxiety, shame, and embarrassment all rushed to his head. DeCero suddenly felt his vision go black. He collapsed onto the floor. After briefly losing consciousness, DeCero hazily woke up again. He saw the vast ocean moving outside the window. He didn't know where the ship was heading. He only felt his head was heavy and hot. He seemed to have a fever. DeCero felt the moisture in his body being evaporated bit by bit, steam seeming to rise from every pore. "Water," he mumbled weakly, but his dry throat could only produce hoarse hissing sounds. After some time, Just when Desero felt all the moisture in his body was about to burn away, he suddenly felt something damp and soft touch his forehead. It rubbed with extreme gentleness, instantly cooling his burning head somewhat. Desero had no capacity to think about what it was, his eyelids too heavy to lift. At this moment, he was like a creature seeking salt. He took the wet, tongue-like thing into his mouth, desperately absorbing its moisture. Suddenly, he felt the pressure on his lips increase. A cool liquid with a sweet, fishy taste flowed into his mouth. Like a dying man in the desert finding water, he swallowed this life-saving nectar. So thirst-quenching, Desero couldn't help but want more. Driven by intense instinctive desire, he managed to squeeze out a bit of strength, shifting on the bed. The next second, his fingers sank into damp strands. Desero's brain could no longer distinguish what this was. He just trembled, pulling at whatever was in his hand to explore upward. He was like being drawn by a magnetic field, instinctively wrapping his legs around whatever was beside him, seeking more contact with it. Like a fragile child seeking someone to depend on, Desero fumbled to get closer to that person. He threw himself into a solid embrace. Desero pressed tightly against the chest that came close, his cheeks held by a pair of damp, strong hands that gripped his back, listening to the rapid, strong heartbeat within that chest. Desero felt an immense sense of security. The panic and loneliness brought by his illness dispersed, and he held the person beside him even tighter. He felt as if his body, which had been full of cracks, was now gradually being smoothed and healed. He was contentedly about to fall asleep. Just before falling asleep, Desero felt his body being turned over while still being held. The cool body beneath him felt like a waterbed. In his dream, he seemed to be lying on a small boat, rocking rhythmically with the waves. When he regained consciousness again, Desero was awakened by something strange at his calf. Something cool and slippery was intermittently patting his calf, causing waves of tantalizing itchiness. Under this disturbance, Desero finally slowly emerged from his heavy drowsiness and opened his swollen eyes. Before him was a mass of dark silver hair, beneath which was a large expanse of porcelain-colored, solid male chest. Then he looked up and unexpectedly met a pair of dark eyes that were gazing at him lazily and contentedly. Desero's mind exploded with noise. His entire body froze in place. Why was Agar's in his bed? And why was he lying on top of Agar's? Desero is awake. Agar's grinned, his throat vibrating as he made a low, muffled purr. How could this beast be here? What happened last night? Startled, Desero sprang up from his body. With a loud bang, he had an intimate encounter with the cabin's low ceiling. As a result, he fell back onto Agar's body, which was incredibly slippery. Desero frantically moved his limbs, trying to prop himself up. But not only did he fail to get up and leave, he fell heavily back into his embrace. Meanwhile, Agar's leisurely propped himself up on one arm, deliberately lifting his tail upward. Damn this old rogue. Dear readers, as Teacher Half's condition hasn't improved recently, examinations revealed autonomic nervous system dysfunction and other issues. The medication side effects include hand tremors, which greatly affect drawing work. Following doctor's advice, we've decided to stop taking on serialized work and focus on recovery and studies. The new main artist will do their best to deliver work that satisfies everyone. We hope you'll continue to support our Sashimi-sama. Agar's told Desero that bullets couldn't harm him. In the last episode, Desero fell ill with a high fever. Agar's used his own method to help lower his temperature. Agar's leisurely propped himself up on one arm, flicked his fish tail upward, and slapped it directly on Desero's bottom. Desero was so startled he rolled off the bed onto the floor, covering his mouth to prevent crying out loud. He couldn't shout. He couldn't let the people on the ship see him naked in a room with this beast. But he absolutely couldn't let this guy stay in his room. Desero huddled against the door, nervously pulling over a nearby chair and pointing its legs at Agar's. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Get out or I'll call them in immediately. I don't think you want to taste bullets again." At these words, Agar's let out a chuckle. Desero had never heard such a sinister laugh before. It was like someone full of schemes trying to suppress their laughter to avoid exposure, making Desero's scalp tingle. Agar's casually raised his eyebrows, pondered Desero's usual way of expression for a moment, then lifted his finger to make a gun gesture. Like a shameless scoundrel who had succeeded in his deception, he slowly shook his head. "Damn this Merman. Was he suggesting that bullets couldn't harm him? DeCero felt a chill in his heart, but through gritted teeth he snarled, "Don't be so smug. This time it's real bullets, you beast." Agar suddenly stopped smiling. Curling his long tail, he crawled down from the bed. DeCero quickly gripped the chair tighter, but he couldn't match Agar's terrifying strength. Agar's grabbed the chair leg and easily tossed it aside. DeCero was completely enclosed within Agar's arms. "After Rome, call me Agar's. I am your Agar's." DeCero squeezed 2 words through his clenched teeth. He absolutely refused to call him Agar's. How was that any different from responding to his courtship? But Agar suddenly leaned close to DeCero's ear, slowly and laboriously pronouncing each Russian syllable in a low, hoarse voice. "You kissed me yesterday." DeCero was thunderstruck. The hazy memories of last night flooded his mind. He was so embarrassed he nearly fainted. Just then, someone outside the cabin suddenly shouted, "Look, come quickly. It's a rescue boat." A sailor called out, "A lifeboat is coming. Let's lower the ropes." Soon DeCero heard successive cries for help approaching their ship. Then voices on deck gradually increased. Crying, sobbing, and prayers suddenly filled the deck. DeCero suddenly remembered previous maritime accidents and wanted to go help, but Agar's clearly had no intention of letting him go. DeCero had barely moved when Agar's pressed him back down, trapping him underneath. DeCero, furious and embarrassed, wanted to punch him in the face, but saw Agar's brows suddenly furrow, his expression turning vigilant, as if he'd encountered a natural enemy. DeCero had an ominous feeling. What could make such a fierce merman so tense? "Don't go out, something." Agar's hand pressed against the door. His eyes narrowed searchingly. DeCero curiously followed Agar's gaze, looking through the door crack toward the deck. There seemed to be an ordinary old man, but when his eyes moved to the hand hanging beneath the coat, his heart suddenly jumped. A gun. Why would a shipwreck survivor have a gun? These people might be. DeCero suddenly remembered news he had read in the newspaper, breaking into a cold sweat. They had been deceived. These people were pirates disguised as shipwreck survivors. So mermaid saliva could not only cure colds but also be used as eye drops. In the last episode, DeCero saw through the door crack that the shipwrecked old man was actually holding a gun. DeCero suddenly remembered news he had read in the newspaper. He broke into a cold sweat. They had been deceived. These people were clearly pirates disguised as shipwreck survivors. Realizing this, DeCero planned to warn the sailors while the pirates weren't paying attention. While anxiously watching those fake refugees, DeCero called softly to the nearest sailor. "Henry, could you come here for a moment?" Henry looked at him puzzled. Just then, the old man suddenly straightened up and threw something onto the ground. Not good. The pirates were making their move. The object hit the ground and instantly released a large cloud of white smoke. In an instant, everyone on deck was blinded, and a pungent smell hit their faces. Agar's quickly pulled DeCero's body away from the door, but DeCero's eyes still stung painfully. Tears streamed down involuntarily. Damn it, it was tear gas. DeCero rubbed his eyes frantically, but Agar's grabbed his wrist. His lips pressed against DeCero's burning eyelids, tongue licking his eye sockets. DeCero was extremely embarrassed, but then realized Agar's was trying to reduce the irritation from the gas on his eyes. So he stayed still, allowing Agar's to lick his eyelids. Suddenly the door was violently kicked several times, producing thunderous crashes. Then a deafening burst of gunfire exploded against the metal cabin walls. DeCero was startled by the intense gunfire, his whole body tensing as he covered his ears. His head still rang with a buzzing sound, throbbing painfully. Agar's also flinched, pulling DeCero's head against his chest. Every muscle in his body was taut like a bowstring as he held DeCero's upper body upright. A rough male voice came through the door into DeCero's cabin. "You in there? Come out. I'm giving you 10 minutes. For every extra minute, one more of these idiots outside goes to meet their maker." Next episode preview. DeCero is captured by pirates and faces a crisis. Suddenly, the black man grabbed DeCero's collar and viciously kicked him in the stomach without warning. "Mr. DeCero!" People around cried out in alarm. DeCero fell onto the deck, a booted foot stomping heavily on his back. They let out contemptuous laughter. "Hey up there, you think I can't see you? Be smart and drop your weapons, or I'll make him suffer." The merman didn't want to save others on the ship, but if DeCero would just call him Agar's, he would move heaven and earth for him. Last episode, pirates boarded their ship and controlled all the sailors on deck. DeCero and Agar's were hiding in the cabin. Then they heard the pirates shouting outside, "You in there! Come out. I'll count to 10. You have 10 minutes. For every extra minute, one more of these idiots goes to meet their maker. Desero suddenly pushed Agar's away, saying, "They're not joking. I have to go out. I can't let the sailors die because of me. Agars, if you're smart, don't come out." With that, Desero quickly grabbed a coat, put it on, and jumped out of bed. But before reaching the door, he was tripped by Agar's sweeping tail. Desero fell backward into Agar's strong arms. His waist was immediately locked against Agar's chest with iron-like strength. Agar's loomed over Desero, his narrow, bright eyes carrying a threatening gaze. Looking down at him, "Do not." Just then, the pirate shouts continued from outside. "You idiots inside. I'll count to 10. If you don't come out, I'll blow the door. Or I'll blow someone's brains out." He began counting down. Desero realized Agar's was his only hope now. He grabbed Agar's arm and turned sideways. This was the first time Desero had been this close to Agar's. His forehead nearly touching Agar's sharp jawline. Suppressing his rising shame, he whispered, "Listen." Agadash, realizing what he almost said, he quickly corrected himself. "I need to go out. You find a hiding place and deal with those armed men when you can. Can you do that? Do you understand what I mean?" Desero watched Agar's anxiously, worried he wouldn't understand. Agar's eyebrows furrowed slightly, seeming to contemplate something meaningful. Then his thin lips parted slightly. "Call me Agar's." Understanding his meaning, Desero cursed internally. This beast was blackmailing him at such a crucial moment. But the countdown outside continued. Desero had no choice. He turned his face away, avoiding Agar's gaze. He decisively uttered those few mortifying syllables, "A." Before he could finish saying Agar's, his chin was suddenly lifted by Agar's fingers. Everything went dark as his lips were met with a deep, heavy kiss. But it lasted only a moment before the pressure on his lips disappeared. Desero stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. The tall, slender figure before him vanished in an instant, like a striking rattlesnake darting through the round cabin window. Only then did Desero realize how fast merpeople could move. They were truly amphibious creatures, like fish in water and snakes on land. But he had no time to marvel at this now. Desero took a deep breath. As he opened the door, he had only one thought: Agar's would return to help him. Despite his fear and hatred of what this creature had done to him by instinct, somehow, Desero just believed it. Behind the door was a burly black man with a bandana, aiming an AK-47 at Desero's head. "Hey, hands up, pretty boy." Desero obediently raised his hands, showing he had no weapons or intention to resist. He carefully walked out. He saw the sailors on deck with their hands bound behind them, but the armed soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Desero guessed they must be hiding in the second deck, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Just then, Desero's collar was suddenly yanked. His stomach was struck hard the next second. Desero fell unexpectedly onto the deck. Then a booted foot stomped heavily on his back. People around cried out, "Mr. Desero." The pirate, stepping on Desero, let out an arrogant sneer. "Hey, fellas up there, you think I didn't see you? Be smart and put down your weapons, or I'll have to make this little guy suffer." The sound of safety catches clicking from the second deck made Desero's breath tighten. Damn, Rhine and others had been discovered. They were now at a complete disadvantage. The foot on his back continued grinding against his spine. The pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Desero didn't know how long he could endure. He desperately tried to lift his head, instinctively searching for Agar's. For the first time, he intensely wished for Agar's to appear before him. But the sea was shrouded in fog, and Agar's was nowhere to be seen. A great sense of loss and panic suddenly filled Desero's heart. Had Agar's returned to the sea and, now free, would never come back? However, just as Desero's heart sank to its lowest, he suddenly heard a massive wave crash against the ship's hull. Seawater flooded the deck, and the ship violently rocked. The black man stepping on Desero lost his balance and stumbled. Desero seized the chance to get up. Looking up, he was stunned by the sight before him. Agar's, like a black giant lizard, was perched on the stern. He hissed at him with bared teeth. In a lightning-fast leap, he easily pinned the black man to the ground. His long fishtail swept several armed men off their feet. The next second, his sharp claws, like razor-sharp blades, grabbed the black man's throat in front of everyone. Effortlessly lifting him up, Desero was too shocked to speak, sitting frozen on the deck. At that moment, a pirate suddenly appeared behind Desero, silently raising a club to strike him. Next episode preview. So you were the undercover all along. Henry suddenly wailed beside him. "Mr. DeCero, help me. I'm dying. My heart condition." DeCero hurriedly turned around and saw him clutching his chest in apparent agony. DeCero quickly bent down to perform first aid. However, as he was compressing Henry's chest, a cold gun barrel suddenly pressed against his chin. "Don't touch my DeCero, or you'll die." Previously, pirates had boarded DeCero's ship, and at the crucial moment, Agar's, like a black giant lizard, leaped from the stern onto the deck. Just then, a pirate quietly approached behind DeCero, raising a club. Agar's long fishtail swept several armed men off their feet. Before DeCero could react, the next second, he saw Agar's sharp claws, like razor-sharp blades, pierce through the black man's chest from behind, splitting his entire torso open from top to bottom in front of everyone. A dark red mist of blood enveloped Agar's figure. DeCero was too shocked to speak, sitting frozen on the deck. Agar's rose from the black man's corpse, covered in blood. His body, supported by his tail, stood over 2 meters tall, looking down at everyone on the ship. At this moment, Agar's eyes emitted an otherworldly glow that could steal one's soul. Blood dripped continuously from his open palms, making him look like an Azura from Eastern legends, crawling up from the underworld to claim lives. Though the pirates were ruthless themselves, they had never seen such a terrifying creature. They all backed away in horror. The scene was too mentally shocking, and cold sweat poured down DeCero's forehead. This was his first time witnessing such bloody carnage, and his first time truly understanding how fearsome a mermaid's power could be. DeCero, stay away from the mermaid and pirates. Go to the cabin. Just then, Rhine's shout came through. DeCero immediately looked toward the sound. He saw Rhine and the armed personnel aiming at the pirates. The situation suddenly reversed, with pirates caught between two forces. In this situation, if shooting started, the sailors on deck would be the first casualties. DeCero felt he couldn't just hide away alone. With this thought, he immediately crouched down, planning to rescue the nearest person. He grabbed someone's legs, trying to pull them out of the line of fire. But the person suddenly wailed, "Mr. DeCero, help me. I'm dying. My heart condition." It was Henry, clutching his chest in apparent agony. DeCero quickly bent down to perform first aid. However, as he was compressing Henry's chest, a cold gun barrel pressed against his chin. Henry's pain-filled face suddenly transformed into a vicious expression. "Don't move." DeCero's mind went blank, his nerves exploding with shock. Henry was actually the pirate's spy, but he had been with them as a sailor the whole time. Had the pirates been targeting them from the beginning, following them all the way to Iceland? "Henry!" Rhine shouted in angry shock, turning his gun, aiming in our direction. DeCero was held by the neck, with a gun against his forehead. He could feel Henry's hand trembling slightly, clearly under extreme stress. "Drop your weapons, or I'll kill DeCero. He's important to you, isn't he?" "Rhine, and you, beast, you understand human language, right? Your trainer is in my hands. If you don't want him dead, stay where you are. Don't move." Agar's attention was drawn to Henry's shouts. Upon seeing DeCero, Agar's expression instantly changed, replaced by an intensely murderous intent. He stared at Henry with ice-cold eyes, warning in a low voice, "Don't touch him. You will die." Henry's body suddenly shook, and the gun slipped from his hand. This was the chance. DeCero seized the moment, landing a punch in Henry's stomach. As he tried to run, Henry didn't go for the gun, but instead lunged at DeCero's waist, throwing him to the ground. During the struggle, DeCero caught a glimpse of something metallic in Henry's hand. He raised a dagger and plunged it into DeCero's left ribs. Intense pain instantly spread throughout DeCero's body. At the same time, chaotic gunfire erupted from the deck. Clutching his left side, DeCero painfully lifted his head to look toward the deck. Through the gun smoke erupting on deck, he saw Agar's figure dodging like a ghost. He had clearly been hit by bullets and was moving more slowly. DeCero noticed he was only dodging, seemingly with no intention to counterattack, his eyes fixed on DeCero's direction. Agar's was concerned for his safety, DeCero suddenly realized. Gritting his teeth through the rib pain, he instinctively shouted, "I'm fine. Attack them, Agar's." But the next moment, Henry yanked out the dagger. DeCero's blood flowed down the blade's groove, dripping onto the ground. The massive blood loss instantly drained his strength, making him curl up and collapse like a blind man. Just then, DeCero heard the pirates shouting, "Quick, pull up the chains from the stern. Bin tis monster." He stopped fighting. Babies, if you want to see more exciting content, click the Kwaiken Comics icon in the bottom left. Next Thursday, Our sashimi master will return without fail. The pirates locked them up together. Now our sashimi master can share a room with Desero again. In the last episode, Henry held Desero hostage, and when Agar saw Desero injured, he offered no resistance, submitting quietly. Desero immediately looked toward Agar's and saw 3 to 5 men with urgent chains binding his body from all directions, leaving only his tail able to move. Agar's kept making suppressed low growls. His body had been hit by bullets, and blue blood flowed down his tail, forming a pool on the deck. He remained in a standoff with the pirates, not launching any attacks. Henry kept Desero in front of him as a shield, knowing he was the perfect protection. The previously turbulent sea gradually calmed, and the fog surrounding the ship began to disperse. Desero saw the ship they had mistaken for a wreck reveal its true nature. Its hull was covered in tattered canvas strips and crisscrossing old ship shells, making it appear storm-damaged. But on its 3-deck structure was a rocket launcher, and dozens of pirates with machine guns stood on deck. Clearly, the pirates' firepower was twice their own. Rhine lowered his gun. Better surrender and be hostages than be thrown into the sea. Look at Desero. He's almost done for. Henry pressed the dagger against Desero's throat. Given the overwhelming odds, resistance would only lead to casualties. So Rhine and his men reluctantly raised their hands. Pain and blood loss were gradually robbing Desero of his ability to think. Henry, holding the dagger, forced him step by step toward the deck's edge. By now, the large ship was just a stone's throw away. A steel gangplank was lowered by the pirates on the other side, crashing onto their deck. A heavy smell of blood wafted over. The clanking sound of chains dragging across the ground came from behind. Desero instinctively turned to look. Pain made his eyes bloodshot, as if a red mist covered his retinas. He could barely make out Agar's figure, bound by several chains, slowly winding forward. Nearly 10 pirates shouted as they worked together to drag his heavy, elongated tail onto the gangplank, treating him like an animal about to be caged in a circus. This naturally proud and fierce creature now allowed himself to be bound like a slave in chains. Agar's might have been able to break free easily before, but now he was trapped like a cornered beast. Desero felt incredibly heavy-hearted. After all, Agar's was a wild beast, from a completely different world than them. He shouldn't have impulsively asked Agar's for help, dragging him into human conflicts. Now, the pain in his body left Desero unable to think of anything else. Even breathing smoothly became a difficult luxury. His eyes began to roll back involuntarily, his consciousness fragmenting. Desero knew he was near death. Suddenly, the ship violently rocked. Henry released Desero, who lost his balance and collapsed on the deck. The sharp pain from hitting his head forced Desero to barely open his eyes. At this moment, he vaguely saw several people, like in a tug-of-war, dragging Agar's in one direction. His long tail struggled to weave through countless feet, trying to reach Desero. Perhaps driven by instinct, Desero, with his last remaining strength, reached out and grasped Agar's tail fin. But the next second, Desero saw Agar's figure suddenly disappear from the deck. Several pirates threw him into a hole. "Quick, throw this monster into the hole," and Henry dragged Desero's body toward the hold as well. "This guy is the monster's keeper. Throw him in too." With that, they tossed Desero in with a splash. Several pirates looked down into the dark hole. "Hey, is it okay to lock them up together?" Henry confidently replied, "Of course. This guy is the monster's trainer. With him there, the monster won't go berserk. Besides, looking at his condition, he won't last more than a few hours in the water prison. Worst case, he'll become food for the monster. Hee, let's go deal with the other foolhardy idiots on the ship." With that, the hold's hatch slammed shut, plunging everything into darkness. The cold water stung his wounds, causing waves of excruciating pain. Yet this stimulation pulled Desero out of his near-death haze. He fumbled to brace himself against the wall, barely supporting his body. Looking down to check his injuries, he found them even worse than imagined. At this rate, death wasn't far off. Darkness surrounded them, with only scattered rays of light filtering through the deck's cracks. Desero's eyes vaguely made out a dark moving shadow. The sound of chains hitting the deck echoed through the water. Desero realized it was Agar's. These pirates had actually locked them up together. But then, a familiar deep growl drifted over. Before Desero could even blink, he saw Agar's head emerge from the water, followed by his entire upper body rising up. On his chest, there were several shocking, deep chain marks. Most of the iron chains binding him had been broken, with only one arm-thick chain still around his waist. Even that was now merely symbolic, unable to restrict his movement at all. Babies, if you want to see more exciting content, click Quiken in the bottom left. Our sashimi master will use his own method to treat Desero's wounds. The bullet wound is too low. Will our Desero not save our sashimi master? In the last episode, Desero and Agar's were thrown into the ship's water, holed together. But then, with a deep growl drifting over, before Desero could even blink. In the shallow water, a large shadow like seaweed appeared. Agar's head emerged from a ring of rippling dark light, followed by his entire upper body. He rose from the water like a ghost. His chest and abdomen bore several shocking, deep chain marks. Most of the iron chains that had bound him were broken. Only one arm-thick chain remained around his waist, with an iron link hanging from it. But it was now merely decorative and couldn't restrict his movement at all. Desero weakly tried to move, but found he couldn't even lift his arms. He let Agar support his swaying body, then watched as he bent down, searching for his injured ribs with his gaze. Desero immediately understood what he intended to do. Faced with the fear of death and excruciating pain, shame seemed trivial. Desero voluntarily opened his clothes, exposing his blood-stained chest. His only thought was that mermaid saliva could heal wounds. Now only Agar's could keep him alive. Desero felt Agar's arms wrap around his back. His long, flexible tail approached from the water, parting Desero's legs. Lifting his upper body completely out of the water, Desero felt like he was riding a giant python, terrified. Agar silently lowered his head, looking at Desero's wounds. Desero couldn't help but groan, his body convulsing in pain. He could only bite his lips to hold back his screams. But soon, thanks to the mysterious components in the saliva, it took effect. The sharp pain gradually dissolved, replaced by a numbing itch, like the sensation of a wound scabbing over. Desero's body gradually relaxed, his eyelids becoming involuntarily heavy. His consciousness seemed to sink into a peaceful ocean, letting the waves gently lap against his body, and slowly he drifted off to sleep. When Desero awoke from his deep slumber, he saw Agar still working on treating his wounds. He felt as if his body had recovered after several days of rest, regaining much of his strength. His whole being felt more energetic. Desero couldn't help but marvel at the mermaid's miraculous healing abilities. He looked down at his wounds, but he could only see Agar's angular brow and bridge of nose. From this angle, his expression appeared extraordinarily gentle, so tender it was bewitching. Desero felt somewhat dazed for a moment. Just then, Agar suddenly looked up. Desero's gaze crashed into his heart leaping to his throat. Damn himself for always finding this cunning, vicious beast attractive. No, this must be an illusion from his dizziness. Desero instinctively reached out to push Agar's away, feeling flustered like a thief. Agar's narrowed his eyes, staring at Desero as if he had seen through his thoughts, seeming pleased that he had momentarily managed to enchant him. His lips curved slightly, parting to reveal a smile made strange by the blood staining his lips. His tongue occasionally probing the wound, the entire motion filled with ambiguous desire. Desero suddenly struggled, his legs thrashing wildly as he shouted, "Agar's, put me down!" Using this name seemed very effective, as Agar's immediately released him. His body was lowered, and Desero caught his breath, finding a foothold among Agar's coiled tail. At this point, Agar's finally exhaled with relief, then lowered his head to examine his own body. Only then did Desero notice several indented holes in Agar's abdomen. He could see the metallic gleam of bullets inside. Around the wounds, a translucent membrane had formed. Though the bullets couldn't penetrate his tough skin completely, they were halfway embedded, hindering Agar's natural healing ability. Perhaps due to unbearable pain, Agar suddenly extended his sharp claws, scratching at the membrane over the bullet holes. Blue blood instantly flowed from the torn wounds. Desero's chest tightened, and he immediately grabbed his arm, harshly commanding him to stop. "You'll only make the wounds worse this way." Desero's voice trailed off. He knew that at this moment, he should help Agar's. Removing bullets by hand would only tear the wounds. The best method would be to suck them out with his mouth. But heavens, this position was far too low. But please don't be afraid. As I mentioned before, Desero saw the bullets stuck in Agar's wounds, forming a membrane. Removing them by hand would only tear his wounds. The best method would be to suck them out with his mouth. But heavens, this position was far too low. Desero stared at the bullet wounds, imagining how awkward it would look if he were to suck out the bullets. As Desero hesitated, Agar suddenly looked up, brows furrowed, making a low plea. "Ekiro, help me." Desero felt a shiver run down his spine at that gaze. Looking at the wounds on his abdomen, he felt a wave of intense embarrassment. But remembering how Agar's had risked his life to save him and just healed his wounds, he knew he should do what he could to help him recover. Besides, a healthy Agar's was undoubtedly their best hope against those pirates. Desero slapped his own face, telling himself to think of it as being a veterinarian and nothing more. Finally resolving himself, he turned to Agar's and said solemnly, "Fine. Don't move, you beast. I'll help you get these things out." After speaking, Desero took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and half squatted down, supporting Agar's waist. He carefully approached the wounds on his abdomen. The moment Desero's lips touched Agar's wound, his abdomen suddenly trembled. His wet claws restlessly settled on Desero's shoulders. But Desero couldn't back out now, so he maintained the composure of a doctor and worked hard to suck out the bullet fragments stuck in his skin. But as Desero sucked harder, Agar's hard abdominal muscles caused the fragments to sink deeper. Desero had to use both hands to grip his firm waist, using his tongue to hook out the fragments and spit them aside. Desero didn't dare look up at Agar's expression. He simply spat out the blue blood and continued his work. Soon, he had removed most of the fragments. Finally, only one spot remained. But that position was too embarrassing. Desero stared at the bullet hole, his mind in turmoil. This was a huge mental challenge for him because it felt no different from doing that to Agar's. Agar's palms rested on Desero's shoulders, trembling slightly. His breathing became suppressed, and the blood vessels in his abdomen bulged. "Help me!" Desero gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. Taking a deep breath, he sucked hard, trying to quickly remove those cursed fragments. Agar's claws moved to Desero's nape, pushing his head closer to his abdomen. But soon, those hands on Desero's nape began to increasingly caress his back. Suddenly, something hard pressed against Desero's chin. Damn this beast. Was he doing this on purpose? Unable to bear it anymore, Desero bit down hard on Agar's wound, catching the bullet fragment between his teeth. With one forceful movement, he fell back into the water, spitting out the fragment with a tui tui. Suddenly, Desero's gaze inadvertently swept to a certain part of Agar's. He froze in place. That size was too shocking. And having thought about this before, Desero's nerves tangled into a mess. He shot up and scrambled to get away from Agar's. However, the fishtail beneath pursued him step by step, like a large python attacking its prey underwater, weaving between his legs and lifting him completely out of the water. "Help!" Desero screamed at the top of his lungs. But before he could finish, Agar's tail quickly pulled him backward. The next moment, Desero's back hit against a damp, hard chest behind him. A pair of powerful arms held him firmly in their embrace. Desero felt Agar's cold, soft lips against his neck, dark Russian syllables mixed with heavy breathing seeping into his collar. "But Desero, don't be afraid of me. Desero, I'm hungry. I want to eat you." Previously, Desero had helped remove the bullets from Agar's wounds with his mouth. Now Agar's cold, soft lips were pressed against Desero's neck, speaking in dark Russian syllables. "Desero, please don't fear me." Desero glared at him sideways, thinking that despite his sincere tone, if it weren't for that restless movement, he might have believed him. The water seeping into his vest felt like an undercurrent invading his body. Desero felt every cell in his body stirring. Struggling to maintain composure, he said, "Don't touch me, Agar's." If you want me not to be afraid, stop doing those things to me. Agar's breath tightened, his lips moving to Desero's ear. You are mine. You love me too. Nonsense, Desero furiously retorted, trying to dodge his lips. However, a demonic claw slid down his spine. Desero's whole body reflexively shuddered. His legs instinctively pressed tightly together. Agar's chuckled softly against his ear. This is the proof. As he spoke, he grabbed Desero's hand and pulled it backward. Desero froze completely. He heard Agar's moist breath in his ear. Me too. Only then did Desero understand that Agar's mistook this reaction for affection, thinking he was responding to his courtship. He desperately pulled his hand back, explaining, No, Agar's, I'm not like you. Halfway through speaking, Desero suddenly realized he had no way to explain such matters to Agar's, because he couldn't understand how complex human emotions were. He changed his words, I don't love you. This doesn't prove anything, understand? This time, Agar's unexpectedly fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly trying hard to understand what Desero meant. He seemed to think of something, suddenly extending both palms to completely envelop Desero's body in an unbreakable embrace. Desero's heart pounded violently, his palms tightly gripping the wall behind him, trying to suppress the rising fear in his heart. Just when he thought he was in trouble, Agar suddenly asked a bizarre question. He narrowed his eyes, a strange look flowing in his deep pupils, staring directly at Desero, speaking word by word. You call him Rhine. I see you together every day under the ship. Every day. He lowered his voice, struggling to express himself in mixed English and Russian. Desero was dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. So while he and Rhine were trying to use underwater detectors to search for merfolk traces, Agar's had been beneath the ship, watching them like a shadow. Therefore, they hadn't accidentally caught Agar's with their hunting techniques. He had wanted to board the ship. They thought they were clever, but little did they know. They had been played all along by this highly intelligent beast, Agar's. Desero's thoughts fell into chaos. His brief silence seemed to intensify Agar's misunderstanding. Agar's looked deeply at Desero, his face showing intense dissatisfaction. Do you belong to him or to me? Yet even for such a simple question, Desero didn't know how to answer. Agar's emotional thinking was quite direct. If he liked something, he possessed it. If he hated something, he destroyed it, completely unbound by any ethical or moral constraints. At this moment, Agar's, as if unable to wait any longer, suddenly lowered his head, his lips finding Desero's neck hollow. Desero, I'm hungry. Desero shuddered, immediately overwhelmed by intense fear. How could he forget that Agar's was an unpredictable, fierce beast? Agar's sharp teeth grazed Desero's carotid artery, his throat making low hissing sounds. Desero, I'm going to eat you. The pirate ship follows the seagull's path. Agar's, where are you taking us? Previously, Agar's had asked Desero, do you belong to me or to him? Desero was hesitating, unsure how to answer. Agar's, seeming unable to wait any longer, lowered his head, his sharp teeth grazing Desero's carotid artery, making warning hisses. Desero, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat you. Following his words with action, he opened his mouth to bite Desero's shoulder, his gleaming fangs fully exposed. Desero immediately cried out in fear. I belong to you, Agar's. Please don't eat me. I'm yours. Desero didn't know how many times he frantically repeated, I belong to you, as if it were more effective than crying for help. Just then, he heard Agar's low chuckle beside his ear. Desero suddenly realized it was Agar's laughter. He looked down and caught sight of Agar's mouth stretched almost to his ears, his long, deep eyes looking at him sideways, full of playful light. Just know you're mine. Desero suddenly realized Agar's had never intended to eat him. He had been teased by Agar's. Damn you, Dash, Desero started to speak, but his lips were captured by Agar's. Desero quickly grabbed his hair, trying to pull his head away. Don't do this here, you beast. Agar's lifted his head, his breathing stormy and fierce. Where can we then? At these words, Desero wanted to slap himself in frustration. I mean, once we escape from these people, I'll be yours. Uttering those last few words was as difficult as sacrificing blood. Damn it, it sounded like he was the one seducing him. Never mind, just fool him for now. Once ashore, he didn't believe Agar's could keep pursuing him. With this hopeful thought, Desero met Agar's eyes. Do you understand what I mean? Agar's extended his long, sharp fingers, brushing Desero's chin, like a calculating elder mocking a child's thoughts. I know you. No need to escape. You can't escape. This ship will take us back. Desero's nerves tingled. Back where? To the island we left from? No. Agar's mysteriously narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. Then he suddenly wrapped an arm around Desero's waist, his tail propping them up against the wall, bringing him close to a small crack in the hold's wall. Desero's gaze through the crack directed toward the sea surface. Through it, he saw seagulls flying unusually low, like storm clouds overhead, moving in flocks along the ship's course like well-trained aircraft. There was no reason for the pirate ship to follow the birds, and birds migrate using magnetic fields to determine their direction. The only explanation for this phenomenon was that there must be a magnetic field on this ship stronger than the natural one, not only affecting the bird's flight, but also changing the ship's course. Recalling Agar's earlier words, Desero stared incredulously at his sharp profile. This is your doing. Where are you taking us? Agar's didn't respond immediately. His long eyelashes lowered, as if lost in past memories. After a long while, he murmured softly, Lamoret. The legendary island where merfolk dwell, Lamoret. Desero froze, suddenly becoming excited. Vino? Dr. Glade had mentioned it in his memoirs. It was part of the ancient ruins of Atlantis that remained above sea level. This floating island was said to appear only during special periods, and like a mirage, would vanish without a trace after a few days. Agar's told Desero that once they reached Lamoret, he must never leave his side because he was too delicious. Previously, Agar's had held Desero, raised his tail, and brought him close to a small crack in the hold's wall. Desero's gaze through the crack was directed toward the sea surface. He discovered the pirate ship was following the bird flock. Since birds migrate using magnetic fields for direction, this meant there must be a magnetic force on the ship stronger than the natural field, affecting both the bird's flight and the ship's course. It was hard to believe that merfolk possessed such extraordinary power, far beyond Desero's imagination. This is your doing. Where are you taking us? Agar's long eyelashes lowered, as if immersed in past memories. After a long while, he murmured softly, Lameriton, Lameriton, Desero whispered, feeling overwhelmed by immense joy. He felt blessed by heaven, momentarily forgetting his surroundings until Agar's face drew near. Desero suddenly snapped back to reality. He saw in Agar's eyes a mix of tension and excitement, dark lights swirling within. Like a spell, the words flowed from his mouth. You will like Lamoret, but be careful. Do not leave me, 'cause you are so delicious. After understanding these words, a chilling sensation ran down Desero's spine. Agar's telling him not to leave his side after reaching Lamoret. Did this mean there were other merfolk on that island besides him? If those male merfolk were also interested in men like Agar's. No, that's not possible. It doesn't align with normal biological behavior. Desero shook his head, desperately reassuring himself. Agar's watched Desero's changing expressions as his thoughts raced. Seemingly satisfied at catching a glimpse of Desero's fear, he grinned widely. Do not be afraid. I will protect my Desero. His tone was like seducing a young child. As he finished speaking, while Desero was distracted, Agar's wrapped his tail around his waist, rubbing against him suggestively. These direct words claiming possession made Desero suddenly angry with embarrassment. Damn it, I don't need your protection, you beast. Get off. Just then, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from above the hold. Agar's paused, and both he and Desero looked up. Suddenly the hatch above was thrown open, and an unfortunate person, tied up completely, was thrown down like a sandbag. They splashed into the water with a bang. As the hatch closed, water splashed in the corner. Then, someone's upper body emerged from beneath the water. Desero's nerves jumped. It was Ryan. He was actually still alive. Next episode preview. Ryan becomes jealously enraged. What will he do? Ryan lowered his head and skillfully bit at the hemp ropes binding him. His bite force was astonishing. It took just a few attempts to break free. He stood up in the water and began observing his surroundings. When his gaze swept across the corner where Desero and Agar's were, his eyes suddenly widened. That dignified face was instantly distorted by shock and anger, losing its original shape. However, compared to Ryan's agitation, Agar's remained indifferent, holding Desero's waist and making wet sounds with his tongue on Desero's body. Clearly, he was retaliating against Ryan's earlier provocation on the ship, explicitly showing Ryan that this was his mate, like the most common male territorial display in the animal kingdom. Agar's, I am yours, not Ryan's. You don't need to kill him. Previously, the hatch above was suddenly thrown open, and a thoroughly bound person was thrown down. Then, someone's upper body emerged from beneath the water. DeCero's nerves jumped. It was Ryan. He was actually still alive. DeCero instinctively wanted to call out to him, but before he could make a sound, his mouth was firmly covered by Agar's magical hand. Ryan lowered his head and skillfully bit at the hemp ropes binding him. His bite force was astonishing. It took just a few attempts to break free. He stood up in the water and began observing his surroundings. When his gaze swept across the corner where DeCero and Agar's were, his eyes suddenly widened. However, compared to Ryan's agitation, Agar's remained indifferent, holding DeCero's waist and making wet sounds with his tongue on DeCero's body. Clearly, he was retaliating against Ryan's earlier provocation on the ship, explicitly showing Ryan this was his mate, like the most common male territorial display in the animal kingdom. Ryan's strong face was instantly distorted by shock and anger, twisted beyond recognition. His face turned ashen, both hands clenched in a fist at his sides, his knuckles cracking loudly. DeCero shamefully tried to sink into the water, but Agar's held his body firmly. He struggled to move his neck as much as possible. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Ryan crouching down and pulling out a military knife from his side. He lunged at Agar's exposed part above the water, viciously thrusting the knife into the gap of his tail fin. Agar's immediately jerked up, letting out a deep hiss from his throat. His tail whipped in the opposite direction, instantly slamming Ryan against the wall with a terrifying crash. Ryan couldn't even scream before falling straight into the water. DeCero thought Ryan was done for, but surprisingly, he leaped out of the water again. He leaned against the wall, panting, face covered in blood, clutching the knife and staring intently at Agar's. Everything happened so quickly in these few seconds, catching everyone off guard. A fierce battle was about to break out. At this moment, DeCero finally reacted, grabbing Agar's arm and shouting at both of them, "Stop!" He thought these two had gone mad, fighting in such a desperate situation. The veins on DeCero's forehead were pulsing, but he forced himself to stay calm because he knew he was the only one who could prevent this fight from erupting. DeCero quickly stood between them and pleaded, "Listen to me. We should be on the same side right now. Whatever scores you have to settle can wait until later. Let's deal with those guys above first, okay?" But before he could finish speaking, Agar's tail moved like a scythe. It struck down at Ryan's head like lightning. Ryan dodged, but the tail relentlessly pursued him. Seeing Ryan about to lose his life, DeCero instinctively lunged forward in shock. He hugged Agar's waist from behind. "Stop, Agar's!" The commotion in the water suddenly ceased. Agar's deep, resonating voice reached DeCero's ears. DeCero froze for a moment, and an absurd answer formed in his mind. But perhaps it was the most effective sedative at this moment. "Because I am yours, not Ryan's. You don't need to kill him." After saying this, DeCero couldn't help but get goosebumps, silently cursing himself for saying such nonsense. He felt like cutting out his own tongue. However, in the next second, Agar's tense muscles actually relaxed. In the distance, the tail fin hovering over Ryan's head withdrew into the water. The long tail created a whirlpool in the water, folding back to wrap around DeCero's legs, lifting his body up and bringing him to the front. Agar's looked down at DeCero, wearing the expression of a victor. His thin lips curved slightly. "Belong to me." "What?" DeCero couldn't keep up with his sudden mood change, his tongue tied as he barely managed to speak. Agar's wet hand lifted his face, forcing DeCero to look up at him. Agar's lowered his head as if no one else was present, leaning over DeCero, his pupils fixed intently on DeCero's eyes, seemingly testing the truth of his earlier words. DeCero held his breath, his whole body frozen. However, the overwhelming pheromones nearly made him faint. He suddenly felt that the magnetic field Agar's carried was so real, and it seemed to have completely transformed into desire. He didn't know how he actively reached out his arms, wrapping them around Agar's neck, bringing his face closer. DeCero's thoughts seemed to freeze as Agar's firmly gripped his back. This was so wrong. What had happened to him? At this moment, from behind DeCero came Ryan's panting whisper, "I'm sorry, Desero. In the future, I will definitely rescue you from this evil beast." His tone was full of venom, like a dying man making a poisonous vow. "I will make him suffer terribly. I will make sure he dies without a proper burial someday." Even merfolk, such fierce creatures, had natural enemies. It was this monster from the deep abyss. Previously, Ryan was tied up by the pirates and thrown into the water compartment where Desero was. He watched as Desero, affected by the merman's pheromones, actively wrapped his arms around Agar's neck and brought his face closer. Ryan made a twisted, venomous sound, swearing that one day he would make this merman die without a proper burial. Ryan's cursing voice was bone-chilling, even colder than Agar's body temperature. Desero shuddered, awakening from his entranced state, only to find Agar's almost intoxicatedly tasting his lips. He half closed his eyes, gaze firmly locked on Desero's. Desero felt he was about to suffocate. Whether from dizziness or not, everything seemed to start spinning around him, until the suddenly splashing water around them made Desero realize it was the ship shaking. There were huge waves at sea. Perhaps a storm was coming. Desero's body tilted into the water with the ship's movement, along with Agar's tail. He splashed around chaotically, his body immediately wrapped up by Agar's tail. Lifted above water, Desero quickly asked, "What's happening? Did you do this?" But then he saw. Agar showed an unusually vigilant expression. Holding Desero by the waist, he lifted him from the water, approaching the small, round window again. Desero followed his gaze outside. He easily discovered there was no storm outside. Instead, near the bow of the ship, a huge whirlpool had formed on the sea surface. Within that vortex, two light-emitting objects like car headlights were faintly visible, along with those glowing objects. As the outline gradually emerged from beneath the sea, Desero discovered it was an enormous creature. Those two glowing objects, each as big as a human head, were its eyes. Desero's breath tightened, his temple throbbing wildly. He grabbed Agar's arm. "What is this thing?" "All predators." Agar's eyes were as dark as the night sea, his mouth slightly open as he spoke, his fangs dulling the sharpness of his words. The natural enemy of merfolk. Desero stared wide-eyed at the massive form gradually emerging from the whirlpool. It had an enormous mouth covered in teeth, taking up half of its entire body. Its tail was thin and long like an electric eel, with several long, luminous tentacles swaying in midair, ready to strike. At that moment, the huge shadow finally surfaced completely and suddenly swam towards the ship. The deck beneath Desero's feet made a deafening impact sound. The ship violently rocked as if hit by a tsunami, tilting sharply to the left. Even Agar's lost his balance and fell backward, taking Desero with him into the water. Desero swallowed several mouthfuls of water before Agar's pulled him up. But before he could steady himself, the glass window behind them suddenly shattered with a crack. As Desero turned his head, he saw a long, snake-like shadow lunging at him like lightning. The expected pain didn't come. Desero's nerves were on edge. He looked up. He saw the snake-like object firmly caught in Agar's claws. With a crack, he crushed one of its segments to pieces. It went limp and drooped down. Desero suddenly realized that this giant eel-like thing was one of the tentacles of the creature outside. Just then, several dark shadows struck in succession, making the ship shake more violently. Chaotic footsteps could be heard from above, along with a man's terrified shout. "Quick, release the merman from the lower hold. When he leaves this ship, this monster must be after him. It's frantically tearing at the lower hold. The engine will be damaged." Someone responded loudly in understanding, and immediately the sound of heavy hatch doors opening came from above. But Agar's let out a low growl, suddenly batting away several tentacles that were attacking them. Before Desero could react, Agar's arm wrapped around his waist. The next second, supported by his tail fin, they soared upward with a bang, leaping directly out through the hatch. Arriving on the deck, why were there American military weapons on a pirate ship? Could they not be real pirates? In the previous episode, the ship where Desero was located was attacked by a deep-sea monster. Several dark shadows struck in succession, making the ship shake more violently. At this time, the pirates on the ship believed that this monster was after Agar's. For self-preservation, they opened the hatch, planning to release Agar's, to lure away the monster. But finally, Agar's let out a low growl, wrapped his arm around Desero's waist. Supported by his tail fin, they soared upward, leaping directly out of the lower hold onto the deck. In an instant, a chaotic and terrifying scene on the ship entered their vision. Dozens of python-like tentacles prowled around the crew members, opening their suction cups filled with circular saw-like teeth, constantly launching attacks. These vicious pirates were now scattering like frightened birds. Witnessing such a horrific scene was enough to terrify any normal person. Desero stared in horror at the undulating shadow in the sea, his body completely rigid. Agars carried him through the crowd. Arriving at a cabin, he opened the door. He pushed Desero inside. Desero turned back to see his piercing gaze, followed by his low voice reaching his ears. Desero, stay here. Wait for me. Was Agar's planning to fight that huge monster alone in the sea? Hey, wait! After Desero came to his senses, he rushed forward, but Agar's had already leaped towards the ship. His long fish tail swept around, slamming the cabin doors shut with a bang in front of Desero. Unable to stop in time, Desero's head collided squarely with the metal door panel. His head felt like it was exploding, seeing stars. Damn Agars. Desero cursed viciously in his mind. He held his heavy head and shook it, taking a while to recover from the dizziness. His unfocused gaze, inadvertently, swept across several black, elongated objects on the wall. Desero's spirits suddenly jolted. They were AK-47s. He stumbled forward and took one in his hands. The cold touch of the gun invaded his palm, instantly reducing his sense of panic somewhat. However, while checking if the gun was loaded, he unexpectedly discovered a very clear string of letters on the gun body that translated to Springfield. Wasn't this the name of the famous American military factory from World War II? Desero's heart suddenly jolted, leaving him stunned on the spot. Why would American military weapons appear on a pirate ship? Had they raided an American warship? Or were they not real pirates at all, but American Navy personnel hiding their identities for some military purpose? Next episode preview. Desero's heroic protection. In an instant, that swallowing eel writhed up from the water. Its enormous body surpassed the height of the ship, swinging its tail in midair and opening its mouth wide, going berserk. It lunged to bite at Agars' figure in the sea. This is bad. Agars is in danger. Desero gritted his teeth and raised the gun stock. In 2 or 3 strikes, he shattered the cabin window to pieces. As Agars fought a life-and-death battle with the monster, let's see how our Desero shows his dominance. Continuing from the last episode, after Agars pushed Desero into a cabin, he went to face the deep-sea monster alone. At this time, Desero discovered that the pirate ship had many American weapons. Could these people not be real pirates, but rather disguised American military personnel? Desero gripped the gun handle tightly, his thoughts in chaos, feeling like he'd been dragged into a military conspiracy. What were the motives of Rhine, Satterl, and these so-called fake pirates? Could it be related to the Mare people and their island? Just then, the ship suddenly made a deafening impact sound. The violent rocking around him made Desero stumble several times, crashing into the wall behind him. Damn it! Desero barely steadied himself against the wall and immediately looked out the cabin window. He saw a huge black shadow gliding past beneath the ship's waterline. Desero's heart tightened, not knowing how Agars was doing now. At that moment, a slender black figure leaped out of the water, its gleaming fish tail like a sharp blade, cutting through the waves like a bolt of lightning. It passed over the huge swallowing creature. The lone claw, like a sickle, slashed directly across that lantern-sized fisheye. A fluorescent liquid burst like a punctured water balloon in an instant, exploding from the crystal of the fisheye. In a flash, the swallowing eel writhed up from the water in pain, its massive body leaping beyond the ship's height. In midair, it swung its tail and opened its mouth wide, going berserk, lunging to bite at Agars' figure in the sea. Huge waves surged and water sprayed everywhere. The glass in front was covered with large droplets, making it impossible for Desero to see clearly how Agars was fighting with it. But just thinking about it, he knew how dangerous the situation was. Thinking of this, Desero gritted his teeth, swung the gun 2 or 3 times, and completely shattered the weathered glass before him. Then, with a less-than-standard posture, he shouldered the gun, narrowed his eyes, aimed the scope at that bulb-like eye, and released the safety. The AK-47's firepower lived up to its name, the bullets creating splashes of water on that huge black skull. At that moment, Desero noticed that Agar seemed to be taking advantage of his shooting, rising up and nimbly circling to the back of the swallowing beast, piercing through the water like an arrow, then turning back to dive down, using his sharp claws to grab the long appendage on its tail, as if riding a wild horse. He floated on the swallowing beast's back. The next second, Agar's powerful right arm plunged deep into its remaining eye, forcefully digging out the glass-like, transparent crystal. The intense pain caused half of the swallowing eel's body to surface from the sea in its struggle, exposing its vulnerable belly. Seizing this rare opportunity, Desero immediately crouched down and aimed at its abdomen, repeatedly pulling the trigger. The swallowing beast quickly submerged, leaving a large patch of murky blood in the waves. Unable to determine where Agar's was and worried his poor marksmanship might hit him too, Desero had to cease fire. Just as he leaned down to look, suddenly a black shadow swooped in from the side. Desero instinctively raised his gun to block it. Through the window, a horrifying mouth with 3 layers of saw-like teeth lunged at him. It bit down on his gun barrel. The sudden attack made Desero forget to let go of the gun, and as a result, his body was violently dragged out the window by a strange force, falling straight toward the sea. In an instant, the cold water engulfed Desero's entire body. After swallowing several mouthfuls of salty seawater, Desero flailed his limbs to get his head above the surface. He shook the water droplets from his face, suddenly turned around, and found countless tentacles charging straight at his back. "Shit!" Desero shouted in terror, using both arms and legs to swim forward. At that moment, Desero was amazed to find that despite his usually poor swimming ability, he was now swimming as skillfully as an athlete. Moreover, his legs could move together like a fish tail, undulating in the waves beyond his control at an astonishing speed. Desero was secretly shocked, but the urgent situation left no time for contemplation. Acting on instinct, he moved his body and, as he approached the ship's hull, tried to imitate Agar's by leaping up from the sea, reaching out to grab the nearby stern. However, just as Desero's fingers touched the ship's hull, his back suddenly tightened. An intense pain penetrating to his bones shot through his nerves, causing his grip to slip, and his entire body was dragged down by a strange force. As his head was about to be submerged, the pressure of death made Desero cry out. He screamed hoarsely, "Agar's! Agar's!" But before he could finish, Desero's voice was swallowed by the seawater rushing into his mouth and nose, his body being dragged into the deep water by the strange force. At that moment, that extremely long fishtail swung in a curve, showing weakness. A slender black shadow, like a deep-water torpedo, rapidly approached Desero's direction. This red-haired mermaid looked exactly like the deceased Lilith. What was happening? What did she want to do? Previously, Agar's heard Desero's cry for help and quickly turned around, swiftly approaching Desero. Almost in the blink of an eye, Agar's arrived at Desero's side, his claws flashing like lightning through the darkness, striking at whatever was on his back. Agar's attack was too fast to see clearly. The next second, Desero felt his back suddenly release, and his body was embraced by Agar's. As he was lifted out of the water, breathing in the recovered oxygen, Desero gasped heavily. But the current crisis wasn't over yet. Agar's looked down at Desero. Desero's vision was darkening, his ears ringing. He knew he was probably experiencing decompression sickness from excessive diving. He dared not move recklessly, only able to turn his head to watch Agar's back, watching him swim without hesitation toward that deep-sea monster. Desero desperately tried to control his breathing rate, attempting to slowly recover. After an unknown amount of time, he gradually regained consciousness. Soon he discovered he was floating on the sea surface, as if something was supporting him, preventing him from sinking. Under the cold moonlight, the silhouettes of those merfolk hidden in the night became clear. Desero stared in amazement. These were a group of beautiful female merfolk, like Lilith. But why were their gazes so strange when looking at him, both pitying and eerie? An extremely ominous feeling rose from his heart. Desero instinctively struggled and tried to call for Agar's help, but his mouth was immediately covered by a claw reaching up from below, and his limbs were firmly restrained, like a lamb waiting for slaughter. What did they want to do? Desero was so nervous he could barely breathe. Just then, a small whirlpool formed on the sea surface, and a shadow emerged from the depths. It was a pale face, with brilliant blue eyes gleaming through strands of hair, shining with desire. Desero was startled, because this mermaid looked too much like the deceased Lilith. Except for the hair color and gender, that face was almost identical, as if crafted by heaven itself. Desero stared speechlessly at that face, while this red-haired mermaid came to his side, searching his body up and down with their gaze. At the same time, they lowered their body to deeply smell his scent. What was happening? What did this mermaid want? Just then, Desero noticed the red-haired mermaid reaching their claws into his clothes, then sliding down toward his pants. As the red-haired mermaid lowered their head to his neck tattoo, Desero suddenly realized this mermaid might be judging whether he met their mate selection criteria. This mermaid species was too strange. Why would they choose human males as mates? Thinking of this, Desero struggled desperately, but his body couldn't move. What was happening? Could it be his special physique, or his scent, or his body type that happened to interest him so much? Or was there something wrong with his genes? But there was no time to think now, because the red-haired mermaid had already torn open his clothes. Desero let out a muffled groan from his throat, unable to shout anything, only repeatedly calling Agar's name in his heart. He turned his head, searching the surrounding sea surface, his eyes red. At this moment, he desperately wished Agar's would break through the surface and appear here immediately, but there wasn't even a single wave on the surface. Could Agar's have been eaten by that sea monster? Desero painfully closed his eyes, his teeth grinding, falling into complete despair. Just then, he heard the sound of waves being broken, along with a piercing cold wind. The next second, Desero saw a massive black shadow suddenly rise from the sea surface. A claw, like lightning, through the red-haired mermaid floating above him dozens of meters away, creating an arc as it crashed into the sea. The female merfolk holding him instantly let out dolphin-like shrieks, scattering in an instant and disappearing without a trace. Desero fell back into the sea, looking at Agar's with lingering fear. The moonlight was blocked by his silhouette. In the mottled shadows, Desero felt Agar's fins reach up to his neck, pressing his head against his firm chest. Before Desero could feel relieved, he smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. He instantly understood that Agar's was injured, and quite severely. This red-haired mermaid dared to flirt with our Desero. Didn't they know they were getting closer and closer to death? Previously, just as Desero was captured by a group of female merfolk to be sacrificed to a red-haired mermaid who looked exactly like Lilith, Agar's appeared just in time. With one claw, he directly threw the red-haired mermaid dozens of meters away. The female merfolk instantly scattered in all directions. The next second, Desero was gently embraced by Agar's. At this moment, Desero smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. Agar's was injured, and severely. Clearly, in the fight with that giant sea monster, he hadn't gained much advantage. Agar's, where are you hurt? The overwhelming smell of blood made Desero ask softly. The response was a low rumble from the chest to his eardrums. Before Desero could hear what Agar's was saying, a high-pitched screech rang out from not far away. Agar's vigilantly raised his head. Desero turned to look. He found that the red-haired mermaid hadn't fled, but instead was provocatively supporting themselves in the water with their tail, legs spread on both sides of their body. They showed no signs of giving up, ready to attack at any moment, seemingly having noticed Agar's injuries. Their eyes glowed fiercely as they stared in Desero's direction. Agar stood up straight and released Desero, staring at the red-haired mermaid, showing no intention of avoiding battle. His fishtail created a long water trail below the surface before emerging. It stretched across in front of Desero, forming a solid barrier between the red-haired mermaid and him. Only then did Desero notice that the red-haired mermaid's tail was considerably shorter than Agar's. This might be related to the merfolk's age. Agar's was probably a very senior member. Could there be leadership disputes among the merfolk race too? Desero looked up. That's when he noticed that Agar's back, hidden by his long hair, was covered in blue blood. It was easy to imagine how severely he was injured now. Wait, Agar's! Although knowing the chances of stopping him were minimal, Desero instinctively grabbed his arm. Just then, an extremely sharp pain spread along his spine. The pain on Desero's back, which had been forgotten by his nerves during the dangerous situation, suddenly flared up again. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? Desero gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't ask Agar's for help now, or he might lose due to distraction. So when Agar's turned his head, Desero instinctively submerged himself in the water. The feeling of the wound being soaked in seawater again was like rubbing salt on it. Desero kept only his head above water, lips tightly pressed together, looking straight into Agar's eyes, and took a deep breath, saying, "You're badly hurt. Can't we negotiate peacefully with that androgynous creature?" Agar stared at Desero and gently placed his palm on the back of his head. His eyes beneath the rain held unpredictable currents, like holding a real glass object. He seemed to be carefully considering Desero's suggestion, yet his gaze suggested how naive the idea was. Desero couldn't maintain eye contact. He worried his expression would betray his pain at any moment. So he frowned and said, "Hey, did you even understand what I said?" Just as he finished speaking, the red-haired mermaid's provocative cry rang out again. They raised an arm, spread their palm, and slowly curled their fingers one by one. They stuck out their tongue, suggestively licking their lips, and made an alluring gesture toward Desero. Agar's declared his ownership over Desero, proving through actions that Desero was his and no one else could touch him. Previously, the red-haired mermaid raised an arm toward Desero and them, spread their palm, and curled their fingers one by one. Their lips parted slightly, tongue extended, making a seductive gesture toward Desero with great allure. That appearance made Desero's skin crawl, feeling as if he was being harassed by a perverted demon. Just then, Desero's face was lifted up. His lips were forcefully pressed against, and Agar's tongue invaded, sucking possessively. The suffocating feeling made Desero let out a muffled groan. He reflexively struggled, trying to pry open Agar's grip, but Agar's didn't linger, just narrowed his eyes. He turned back like a king, silently warning the watchful invader that Desero was his and no one else could touch him. Then, he brushed Desero's cheek with his wet fin, sensually articulating Russian syllables. "I will return, Desero. Wait for me," then grabbed Desero's hand with his fin, lowered his head to deeply inhale his palm. Desero caressed Agar's angular face in his hand. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt uneasy. Agar's raised his fishtail, straightening his entire body, as if responding to the red-haired mermaid's provocation. He opened his mouth and let out a call. His voice was even deeper than the red-haired mermaid's, sounding like a magnified double bass string being played. Desero felt dizzy and could only watch as Agar's agile figure dove into the sea bottom, his long black tail like a great bow drawing strings, drawing an invisible shadow across the moon's disk, splitting a huge wave, finally completely disappearing into the dark ocean. And that red-haired mermaid gave Desero a malicious look. Not to be outdone, they dove into the water like a dart. Instantly, waves rose without wind, rolling like a tsunami approaching. Desero suddenly felt his chest tighten, so tight it was even aching. This feeling made him instinctively reach into the sea, anxiously searching for shadows beneath the surface. Were they going to duel? Agar's. He was so badly injured. Would he be all right? Desero questioned Rhine. Is the mermaid research a military operation? Why is the U.S. Navy disguising themselves as pirates to attack our ships? Previously, facing the red-haired mermaid's provocation, the severely injured Agar's chose to actively engage in battle. And that red-haired mermaid, after giving Desero a malicious look, dove into the water, not wanting to be left behind. Desero anxiously searched for shadows beneath the surface, but his body was tossed up and down by the waves. On the endless sea, he seemed to be the only one there. Pain and cold simultaneously tormented Desero's nerves, making him shiver. As Desero looked around at a loss, he suddenly noticed several beams of light coming through the fog. He broke into a cold sweat. At first, he thought they were the eyes of a large fish. The lights were scanning around, clearly searching for something. Desero quickly recognized them as searchlights. It was a rescue boat. Overjoyed, Desero immediately waved in that direction, shouting, "Is anyone there? I'm here." Seeing Desero in the water, Rhine excitedly let out a shout and reached out to pull him from the water. He held Desero tightly in his arms, his strong body like iron, squeezing so hard that Desero could barely breathe. So Desero weakly complained, all right, I'm still alive. Squeeze any harder and you'll break my bones." Hearing this, Rhine finally released him. The nearby sailor immediately came forward to wrap Desero in a raincoat. "Our little navigator, it's good to see you're safe. I saw big waves over there earlier. Could it have been that strange fish? How did you escape?" The sailor patted Desero's shoulder. Suddenly nervously looking behind him, he asked, "That mermaid?" Desero reflexively turned around. There was nothing but waves and moonlight on the sea surface. I mean, did that mermaid escape? The sailor continued questioning. Desero awkwardly turned back, resisting the urge to look behind him again, trying his best to focus his gaze on the sea ahead of the boat. After a while, he answered, I don't know. Let's talk about it later. But Ryan turned back at this moment, his brows furrowed, looking at Desero with a complex expression. Desero pretended not to notice. His gaze followed the fog towards the distant horizon. That night, they returned to the pirate's ship. Ryan found a medical kit on board. Desero had insisted on treating himself, but since the wound was on his back, he couldn't reach it and had to let Ryan help. Ryan spoke softly behind him. Bear with it, your clothes are stuck to the wound. Desero nodded, biting down on the pillow as he lay on his stomach, making an okay gesture to appear relaxed. But before he could prepare himself, a searing pain suddenly shot through his back, making Desero cry out in agony. Ryan quickly separated the clothes from Desero's wound. After basic cleaning, he wrapped bandages soaked in medicine around half of his upper body. Desero was paralyzed with pain on the bed. Then, Ryan's arm slid under Desero's armpit, efficiently tying the bandages. But his hands didn't leave. Instead, he embraced Desero entirely and spoke softly in his ear. Desero, I'm sorry about earlier in the hold. Ryan's apology was very sincere, but remembering his previous attempt to assault him, the lawyer felt awkward and pulled away from his embrace. No, you don't need to apologize. Just pretend you didn't see what happened in the hold, okay? Ryan looked at him, his expression becoming rigid, hesitating to speak. Desero could guess what Ryan wanted to say, so he changed the subject. Ryan, I want to know where this ship is headed. Since I'm caught up in your plans, I should have the right to know, right? After a moment of silence, Ryan slowly spoke. A place called Merchant's Isle. Legend says it's where merfolk dwell. Have you heard of it? Desero's hand trembled involuntarily. What are you going there for? Then he remembered the U.S. military factory markings he'd found on the guns earlier that day. His heart sank, and he quickly asked, Ryan, is the mermaid research a military operation? Why is the U.S. Navy disguising themselves as pirates to attack our ships? Our Desero has finally realized his feelings for Mr. Sashimi. This is truly worth celebrating. Previously, after returning to the pirate ship, Desero questioned Ryan, is the mermaid research a military operation? Why is the U.S. Navy disguising themselves as pirates to attack our ships? Ryan's expression changed. You discovered it? Desero scoffed, sneering. I'm a top student in military theory. How could I not recognize those markings? Tell me what's really going on. Desero's sudden sharp attitude surprised Ryan. After a while, he shook his head and said, these are military orders. We must keep secrets from anyone outside the core operation. But I promise you, I won't let you get hurt again. Halfway through speaking, Ryan seemed to recall some unpleasant scenes, his breathing suddenly becoming heavy. He grabbed Desero's wrist and said seriously, I won't let that beast hurt you again. Then, without warning, he leaned in to kiss Desero. Just as Ryan's lips were about to touch his, Desero exploded like a volcano, using all his strength to push Ryan away. Get out! Desero practically jumped off the bed, violently pushing him away and slamming the door shut. Then he turned off the lights and threw himself back onto the bed. Desero buried his head in the pillow, trying to clear his mind and quickly fall asleep. At this moment, though his body and mind were exhausted to their limits, his thoughts kept churning. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the dark sea surface outside the window. His emotions seemed to be pulled into the depths of a whirlpool with the dark currents. In his mind, he couldn't shake Agar's seductive words, wait for me. He thought that perhaps in that beast's view, he had broken his promise. But he never actually agreed to anything. What's wrong with him? Why was he troubled by this? Could it be that he had developed feelings for that beast? How absurd, simply ridiculous. Desero pulled the blanket over his head, telling himself to go to sleep and stop thinking. Next episode preview, Desero's private time. Desero's fingers moved carefully beneath him, his teeth biting hard on the corner of the pillow to prevent any shameful sounds from escaping. At this moment, Desero finally admitted that his mind was full of Agars. He was actually longing for this beast. But what if I already saw you just now? Desero's private moment was actually witnessed by our Mr. Sashimi. Previously, Desero returned to the pirate ship with Ryan. After bandaging his wounds, he lay in bed, looking at the calm sea outside, thinking about how he might have to break his promise to wait for Agars. With chaotic thoughts in his mind, Desero covered his head with the blanket, telling himself to stop thinking and go to sleep. Curled up under the blanket, the airless environment quickly made Desero's consciousness blur. In his daze, he suddenly caught a familiar strange scent. Oddly enough, this scent was emanating from his own body. Just as Desero was about to reach his peak, a sudden thunderclap crashed outside the window. The deafening sound made him jump, instinctively raising his head. In the sudden flash of white light from outside, Desero saw a long, dark shadow like a ghost cast on the cabin window glass. Before he could make out what it was, another thunderclap exploded, and the cabin window glass was instantly shattered with a large hole. A pale webbed claw reached through the hole, feeling for the metal window latch, and snapped it open with a click. Desero was so frightened he fell from the bed to the floor. Just as he tried to stand up, he was knocked down again by another flash of lightning and thunder falling to the floor. He leaned against the wall behind him, staring in terror. It was actually Agar's. In the flickering white light, Desero couldn't make out his expression clearly. Through the thunder, he faintly heard a low whisper, "Desero, why not wait for me?" Knowing Agar's was angry because he didn't wait for him, Desero turned his head away, mumbling defensively, "I have no reason to wait for you, Agar's. You shouldn't have come back." Before he could finish speaking, Desero felt a tremendous force lift him by the waist. The next second, he was firmly pinned against the wall. This sudden attack broke down Desero's psychological defenses, leaving him frozen like a wooden chicken. Agar's pinned Desero's hands above his head, then lowered his head, his eyes burning with otherworldly resentment. "You want me. But Desero, I just saw you." Dear viewers, due to content restrictions, some parts of this episode will be skipped. For the complete version, you can leave a message in the fan group. At this moment, Desero suddenly heard a knock on the door between thunderclaps. "Desero, are you asleep? I want to talk to you." It was Ryan's voice. Desero shuddered in fright, and after a long while, managed to squeeze out a few words. "I'm sleeping, Ryan. Let's talk tomorrow." Desero repeatedly examined his hands, wondering what Agar's had done to him. After the intense battle above, Desero closed his eyes, the lingering sensations still not dissipated. His whole body felt as comfortable as if floating on waves. He almost fell asleep just like that. But in his hazy state, Desero felt the bandages on his back being soaked and removed. His waist was lifted. Something soft gently brushed over his wounds on his back. Again and again, a rough sensation penetrating his muscles. Desero realized it was Agar's tongue. He was treating his wounds. But why was he reacting this way? It was too strange. Due to content restrictions, the following scene will be skipped. For viewers who want to see the complete version, you can find it following the same route as the previous episode. When he woke from his sleep, Desero felt dazed. A ray of morning sunlight was before him, and gentle sea breeze softly caressed his cheeks. In his heavy drowsiness, Desero reached out to touch the warmth of the sunlight. But suddenly he saw that between his fingers appeared a translucent membrane, showing a faint silver color in the light. His fingernails were long and sharp, like a mermaid's claws. Desero's drowsiness instantly vanished as he sat up abruptly on the bed, repeatedly checking his hands. However, there was nothing there. It seemed to have been just a momentary illusion, though it had felt so real. What exactly had Agar's done to him? Had he cast a spell on him? Interrupted in the middle of something good, Agar's looked at Desero reluctantly, lowering his head to say, "But no." Previously, when Desero woke up, he saw a translucent membrane between his fingers. Frightened, he sat up abruptly on the bed, repeatedly checking his hands. However, there was nothing there. The unbearable memories of last night suddenly exploded in Desero's mind. After looking around the room and confirming Agar's wasn't there, he unconsciously let out a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, shame seemed to become part of the air, like Agar's heavy exotic scent everywhere. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't believe he had done that with that beast last night, and even enjoyed it involuntarily. Desero's fingers dug deep into the bedsheet. But then he thought about how that beast just left after satisfying himself. What did he take him for? How detestable. He cursed viciously under his breath. If that guy dared to take him away again, he would definitely shoot that damn face of his. Just then, Desero saw the stains on the blanket, still carrying the mixed scent of himself and Agar's. So intense that he couldn't help but recall how passionate last night had been. Damn it! Desero jumped off the bed, angrily grabbed the bedding, and threw it out the window with all his might. However, the moment the blanket hit the sea surface, he immediately saw a long black shadow swimming beneath the blue water. It was Agar's. He slowly surfaced, lazily swaying that extraordinarily long fishtail while floating face up. He looked at Desero with a half-smiling, very content expression. This bastard actually dared to show up in front of him. Desero glared at him through gritted teeth and couldn't help but give him the middle finger. Agar's smile was full of evil. He extended his scarlet tongue and suggestively licked his lips. His eyes darkened as he stared at Desero. Due to content restrictions, this part will be omitted. For the complete version, follow the usual rules. Go to the usual place. Just then, a woman's voice rang out from outside. It was Satiral's voice. She screamed that the monster had appeared again, trying to get into Desero's room. Quick, fire the tranquilizer. Don't let him escape. As soon as the words fell, Desero saw a flash of fire sweep past Agar's tail. Rhine banged on the door, desperately shouting, "Desero!" Agar's body instantly tensed up, his face clouding over. He glanced at the bullets shooting at his tail, then looked at Desero with reluctant eyes. He lowered his head and said to him, "But no, let me finish." He released Desero. His body quickly retreated through the window, plunging into the sea like a blade. He disappeared in an instant amid the huge splash. Desero, still shaken, watched the gradually calming sea surface. Before he could put on his clothes, Rhine burst in. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Desero's arm anxiously. "Desero, are you all right?" "Did that beast?" As he spoke, his gaze traveled down Desero's bare torso, and he suddenly froze. Rhine's strong facial features twitched slightly. Desero knew without looking that his body must be covered in marks left by Agar's. Desero's cheeks swelled like they were filled with blood. The shame of having such private matters exposed drove him to snap at Rhine. "Have you looked enough?" After speaking, he grabbed his clothes and put them on, then fled through the door, running straight to the bow of the ship. Next episode preview. Desero held his head in his hands, fingers buried deep in his hair. Everything had gone completely wrong. From the moment that mermaid appeared, his life had completely derailed. Not only that, his body and the rest of his life were also ruined. Heaven knows how much he wanted to go back. Desero's eyes searched the ship's hull, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps he wasn't entirely helpless after all. In the days since Agar's left, Desero had been thinking about him constantly. As mentioned in the last episode, on the second morning, just as Desero and Agar's were about to start another round, Rhine burst in. Seeing Desero's naked body, he broke free from Rhine's grasp. He grabbed his clothes, threw them on, and fled out the door like the wind. He ran straight to the bow and climbed up to the high crow's nest in one go. Exhausted, he leaned against the railing, looking out at the endless sea. Desero's mind was in chaos. He held his head in his hands, fingers buried deep in his hair. He had been a student with a bright future, but everything went wrong since Agar's became involved with him. Not only that, his body and the rest of his life were ruined. His only thought now was to go back, to leave this place. Desero's eyes searched the ship's hull, and suddenly an idea struck him. Perhaps he could use a lifeboat to escape secretly at night. But where were they now? What were their coordinates? Desero looked around and was startled by a faint outline visible through the clouds. He quickly grabbed the telescope from the crow's nest. Looking through it, he saw that the sky at the horizon was the color of night, like a completely separate world. Within that darkness was an island shrouded in clouds, surrounded by an ethereal blue mist, appearing like a mirage. Desero's heart suddenly raced with excitement. He knew this wasn't a mirage but Lamajit, the floating island where mere people lived. In an instant, his thoughts of escape vanished. But then he remembered what Agar's had told him in the hold, and their encounter with the red-haired merperson at sea. His excited heart sank back into his chest, his thoughts becoming complicated. He didn't know what dangers awaited on the Mermaid Island. He hoped he wouldn't catch the attention of any mere people other than Agar's. Over the next few days, everyone seemed immersed in the tension and excitement of approaching the Mermaid Island. The crew rushed to repair the damage the ship had sustained during the battle with the Devourer. Rhine also seemed intent on reconciling with him, never mentioning what had happened, and secretly gave him weapons for self-defense, keeping it from Satiral. But for some reason, Agar seemed to have disappeared since that day. Just as Desero wrote the last word in the ship's log, his heart suddenly began racing wildly. It was as if that name had become some forbidden taboo. That low cry seemed to echo in his ears. He could even feel Agar's presence lingering on his neck, seemingly seeping into his collar. Desero's fingers trembled involuntarily, causing the ink to streak across the paper, staining a large portion. He simply threw the pen aside, held his head, and banged it against the table several times, constantly telling himself not to think about that beast. Don't think about it, Desero. Finally, Desero threw himself on the bed, wrapping himself completely in the blanket, covering even his head. But he still felt as if a pair of wet paws were sliding down his spine, holding him tightly. Desero closed his eyes, feeling his body gradually growing hot. His hands, uncontrollably, once again mimicked what Agar's had done to him. Desero felt like he had developed Stockholm Syndrome. During these days since Agar's left, he was like an addict, obsessively thinking about Agar's. Desero bit down hard on his back, his hand movements becoming faster. A week later at night, their ship finally approached this mysterious mermaid island. But when Desero and everyone else ran to the deck, cheering and celebrating, they discovered that sharp reefs surrounded the coastline of the mermaid island. The ship couldn't get close at all. While they were at a loss, a sailor looking through a telescope suddenly shouted, "Look, there's a natural entrance over there. We can go in through there." So they lowered the lifeboats. Everyone split into 3 groups and entered in sequence. As the lifeboats went deeper, Desero felt that the structure of this strait was like a giant fish's carpenter, lifeless, as if countless ghost crocodiles were hiding within. "Miss Shikaler, are there really mermaid treasures here?" After one sailor asked, others chimed in, "This looks like an island of the dead. Is anyone really here? So far, we've only seen one black one. Are we in the wrong place?" Shikaler's confident and cold voice responded, "Of course, don't worry. The payment from this voyage will be more than you'd earn in a lifetime." Abu Desero was stunned and looked at Shikaler suspiciously. He thought this was a government research project. When did it become about treasure? Shikaler's profile was unusually calm in the water's reflection. Seeming to sense Desero's gaze, she slightly turned her head and glanced at him. That look was full of warning inquiry, as if reminding Desero that she held his handle, warning him not to be too courteous. Desero bit his teeth in humiliation and turned to look at Rhine, who made a gesture to stay close. Just then, Desero suddenly noticed behind Rhine, beneath the water's surface, a ripple different from the boat's wake passed by. Then, a gleaming arch-shaped object flashed by quickly. A nearby sailor burst out shouting, "The mere people are coming." Desero quickly covered his mouth. "You fool!" Shouting like that will attract more mere people. They're very sensitive to sound waves. As he spoke, Desero's eyes quickly scanned the water's surface, secretly hoping it might be Agar's who had followed them. In his moment of mortal danger, Desero finally realized how fortunate they were to have such a great person. Every time, Agar's would appear like a descending god, arriving just in time, saving him from danger. In the last episode, as Desero followed Shikaler and others in the lifeboat through the strait to reach the mermaid island, suddenly a ripple passed under the water's surface, and a gleaming arch-shaped object flashed by quickly. Desero thought it might be Agar's, but after a splash, the head that emerged revealed a different, unfamiliar pale face. Then from the underwater caves on both sides of the strait, countless mermaid faces emerged, their eyes glowing with desire, like zombies crawling out of hell. Their faces all looked very young, but the situation was still terrifying. As the mere people gathered closer, Desero spotted the red-haired one who had tried to attack him before. Surrounded by other mere people, he rose his upper body from the water, a pair of demonic eyes staring intently at Desero. At that moment, Rhine grabbed Desero's arm and pulled him back. Meanwhile, Shikaler drew her gun and waved her arm, shouting to the armed personnel on the other lifeboat holding the fake pirates, "Throw them overboard." Desero watched in disbelief. He saw the armed personnel unhesitatingly pick up the unconscious fake pirates one by one, throwing them into the water like sandbags. Instantly, a wave of mere people swarmed over, quickly diving toward where the people had fallen into the water. Though Desero couldn't see what was happening beneath the surface, he could imagine their fate. His whole body went cold, wondering if he too would be treated the same way once he lost his usefulness. While the mere people fought over the fake pirates who had fallen into the water, Shikaler ordered the lifeboats to quickly leave the area. However, unexpectedly, some mere people still pursued them relentlessly, led by that red-haired mermaid. He moved as fast as a flying arrow, within arm's reach in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Shikaler muttered to herself, "What's going on? They haven't finished their food. Why are they chasing us?" As she spoke, her gaze fell on Desero. That look instantly made Desero feel like a trapped animal. As if realizing something, Shikalar's voice deepened. Rhine, do it. Desero can't be kept alive anymore. Desero's nerves exploded, his body reacting faster than his mind. He quickly raised his gun, pointing it at everyone around him. Just try to touch me. He glared fiercely at Shikalar. I won't leave this boat. What right do you have to decide who lives or dies? If you want to go down, go yourself, you vicious woman. Shikalar's eyes flashed golden. To achieve our goals, some sacrifices must be made. You're just unlucky to have been chosen as bait. Looking around, she said, what are you all waiting for? Do you want to die here without even seeing a glimpse of the treasure? The sailors on the boat hesitated, looking at each other. Finally, they all turned their gaze toward Desero. His wrist shaking, he said, don't listen to her. This woman who's doing this to me now will do the same to you one day. But no one answered him. Shikalar shouted, Rhine, what are you hesitating for? Do you dare disobey orders? Desero saw Rhine's face flush with blood vessels. Looking at him with an ashen face, he said in disbelief, Rhine, didn't you say you were on my side? Sorry, Desero. Before Desero could react, he felt his body being violently pushed. His whole body fell overboard. He couldn't believe he had misjudged Rhine, who turned out to be just a selfish coward willing to sacrifice anything for himself. In comparison, Agar's was much better. At least he had never truly hurt him and always appeared when needed most. As bone-deep fear and despair set in, with seawater rushing into his nose and mouth from all directions, Desero, in extreme panic and helplessness, desperately called out Agar's name in his heart. Whether it was his imagination or not, just then, Desero suddenly heard a deep sound echoing from far away. It was Agar's really him. Readers who want to see more exciting content, please click on the Kwaiken app in the lower left corner. At this moment, Agar's had transformed completely, like a death god, becoming a killing machine without desire. In the last episode, Shikalar ordered Rhine to push Desero into the sea. Desero finally realized that every time he was in danger, Agar's would appear like a god. As seawater rushed into his nose and mouth from all directions, nearly drowning him, Desero, in extreme panic and helplessness, desperately called out Agar's name in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly heard a deep sound echoing from far away. Agar's. The sound from afar was muffled under the water. But in Desero's confused mind, it was like an explosion. He immediately struggled and kicked away the arms trying to grab his ankles. Desero waved his arms vigorously, struggling with all his might to swim upward. As he surfaced, he opened his mouth wide to take a deep breath, clutching his throat while coughing violently several times. Desero hastily brushed away the hair clinging to his face. Just then, he saw countless pairs of determined eyes dimly visible on the water's surface. The mere people seemed to be wary of something, not directly surrounding him, but restlessly making sounds of unbearable hunger. Why are there so many mere people? Desero, terrified, leaned against the rock wall behind him, not daring to make a sound. Just then, Desero felt something suddenly grip his ankle tightly. Following that, a supple but strong arm wrapped tightly around his waist. Desero turned to look and saw it was that mysterious red-haired merperson. As Agar's low growl grew closer, Desero suddenly noticed that the surrounding mere people had split into two groups. One group gathered around the red-haired merman, surrounding him like stars around the moon. Their numbers matched those gathered at the cave entrance awaiting Agar's. Desero finally realized he might have been caught in a leadership struggle within the mermaid tribe. The red-haired merman hadn't grabbed him out of interest, but rather to challenge Agar's position and authority by taking him. Just then, Desero saw a large surge of seawater flowing into the cave, and a long shadow emerged instantly from the darkness. When Desero clearly saw Agar's emerge from the water, he was shocked. Agar's upper body was covered in gashes of various sizes. Although they had formed a white scab layer, the depth of these wounds was still visible. These were clearly inflicted by merpeople's claws. Perhaps the reason for his absence these past few days was because he had been fighting with the red-haired merman for leadership. Now Agar's eyes were cold, as if he had transformed into a death god, becoming a killing machine without desire. Desero felt hesitant and panicked, wondering if he had come to save him or if this place just happened to be a crucial spot in the leadership battle. Seeing Agar's appear, The red-haired merman tightly gripped Desero's throat, his wet tongue licking the side of his ear. Desero instinctively squeezed out a hoarse Agar's through his teeth. The red-haired merman's hand suddenly stiffened, and he let out a few light, cold laughs. His tail moved forward as he drawled mockingly, Agravad. Only then did Desero realize he had made a terrible mistake. He had forgotten the meaning of these syllables. He had just made what was considered a mating call to mere people at such a crucial moment. Agar's was strong, incredibly strong. At this moment, Desero fully understood the extent of Agar's power. In the last episode, Desero was held hostage by the red-haired merman. In his panic, Desero called out Agar's name. Hearing this, the red-haired merman's hand suddenly stiffened as he let out a cold laugh. His tail moved forward as he drawled mockingly, Agravad. Desero then realized he had made a terrible mistake. He had forgotten the meaning of these syllables and had accidentally made what mere people considered a mating call at this critical moment. Seeing this, Agar's face darkened. Instantly, a column of water rose from the surface, lifting Agar's from the water. Amidst the splashing water, Agar's body rose several meters high from the water. His long and tough fish tail was like a deadly whip, violently sweeping through dozens of attackers in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Agar's had broken through the encirclement before him. Yet at arm's length, he paused, leaning forward in a stance ready to attack at any moment, but didn't move. Agar's jawline became razor-sharp as he clenched his teeth, his gaze falling on Desero's strangled neck, then quickly sliding down to Desero's bloodied waist. His raised fist hung in midair, clenched tight, blue blood seeping between his pale fingers and dripping into the water. Though the sound was faint, it made Desero's heart pound. He realized Agar's hadn't attacked, yet out of concern for his safety. Just then, Agar's bared his sharp fangs, his eyes like poison barbs piercing towards Desero's back, letting out a hiss. Amphiarmeni Summi. The red-haired merman immediately retreated, quickly spitting out a string of sounds. The next moment, those defeated behind Agar's instantly regrouped, all rushing forward at once, restraining Agar's tail, their hands tearing at his fins, driving their claws deep into the small gaps in his tail, attempting to tear open its surface. Agar's! Desero called out brokenly from his throat. Agar's arm muscles twitched slightly from the pain, but his upper body remained motionless like a steel pillar. Desero couldn't imagine how painful it must be to have scales torn away, but he felt those claws as if they were scratching at his own heart. The heartache far exceeded the pain of his torn flesh. This heartache forced Desero to suddenly bend forward, allowing the claws at his waist to dig deep into his muscles, enabling him to pull out the dagger hidden at his calf. He stabbed it hard behind him. The next second, the red-haired merman let out a piercing scream. Desero's body was suddenly released, splashing into the water. A huge wave instantly struck him, slamming him against the rock wall. Through his water-blurred vision, Desero saw Agar's tail rise from the water's surface. Like a black lightning bolt, it violently split through those clawing hands, heavily smashing those who tried to attack him into the water. The red-haired merman was wounded in the mouth by Desero, yet still refused to back down, attacking Agar's from behind. Agar's gave him a cold, sidelong glance. His sickle-like tail fin struck down at the red-haired merman just as his tail surfaced. In an instant, a large chunk of scales was sliced off. Screaming in pain, he retreated to the shadowy corner, his hands still stubbornly gripping Agar's. But Desero now knew clearly that this merman was no match for Agar's. Or rather, he never was. At this moment, he realized how strong Agar's was, incredibly strong. Clutching his waist, Desero watched that black figure, unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky to have provoked the leader of this tribe. Seeing Desero safely away, Agar's could finally fight without restraint. In the last episode, facing the mermaid tribe's siege and the red-haired merman's sneak attack, Agar's demonstrated extraordinary combat ability. It was then that Desero realized how formidable Agar's was as the mermaid leader. As Desero stared at Agar's profile, he seemed to sense it and turned to look at Desero, extending his hand. Curling his fingers towards him, Desero leaned against the wall, stunned for just a moment, then saw a red flash in the darkness. It was that stubborn red-haired merman, charging fiercely at Agar's again. A huge wave suddenly rolled up. The remaining defeated soldiers became entangled with Agar's supporters, terrifying hisses echoing through the dark chamber. The battle between merfolk was more horrifying than any fierce beast species. The air instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. Desero covered his nose and mouth with his cold, trembling hands, nearly vomiting. Just then a rope fell beside him. Voices called from above. It was Da Vinci's voice saying, "Desero, come up quickly." Looking up, he saw several blurry figures in the light above. Desero grabbed the rope. Enduring the pain in his waist, he tied it around himself. He was slowly pulled upward, quickly rising several meters above the water. Though nearly out of danger, Desero's hearing and attention remained firmly fixed on Agar's, even though he knew clearly that Agar's had the absolute advantage. Meanwhile, Agar's also looked in Desero's direction. Turned to look. Seeing him rescued by companions, a faint smile curved his lips. Relieved, he slowly retracted his claws, finally able to fight without restraint. Several pairs of hands pulled Desero out of the cave. He looked up to see several familiar faces. It was his classmates. Besides Da Vinci, there was his senior Raphael, senior Eva, and some strong-armed personnel who appeared to be mercenaries. "You look badly hurt." Raphael frowned at Desero's waist and called several armed men to support him. Raphael was a jungle biologist with extensive survival experience in unfamiliar wilderness. Under his leadership, the group quickly retreated from above the cave and settled near a freshwater lake in the jungle. After nightfall, they built a campfire and shared food. Through conversations with others, Desero learned that Da Vinci's group had arrived before him and Rain's team. After he had fainted earlier, he was detained by Shakira. Suspecting a conspiracy, he notified Raphael and the others and managed to escape. "Why didn't Shakira let you participate in the plan after you fainted in the deep-sea lab?" Desero asked, puzzled. Fragments of memories from that time involuntarily flashed through his mind. Starting from the moment he woke up in the hospital, playing backwards, he saw a black fish tail wrapped around his legs and shuddered. Could Da Vinci have seen what Agar's did to him then? Desero's face suddenly turned pale. Raphael concernedly felt his forehead beside him. "Are you all right? Why do you look so unwell suddenly?" Desero shook his head, ashen-faced. The memories in his mind became increasingly clear, making his forehead break out in sweat. He hoped desperately that Da Vinci wouldn't remember, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face him. Da Vinci recalled for a moment, then shook his head gravely. "I don't know. Perhaps Shakira was using me from the start. The electronic maps were stolen and the backups were destroyed. Fortunately, Raphael restored all the data, otherwise we'd never have made it here." Desero wiped his sweat with his sleeve, secretly relieved. Trying to stay calm, he told them about everything that had happened these days, emphasizing the discovery of U.S. military weapons factory arms on the ship. After hearing everything, Eva, who had been silent, raised her delicate eyebrows. "It seems our suspicions about this being a military operation were correct, but it's illegal." She looked up, her beautiful eyes flickering with complex emotions. "A few days ago, I had a friend secretly investigate Shakira's background. We discovered he was dismissed 3 months ago for espionage and then escaped. But this was military classified information. Not many knew about it. I think Rain is either working with him or being deceived." Desero's heart sank. "I think this might be a third country hoping for war between Russia and America. Whatever the case, we must follow Shakira's plan and see what he's really up to." Raphael nodded, taking out a black device and pointing to its flashing green light. "I've detected a radio signal on this island, about 4 or 5 kilometers west of us. It must be Shakira and his group. We'll set out to track them first thing tomorrow morning. If readers want to see more exciting content, please click the Kwaiken app in the lower left corner. Our sashimi master will be there without fail." Our sashimi master is really too handsome. Desero couldn't help but sigh. It's good that Agar's isn't human, otherwise he'd question his own orientation. In the last episode, after Desero's rescue, he learned from Da Vinci that Shakira had already been dismissed by the military. So the group immediately decided to track them based on the detected signal. Da Vinci continued, "If possible, we'll stop Shakira's plan and capture him to return him to Russia." In the firelight, their hands clasped together, familiar faces smiling at each other. "That's right, we can definitely do it. We are the best students of the St. Petersburg Naval Academy. We fight to defend the Navy, to defend Russia." Night had fallen imperceptibly, and fog covered the island. Everything around seemed shrouded in mystery, providing perfect cover for unpredictable dangers. For safety, they each climbed trees to rest. Desero lay in a makeshift hammock, his waist wound beginning to ache as the anesthetic wore off. Looking at the deep blue sky above, His mind kept returning to images of Agar's, motionless while enduring the pain of having his scales peeled off when Desero was threatened. Desero kept wondering if Agar's would follow him like last time, hiding in the dark shadows, quietly watching him. At this thought, he sat up, nervously looking around. Then his gaze inevitably settled on the nearby lake. Whether it was psychological or an illusion, Desero seemed to see a faint face in the center of the lake. Could it be Agar's? Desero's heart leaped to his throat. He secretly wondered if Agar's had come to save him. He should at least check if Agar's was injured in the recent fight. With this thought, Desero took out a flashlight, knife, and a roll of alcohol-soaked gauze. Carefully slid down the tree trunk, gripping it. Slowly approaching the lake through the fog, Desero turned on his flashlight, gripping the knife firmly, warily watching his surroundings. He carefully advanced in a half-crouch. The lake was shimmering with a ghostly green light, seemingly from some bioluminescent creatures. Desero peered toward the center from the shallow waters. In the lake's natural glow, he saw a tall figure leaning against a rock that jutted out of the water in the center. It was indeed Agar's. At this moment, he remained motionless, as still as a stone temple. Desero carefully walked toward the center of the lake. Agar's must be resting there to recover from his injuries after the recent battle. He just needed to quietly check on his safety and then return. Slowly, Desero finally swam to where Agar's was. He seemed completely unaware of Desero's approach. His breathing was deep and distant, his porcelain-like chest rising and falling rhythmically, like a Greek statue carved by an ancient artist in a museum. Desero couldn't help staring at that face, suddenly feeling that this evil beast was only not so detestable and frightening when asleep. And by human aesthetic standards, this beast was exceptionally handsome and good-looking. It's fortunate he's not human. If Agar's were human, Desero would have to question his orientation. No, what are you thinking? Desero slapped his face hard, forcing himself to look away from Agar's face. But his gaze involuntarily slid to the exposed fishtail above the water. The scales shimmered with an iridescent light, tightly connected like seamless chain mail armor. It seemed the attacker's claws hadn't caused any substantial damage earlier in the day. Unconsciously, Desero gently placed his palm on the scales, running his fingers along them. The fishtail rippled slightly, sending a tingling sensation through his palm, gathering into his pulse, making Desero recall certain images. His hand trembled suddenly, and his ears grew uncontrollably hot. Why was he thinking of such things? It was mortifying. However, just as Desero was about to leave, his gaze unexpectedly met a pair of bright copper eyes. Desero was startled. Apparently, Agar's had awakened at some point. He lowered his head, looking down at him meaningfully, with a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. "Sorry for disturbing your rest." Desero stammered out a few words. He turned to flee, but there was no escaping. Agar's palm and fishtail moved as one. Desero immediately stumbled, and before he could cry out, a pair of hands grabbed his arms. The next second, his body unexpectedly crashed against the wet chest. It turned out our sashimi master's neck was also injured, wanting Desero to treat him the same way. In the last episode, Agar's discovered Desero's injury and intended to help treat his wound. Unexpectedly, the translucent membrane between the merman's fingers made him look both comical and adorable. Desero couldn't help but smile as he held his hands, saying, "Let me do it myself." With that, he gritted his teeth and pulled off the bandages. Desero then realized that the wound had completely reopened. The sutures loosened from the water, and blood was seeping from the wound. Agar's immediately gripped Desero's waist on both sides, lowering his head close to the wound to examine it carefully. This position instantly made Desero uncomfortable, but he dared not move. He could only turn his head away, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Just as the pain was beginning to fade, Desero suddenly noticed that at the campsite on shore, somehow, several flashlight beams had lit up. "This is bad. Someone's awake. They'll soon notice I'm gone." Desero patted the broad neck above him. "Agar's, I need to go back." But Agar's ignored him completely, showing no intention of letting go. He lifted his head and licked the blood from his lips. "No, I won't let you go back." After speaking, he vigilantly turned his head to look behind. As if fearing Desero might be taken away, he quickly pulled him behind the rocks. Before Desero could react, Agar's tilted his head slightly, using his hand to press Desero's head near his mouth. "Look, Desero." Desero looked closely. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He saw that below Agar's ear was a tear-like wound, clearly from being clawed during intense fighting, though it was hard to notice hidden beneath his hair. So Agar's was asking him to treat his wound. Realizing this, Desero quickly lowered his head and searched for the alcohol bandages in his pocket. But the next second, Agar stopped his hand. His other hand traced Desero's lips gently. Those dark pupils narrowed slightly as he meaningfully licked his lips, clearly indicating he wanted Desero to treat him the same way as before. Desero froze in shock, blood rushing from his ears to his forehead. But Agar's had just treated his wound earlier. If he refused now, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Just think of it as tasting fresh sashimi, Desero thought as he swallowed hard and reluctantly moved closer to Agar's neck. However, as soon as his face buried in the seaweed-like hair, an intense hormonal fragrance immediately overwhelmed him, nearly making him faint. Desero quickly pushed Agar's away and took a deep breath of air, trying to calm his racing heart. He shook his head and asked, "Can you tell me why you have this scent?" Agar's hand stroked Desero's back. His lips moved close to Desero's ear and whispered softly, "Only you can smell it." What? Only he could smell this fragrance? Desero furrowed his brows in confusion. His vision began to blur. In his sight, only those narrow, dark, glowing eyes remained clear. But in just an instant, Desero was swallowed by the darkness that came over him. It turned out Desero's fate had changed completely from the moment he met Agar's at age 6. In the last episode, Desero found Agar's by the lake, and during the treatment, he learned that the strange fragrance from Agar's could only be smelled by him. Just then, Desero suddenly heard voices from the camp. Da Vinci and Desero might be by the lake. "I see shadows over there. Let's check it out." Desero startled and quickly tried to push Agar's away. As he frantically tried to escape to shore, Agar's grabbed him. The next second, he embraced Desero from behind. A ringing sound followed. "You are mine." Desero turned to look at him. "Agar's, let me go. If they find you here, they'll shoot at you." He tried to pry Agar's hands off, but his arms were like steel bars, holding Desero immobile. He felt Agar's fangs against his nape, biting down on his shoulder in punishment. Desero trembled in fear and stopped struggling, thinking this beast's temperament was unpredictable. Who knows if angering him might result in him biting through his neck. As Raphael and Eva drew closer, Desero's nerves were stretched to the limit. He didn't want anyone to see him disheveled in Agar's embrace, and he especially didn't want them to attack Agar's. So Desero forced himself to calm down, gently placing his fingers on Agar's hand, trying to soothe him. "I swear I'll return to you. I know where your nest is, but I have important matters to handle first. Once I'm done, I'll come find you. All right? I should repay you." Agar's hand rested on Desero's chest. Looking down at him with a serious expression, "Will you?" he asked. Agar's eyes were unusually bright, his gaze seeming certain of Desero's return and refusing to accept any other outcome. Desero felt guilty under that oath. Agar's blade-thin lips parted slightly, repeating those spell-like words. Desero stared into Agar's eyes, suddenly feeling as if he was signing a contract. A gamble he was destined to lose, where he himself was the stake. Everything around them seemed to go quiet, even the air frozen still. In Desero's mind, all memories of Agar's played backward like a film reel, finally freezing on a cold ocean surface. He seemed to hear a familiar voice, distant yet close. "Little one, will you come back for me?" The voice perfectly overlapped with Agar's current question. Everything had been predetermined. Back then, Agar's had already asked him this, but he was only 6 years old and couldn't remember anything. 15 years passed, and now in his subconscious, he followed the path Agar's had laid, like a moth to flame, falling into the net that had been set long ago. Desero finally realized that his fate had changed completely from the moment he met Agar's. "Look, that must be Desero. Look, a merman has caught him." Raphael and Eva's shouts suddenly brought Desero back to reality. He turned to see two shadows with guns rushing through the mist. His nerves scrambled with tension. Desero grabbed Agar's hand and blurted out, "Yes, I will. So I believe you. That's all." Agar's voice penetrated deep into Desero's ears. The next second, his body was suddenly released. The long black tail fin raised a huge wave beside him and instantly disappeared beneath the water. Desero looked back to see Agar's figure quickly vanishing into the lake's depths. A dark underwater cave. Perhaps that entrance led to his lair. Thinking about this, DeCero felt relieved. Fortunately, Agars hadn't simply taken him away. Readers who want to see more exciting content, please click the Kwaiken app in the lower left corner. Many scenes omitted due to censorship can be viewed directly there. No wonder Agars had such high intelligence and emotional quotient. Because mere people, like humans, possess an ancient civilization. In the last episode, when Agars was treating DeCero's wounds by the lake, there was movement on the shore. DeCero, fearing conflict, asked Agars to leave first. Raphael called from the shore, "Hey, DeCero, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." DeCero quickly splashed around and swam to the shore, scrambling onto land. Once ashore, Raphael and Eva rushed to help him up. Then Eva suddenly exclaimed, "Oh God, you've been bitten on the shoulder. But how did the wound on your waist heal?" "I don't know what happened to me. I woke up in the middle of the night and ran to the lake." DeCero immediately covered his shoulder, frantically trying to hide his body. But his shirt had been torn into several pieces. He instinctively glanced at his pants. Fortunately, except for the broken belt, they were intact. DeCero couldn't help but silently curse Agars as a beast. While lost in these thoughts, Eva suddenly spoke. "DeCero, Da Vinci is missing. I think he was attacked by mere people too, like you, Raphael, and I found some of these things nearby." Eva opened her palm, revealing several shimmering deep red scales. DeCero thought of the red-haired merperson. He quickly asked, "Did you see what happened to Da Vinci? Was there any blood?" Eva shook her head. "No, I was half asleep, just heard some noise in the forest. It was very fast. When I became fully awake, both you and Da Vinci were gone." DeCero's nerves instantly knotted up. The red-haired merperson must have originally intended to capture him, but finding him absent, took unfortunate Da Vinci as a substitute. Remembering the horrifying scene in the merpeople's nest, DeCero broke into a cold sweat. He grabbed Eva's arm and said gravely, "Eva, we must rescue Da Vinci quickly." Just then, DeCero suddenly heard a beeping sound. A jumbled static noise came from Eva's direction. His expression changed instantly. He immediately pulled out a pager from his pocket and asked, "Da Vinci, is that you? Can you hear me?" The pager emitted intermittent hissing sounds. "Help!" That was Da Vinci's voice. DeCero grabbed the pager. "Da Vinci, where are you?" However, they couldn't hear any more responses from him. Only more chaotic noise could be heard faintly, the kind of sound a pager makes when submerged in water. DeCero's heart trembled. Now, their only link to Da Vinci was gone. What should they do? DeCero looked back toward the lake. Whether it was an illusion or not, he thought he saw a shadow resembling Agars flash by in the thick fog nearby. Perhaps asking Agars for help would be a good way to find Da Vinci. "I just saw Da Vinci's coordinates." DeCero's emerging thoughts were suddenly scattered by Raphael's voice. He held up his electronic device, pointing to a position in the upper right corner. "I just saw Da Vinci's radio signal light up here. Come on, let's go now." After briefly planning their route, the group packed up and set out to rescue Da Vinci. Since radio signals couldn't be hidden and could be mutually searched, they planned to avoid the Rhine Tower near the coastline and cut through the island. On Mermaid Island, it seemed there was never true daylight. Though the watch showed 8 a.m., darkness surrounded them. Scattered blue halos floated around like ghosts commonly seen in tombs. Everyone remained highly alert, holding their guns while following the route and observing their surroundings. Suddenly, an armed personnel called out, "Look, what's that?" The compass keeps swinging toward that direction, like there's a magnetic field. In the direction of the high-powered flashlight beam, they saw a grayish-white wheel emerging from the bushes ahead. It was the incomplete base of a cylinder, seemingly bearing traces of carving. "Oh God, there are many of them here." Eva swept the area with her powerful flashlight, discovering numerous such ruins suddenly appearing around them. One was right beside her. Eva immediately crouched down to examine it with her flashlight. Before her was a spherical grayish-white structure's top, partially buried underground. Its complete form couldn't be seen, but it vaguely resembled part of a tomb. It was covered with many damp vines. At the top was a lizard-like guardian beast, not only protecting the souls of rulers, but also proclaiming their ancient history and the marks of civilization left on this island. Eva couldn't help but murmur in amazement. These are relics of mermaid civilization. DeCero gripped his flashlight tightly. So, mermaid civilization wasn't just an ethereal legend. They truly existed. No wonder Agars had such high intelligence an emotional quotient. Because mere people, like humans, possessed ancient civilization. Perhaps, as the ancients said, this place was indeed a part of Atlantis left above the sea. One of Raphael's men grabbed his gun and couldn't resist approaching the nearest relic. But Raphael grabbed his arm. "Don't move. Something's not right with the ground here." He crouched down to pick up a stone. He threw it forward forcefully, but the next moment there was no normal thud. Instead, there was a plop sound, and the stone silently disappeared into the ground. Everyone simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. It turned out the ground they were standing on was surrounded by a swamp of unknown extent. Agar's once again appeared like a descending king, saving Jessam from the giant creek. Previously, as Gasaro's group was searching for Shattler, they saw some cloud traces. Just then, Raphael suddenly noticed something wrong. That's when they realized they were in a swamp. At that moment, sounds of something rapidly moving came from the forest. The entire team instantly became alert, looking around in all directions. Suddenly, Desero saw a basin-sized triangular black silhouette to the west, not far away. It rose from beneath the ground. Under that armored, scaly head, fierce dark red beast eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow, staring intently at Desero's group. "God, what is that thing?" Someone shouted in alarm. Everyone snapped to attention, their guns pointing at the unknown creature rising from the swamp. Raphael whispered sharply, "Don't move. It's a giant lizard. Lizards are especially sensitive to movement. The faster we move, the faster we'll die." An armed personnel whispered, "Crouch down and slowly retreat along our original path." Just then, the swamp suddenly surged with black waves. A huge black silhouette reared up. From the muddy water emerged a massive, ancient-looking maw. A deep purple, venom-coated tongue flashed in the air, and its mouth made snake-like hissing sounds. Gasaro stared in utter shock. This creature looked like a Cretaceous-era beast that fed on young dinosaurs and dinosaur eggs. How could this creature be here? Weren't these giant lizards supposed to be extinct? Seeing such a massive creature, Eva trembled more violently. Her gun barrel extended past Desero's shoulder, aiming at the giant lizard's eyes. Desero quickly turned back, warning in a low voice, "Don't panic, Eva. Stay calm." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a loud gunshot. Through the gun smoke, the lizard's neck frill suddenly expanded in rage. It let out a sharp shriek, its attack posture completely terrifying. Desero cursed loudly. The armed personnel around them all opened fire. In the sudden burst of gunfire, its head reared high. Desero and Eva immediately pulled their triggers. At that moment, the giant lizard's purple-red tongue shot out like a sword, lunging towards Eva. Suddenly, she let out a scream and scrambled up in panic, running towards the deep forest. Desero shouted in terror, "Don't run! Eva, it attacks fast-moving prey first." As he spoke, he lunged forward and tackled Eva to the ground. The next second, Desero heard something rushing through the leaves. Coming straight at them, he knew things were bad. He instinctively pushed Eva behind him, but a purple-red flash appeared before their eyes in an instant. At the crucial moment, Desero felt himself being grabbed by an enormous force and pulled backward. The giant lizard's tongue wrapped around Eva's legs in the next second. She was about to be swallowed by that mouthful of sharp teeth. Desero shouted and was about to charge forward, when suddenly, a deep voice from somewhere echoed through the entire forest. "Eklaomi, Eklaomi." It was Agar's voice. The next second, Desero saw the giant lizard miraculously freeze. Its tongue, like a remote-controlled machine, slowly released. Eva, who had fainted from fear, rolled onto the ground. The lizard lowered its head and prostrated itself on the ground, showing an extremely respectful posture, like a devotee welcoming a deity. Desero watched this sudden turn of events in disbelief, his eyes searching through the forest. However, he saw Raphael staring behind him with a shocked expression. "Desero, don't move." Several armed personnel simultaneously raised their guns, pointing at an angle behind him. Without turning around, Desero sensed something behind him. Meanwhile, a long black fishtail had somehow wrapped around from behind, coiling around Desero's ankle. A pale, wet webbed hand wrapped around his waist from behind. Sure enough, it was Agar's who had saved him earlier. This big fellow looks fierce, but he's actually as gentle as a dolphin. Previously, while Gasaro and others were searching for Shikalar, they encountered the giant lizard. Just as Eva was about to die, the lizard suddenly retreated trembling. Gasaro knew without looking that Agar's had arrived. Seeing everyone nervously pointing guns at them, Desero stiffly raised his hands in a stop gesture, stammering palely, "Don't misunderstand, this is my friend." Agar's unexpectedly nuzzled closer, making Desero hiccup. He paused for 2 seconds before squeezing out the last word. Raphael's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Desero forcefully pushed away Agar's, who was clinging to him, laughing awkwardly. Really, he's just a bit too friendly. Agar's tightly hugged Desero's waist, resting his chin on his head, and said seriously to everyone, "He is mighty Shero." Seeing everyone's shocked open mouths, Desero was so angry he almost flew across. He frantically waved his hands. "I forgot to tell you, this big guy, I caught him in Iceland with Rain and others. I kept him for a while, then released him. I don't know why we met him here." Just when Desero was at his most helpless, Raphael seemed to wake from his stunned state and exclaimed in disbelief, "My God, you've met a mermaid who can communicate in English. Desero, you're really lucky." "Lucky my ass. I'm more like cursed," Gasaro wailed painfully in his heart, trying to pry off the magical claw around his waist. But Agar's held on even tighter, showing no intention of letting go. So he had to pretend to be calm and said, "Why don't we let him join us temporarily? Maybe he can help us find Da Vinci and stop Shikalar and the others. Besides, he tamed that monster." One of the armed men remained vigilant. "How do you know this mermaid will help us attack Da Vinci? After all, his kind are very fierce creatures. We experienced that before landing on the island. Trust me, I can persuade him to help us find Da Vinci. This big guy looks fierce, but he's actually very gentle." Desero painfully squeezed out this adjective through his teeth and reached out to stroke Agar's cheek. "See? Just like a big dolphin." Hearing Desero say this, Agar's lips curved slightly. In response, he slapped Desero's bottom with his fishtail. Fortunately, no one saw it. Desero's face turned red as he gritted his teeth. He discreetly stomped hard on Agar's fin. Thanks to Desero's mediation, Raphael and the others finally gave up their confrontation with Agar's. They turned to help Eva up from the ground. Among these ruins, they found a place to rest. Agar's moved freely among the stone pillars in the swamp. Desero observed the surroundings. He guessed it was an artificial jade structure, though its function wasn't clear. Perhaps it was for support, as this floating island would periodically sink underwater. The island probably worked like a submarine, able to reach the ocean depths. Merfolk, this race and their world were truly mysterious, Desero sighed inwardly. His gaze unconsciously turned to Agar's behind him. Agar seemed to notice. Their eyes met briefly, startling Desero. Agar squinted his eyes, his gaze seeming to tempt Desero's curiosity, hinting at what he should ask. Just then, Raphael handed Desero a grilled fish on a fork. "So what I saw. Your friend indeed seems to mean us no harm. He just drove away that monster and saved Eva. Take this to express our thanks." Desero was stunned. "He's a beast, why give him this? He can hunt for himself." "What do you mean? Don't you want to approach the mermaid?" Raphael raised an eyebrow, clearly not understanding Desero's sudden change in attitude. Feeling guilty, Desero quickly took the fish from his hand. Regretting digging himself into this hole, he reluctantly walked towards Agar's. Desero walked to the pool, waving the grilled fish like calling a dolphin at an aquarium. "Agar's, I'm here to thank you for your help earlier." He sat down on the stone wall and, after waiting a while with no response, added, "If you don't come out, I'm going back." As soon as he finished speaking, a webbed hand suddenly reached out from the water and grabbed Desero's ankle. A dark, beautifully sinister face emerged from the thick shadows, slowly approaching him. Despite being mentally prepared, Desero instinctively pulled back, almost losing his balance and falling backward. Agar's grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Desero lurched forward, falling against the damp chest that met him. He looked up, falling straight into those unfathomable eyes. Desero not only taught Agar's how humans eat, but also showed him how to use a compass. Previously, Desero was holding grilled fish to express gratitude to Agar's on behalf of his companions when he suddenly stumbled. He fell right into Agar's arms. When Desero looked up, he fell straight into Agar's unfathomable gaze. "Desero, where are you?" I can't see you. Raphael's call came from not far away. Desero suddenly snapped back to reality and immediately pushed Agar's away. Regaining his balance, he raised the grilled fish and responded, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm just feeding him. Agar softly repeated the word feeding, raising his eyebrows and staring at Desero in confusion. Desero then realized that since these creatures were used to hunting for themselves, he probably didn't understand what feeding meant. So Desero held out the grilled fish and placed a fork in his palm, explaining, This is for you to eat. It's our food, cooked with fire. Can you eat it? Agars lowered his eyelids, staring at the grilled fish in Desero's hand, leaned in to sniff it, and furrowed his brows. Just when Desero thought Agars would reject it and refuse to eat, he suddenly grabbed Desero's wrist with his claws and took a huge bite of the fish, swallowing it whole with bones and all, eating like a ravenous wolf. Worried that he might swallow the fork too, Desero quickly pulled back, forcefully extracting half the fish from his mouth. That's not how you use the fork. Don't eat the stick along with it. Agars licked his oily lips, showing his sharp teeth in displeasure as he stared at the half-eaten fish in Desero's hand, appearing somewhat disheveled for the first time. Seeing his expression, Desero couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard he nearly dropped the grilled fish. Agars, seemingly unaware of how comical he looked, just gazed at him with half-lidded eyes. Desero quickly stopped laughing, realizing he'd almost gotten carried away. Joking with this cunning beast would surely end badly for him. Needing to distract him quickly, Desero feigned surprise and grabbed Agars's claw, placing the fork between his fingers. This is how you hold it, and this is how you eat, he said, bending down to take a bite of fish and swallowing it. He carefully removed the bones and set them aside. This is how we eat. A bit troublesome, isn't it? Desero looked at Agars's face. He found him studying himself, then thoughtfully nodding. Suddenly, Agars raised his other claw and wiped it across Desero's lips. Then he licked his finger, as if tasting some human delicacy, and stared at him with an ambiguous expression, showing a somewhat poisonous look. Desero stared at him in astonishment, his cheeks burning red. Just as he was about to flee, Agars began imitating his eating style, lowering his head to eat. Desero was stunned. Agars's long eyelashes drooped as his thin lips carefully consumed the fish meat, looking like an enchanting gentleman. Desero suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, because in this moment under the moonlight, by this pool, the two of them hiding here, sharing a meal, it felt exactly like a secret rendezvous and picnic. When the word rendezvous crossed his mind, Desero's nerves became hypersensitive, and certain memories involuntarily surfaced. The shame made him break into a sweat. Agars watched as Desero covered his face and shook his head repeatedly. He put down his fork and lifted Desero up by his waist. In an instant, the ambiguous atmosphere became so intense it was almost burning. Desero realized if he didn't do something quickly, things might progress to the next level. Thinking this, Desero quickly avoided Agars's approach and began searching his pockets, trying to find something to divert his attention. Just then, Desero felt a hard metal object in his pants pocket and pulled it out. It was Raphael's compass. Desero held it up in front of himself with both hands and said loudly, "Look, this is a compass." Agars picked it up between two fingers and shook it. Desero noticed the compass. Successfully catching his curiosity, Desero couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then, like a teacher, he pointed at the moving needle and asked, "Do you know why this thing always points at you?" Agars tapped the glass with his lethal nail, then shook his head to indicate he didn't know. A small crack instantly appeared on the compass glass. Desero looked at him painfully, thinking, "Damn, Raphael treasures this compass. If he finds out it's damaged, I'll definitely get beaten to death." Desero couldn't understand why he reacted so strongly to Agars. Previously, to prevent Agars from going further, Desero took out Raphael's compass, intending to teach him how to use it, asking, "Do you know why this thing always points at you?" Seeing Agars shake his head, Desero explained, "Because you have a magnetic field that attracts the compass to change direction." Magnetic attraction. Agars softly repeated these two words. Seeing he didn't understand, Desero grabbed his claw and placed it on the compass. The needle immediately started swinging wildly from side to side, as if about to burst through the glass. Desero quickly explained in English, "Attract, you attractive." Because he dashed before he could finish, Agars grabbed Desero's wrist. He pressed his nose against the seam of Desero's clothes, inhaling deeply. Desero felt all his hair stand on end. The strange fragrance from Agars's hair was particularly strong now. helplessly flooding into Desero's nostrils. Desero was somewhat frightened. He instinctively grabbed the fork lying nearby. Pointing it at Agar's side, he warned fiercely, "If you dare do anything to me here, don't blame me for treating you like that grilled fish." Agar's lifted his head and made a low sound. "I attract nice low." As he spoke, he moved his moist lips to Desero's earlobe and whispered another word, "deep." These words struck Desero's eardrums like a spell, throwing his entire mind into chaos. He felt as if his most unspeakable secret had been discovered. Desero suddenly lost the ability to argue back, because he indeed felt that, like the compass, he was gradually becoming unable to resist this beast's magnetic field. Just like now, when Agar's lips were pressed against his ear, he actually became excited by such a touch, and not just physically. Damn it, he couldn't possibly have fallen for Agar's. Could he? He was a normal man. This must be an illusion, making his Stockholm syndrome worse. While these thoughts were battling in Desero's mind, he was pinned against the stone wall by Agar's. The moment his lips were pressed, Desero was startled. The next second, he sprang up like an exploding spring, but he slipped like a hunting dog and fell face first into the mud. Desero hastily wiped his face and instinctively looked back. He saw Agar's looking down with lowered eyes, like an elder, his gaze both gratified and ambiguous as he watched Desero. "Cunning bastard!" Desero cursed at Agar's in embarrassed anger, then scrambled to his feet and ran. He ran back to the camp at lightning speed, ignoring Raphael's questions. He squatted alone in a corner to wipe the mud off his face. After washing his face with cold water, the mud was finally cleaned off, but Desero still felt unsettled and confused inside. He doused his head with cold water, but while the cold liquid quickly lowered his temperature, it couldn't calm the restlessness within him. He didn't know where such intense feelings came from. It was as if he was addicted to Agar's. Desero guiltily stole a glance toward the pool. Seeing Agar's was no longer there, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He leaned his back against a rock by the shore and squeezed his legs together. Sweat was breaking out on his spine. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and he thought thankfully that Agar's couldn't see him in this state. That Agar's couldn't see him now. Just then, Desero suddenly spotted a pair of ghostly, glowing lights in the darkness nearby, Agar's eyes. That gaze was like an electric current entering Desero's blood, making his limbs go weak. Agar swam closer in the swamp, his silhouette gradually becoming clearer in the moonlight. The following content has been removed due to sensitive nature. To see what Agar's did next, click the app in the lower left corner. Desero, did you think I hadn't noticed that Merman following you? He hasn't tasted you in the laboratory yet. In the previous episode, Desero and Agar's were touching themselves in front of each other. Those who understand, understand. Those who want to see can click the lower left corner. We won't elaborate further here. As Agar's movements quickened, his gaze searched Desero's body, his throat constantly moving, as if swallowing silently. Desero struggled internally, but his gaze lingered on Agar's strong physique, unable to control his thoughts. Just then, Raphael and Eva's conversation suddenly sounded behind him, like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Desero startled. He nervously looked behind him and found that the two hadn't noticed anything unusual. Desero sighed in relief. He grabbed a nearby water bottle, took several big gulps, then poured the rest over his pants. Without waiting to fully compose himself, Desero stood up and quickly left, afraid that if he stayed a second longer, Agar's would grab him. Seeing Desero's embarrassing state, Raphael shouted, "Desero, did you wet yourself over there?" Desero explained awkwardly, "I accidentally spilled water while drinking." "Go change your pants." Raphael pulled out a clean pair of pants from a nearby backpack. He threw them to Desero, who hurriedly ran to the side to change, while watching out for Agar's suddenly appearing. When he was halfway through changing his pants, Desero indeed heard a rustling sound. Could it be Agar's? He looked around with wide eyes, feeling a hint of secret anticipation. But the next second, something hard and cold suddenly pressed against the back of Desero's head. A cold female voice sounded from behind him. "Long time no see, Scholar Desero. Then Desero heard Raphael shout, "Don't move! We have guns too! Let him go!" Desero turned his head in shock to see a group of people slowly approaching. One person walked at the front, his steps slow and deliberate, hidden under the shadow of his hat brim. His eyes were clearly fixed on him. Desero's pupils contracted. It was Ryan. "Desero, you really didn't die." Ryan took off his helmet. Desero noticed his bloodshot eyes, suggesting his mental state was somewhat unstable. He reached out toward Desero, gently touching his cheek. Remembering these were the hands that pushed him into the sea, Desero felt rage burning inside. "You hypocrite, don't touch me with your dirty hands." Ryan spoke hoarsely in a negotiating tone. "I'm sorry. Just come quietly with our team, and I won't let anything happen to you again." Hearing this, Desero laughed bitterly. "I don't blame you. You were just following orders. Ryan, holding me hostage won't do you any good. Look at the situation here." He looked around, instinctively glancing toward the dark tree shadows. Agar's was silently lurking in the previous dungeon. He was clearly waiting for the right moment to act, though it was unclear if he had been discovered. Shakura laughed coldly at these words. "Sorry, little scholar. We're not holding you hostage. We just want you. Because of you, Ryan is almost becoming a mad dog. Besides, you're the irreplaceable best bait. Did you think I hadn't noticed that male Merman following you? He hasn't tasted you in the laboratory yet." Shakira's words struck Desero's eardrums like an electric shock. The intense humiliation made him flush red. "Shut up this time." Desero could no longer contain himself and actively sought Agar's embrace. In the previous episode, Shakura told Desero that he knew Agar's had been following him all along and mentioned what was captured on surveillance in the laboratory. The intense humiliation made Desero instantly flush red. Before he could say more, Shakura grabbed his neck. Ryan's face suddenly changed. "Colonel Shakura," Shakura continued, "go kill that male merman. I'll handle things here." Ryan hesitated for a second, looking at Desero. He immediately drew 2 Thompson submachine guns. He fired toward where Agar's was. Several bullets burst from the muzzle with shocking flashes. Smoke suddenly filled the sea surface. Desero instinctively looked that way and shouted hoarsely, "Agar's." Gunfire erupted everywhere. Just then, Desero heard Raphael shout, "Damn it." Desero suddenly realized his companions might be under attack and struggled violently. But Shakira held his neck. Using his spider silk-like flexible body, he wrapped around him, pinning him firmly to the ground. At this point, Desero no longer cared about being gentle with a woman and kicked desperately with both legs, hitting her shins with his knees. When Shakira's grip loosened slightly for a moment, Desero grabbed the gun from his hand. He struck him hard on the chin with the gun barrel, then scrambled to his feet and ran. At that moment, Desero saw a dark shadow in the smoke. Before he could identify what it was, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. It felt like magma passing through his sternum. His breath suddenly froze. Following a faint, contemptuous laugh, Desero's body fell backward uncontrollably. He fell through endless darkness. After an unknown time, the surroundings gradually ceased to be completely dark. Instead, it slowly transformed into a white room. Desero saw doctors in white coats surrounding him. Then a very bright light shone on Desero's face, making him instinctively want to close his eyes. But the next second, his eyelids were forcibly held open. A strange figure bent down, eyes carefully examining his pupils, saying word by word, "Beautiful little one. Among so many, only your constitution is most suitable." What perfect bait! What did those words mean? In Desero's heart, an immense panic silently rose. He couldn't help but retreat backward. Suddenly, he fell into something wet and sticky. Desero turned to look and saw several people's mutilated bodies piled together. Their familiar faces all faced upward, eyes wide open in death, staring at him. Desero clutched his head and let out an inhuman scream, suddenly breaking free from the dream. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in what appeared to be a cave. Desero immediately sat up, intense pain shooting through his chest. He blinked, gradually adjusting to the not-too-bright light. Agar's silhouette slowly came into focus in his vision. He touched his chest, remembering he had been severely wounded earlier. but now the bleeding had stopped. It seemed Agar's had already treated him. But the next second, Desero remembered what happened before he fainted. He grabbed Agar's shoulders with trembling hands and asked hoarsely, "Did you see Raphael and Eva, the man and woman who were with me?" Agar's was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. The pain in Desero's chest intensified. He began coughing violently. The blood-covered faces of Raphael and Eva wouldn't leave his mind. The dream had been so real. Desero pressed his fists against his eyes, trying to suppress his wet, painful eyelids. He kept muttering to himself that they wouldn't die, they couldn't be dead. We were just sitting around the campfire not long ago. At this point, Agar's palm pressed against the back of Desero's head, making his weakened body rest against his chest. At this moment, Desero could no longer hold back. He wrapped his arms around Agar's broad, muscular back, gritting his teeth and trying desperately to hold back his sobs. Tears silently rolled down his chest one by one. Desero was hungry, wanting their sashimi master to feed them. But there were conditions. Babies, can you guess what the conditions were? In the previous episode, upon learning his companions might be dead, Desero could no longer hold back and broke down crying in Agar's arms. At this time, though Agar's expression remained gloomy, his eyes were gentle. He suddenly lowered his head. Desero instinctively wanted to avoid it, but was gently held in place by his palm. Agar's tenderly licked Desero's cheeks, like a father figure silently comforting him in this peculiar way. But due to his father's teachings since childhood, Desero particularly disliked showing weakness in front of others. With strength from an unknown source, he pushed Agar's away. "Stop, stay away from me." Agar's lifted his head, seeming confused by his sudden change in emotion. "Let me go, I need to find Raphael and the others." Desero pushed him forcefully. But the next second, his shoulders were suddenly gripped by the other's claws. Before he could react, Agar's lips forcefully sealed his own. At this moment, Desero had no strength to struggle. In desperation, he bit down hard on Agar's lip. He bit with such force that he immediately tasted blood. Agar's didn't stop immediately, but lingered in Desero's mouth for a while, seemingly savoring the moment. Then he propped himself up slightly. He narrowed his eyes, examining Desero, as if he had only meant to frighten him. After a while, Agar's lowered his eyelids and gently grabbed Desero's hand with his claw. He pressed it near Desero's wound, gesturing for him to look. Desero instinctively touched his heart. The wound had scabbed over and was covered with a translucent membrane. Clearly, Agar's had treated it, though unlike other gunshot wounds, this one hadn't fully healed. He knew. He had no strength to leave Agar's nest. Desero unconsciously looked around. This place was well ventilated and well lit, a decent dwelling. Perhaps he should stay and recover first, then wait for when Agar's was away to go find Raphael and the others. However, this meant he would have to stay alone with Agar's during this time. Desero looked at Agar's with complex emotions. Agar's was also staring at him thoughtfully, as if seeing through his little scheme. Seemingly to prevent Desero from moving around restlessly, Agar's wrapped his tail around his ankle. His muscular arm embraced Desero's neck, such an intimate position, made Desero feel awkward and nervous. So Desero simply closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. After a while, he noticed Agar's didn't seem to plan on doing anything. Desero secretly turned his face and glanced. Agar's appeared to be asleep. His eyes were closed, water droplets on his eyelashes dripping down his straight nose, as still and quiet as a statue. His leg was still pinned under Agar's tail. If he tried to escape now, he would surely wake him. Desero took a deep breath, trying to relax his tense body. Unexpectedly, after lying there for just a moment, Desero's stomach made a series of growling sounds. Agar's was clearly disturbed by this noise and opened his eyes. Desero embarrassedly touched his stomach. I'm a bit hungry." Agar's curiously extended his claw to Desero's stomach and pressed it. Desero looked expectantly at Agar's, knowing that currently, the only way to get food was through him. And Agar's, seeming to know he had found Desero's weakness, mischievously curved one corner of his mouth. He reached out his claw and gently pinched Desero's chin, moving closer to his side. Desero immediately realized Agar's was asking for a kiss. hoping he would do as before as a prerequisite reward for food. This is too ridiculous, Desero thought, frozen in place, but his stomach betrayed him with another growl. Babies, if you want to see more exciting content, please click the bottom left. Our sashimi master will see you next Thursday, without fail. In Agar's cave, Desero discovered his trophies. These things were enough to prove our sashimi master is far more than 300 years old. In the last episode, after being shot, Desero was taken back to Agar's nest. When he woke up, he found himself unable to leave. The clever Agars instantly grasped his thoughts and took the opportunity to make demands. Food would require kisses. Intense hunger made Desero give up his mental struggle. Reluctantly, he leaned in and quickly pecked Agar's ear. Unexpectedly, Agars pushed his luck by moving his cheek right under Desero's eyes. His eyes narrowed sideways, his smile growing deeper. Cunning bastard, Desero cursed inwardly. But without food, he'd have no strength to escape. Finally, Desero compromised and closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Agars wasn't satisfied and moved his claw to Desero's lower face. His fingers gently caressed Desero's lips, his gaze intimate and clearly excited. Desero's face flushed red. Such suggestive actions. He knew exactly what they meant. If this continued, he'd rather starve. Seeing Desero's angry glare, Agars released him, then caught his wrist from behind. He extended his tongue, freely licking between his fingers. "Hey you!" Desero stood frozen like stone, his ears burning, letting Agars finish his licking. Then he happily arched his tail. With one leap, he darted out of the cave. Before Desero could react, he had disappeared into the darkness. Only the distant sound of water could be heard. Desero clutched his pounding chest and crawled to the cave's edge, wanting to watch him hunt. His eyes suddenly brightened at the view before him. This nest was indeed located on a cliff at the island's edge, though not very high. Around it were many gel-like prints, forming steps down to the sea. Looking out, the endless ocean stretched in all directions. Moonlight scattered on the water's surface, creating rippling reflections that seamlessly merged with the star-filled sky. Sea winds swept upward from below, lifting Desero's clothes and hair as if in flight. The moon seemed so close, almost touchable, making one feel like standing on a spaceship drifting through the vast universe, wandering through the endless Milky Way. Witnessing such a magnificent and mysterious sight, Desero felt deeply moved until a sword-like shadow suddenly broke through the sea surface, snapping him back to reality. He saw that graceful half-human, half-fish figure trace a beautiful arc through the moonlight. The splash upon entering the water scattered like stars, yet it seemed not to pierce the sea bottom, but rather pierce straight into his heart, stirring unstoppable waves within. So beautiful, Desero's heart pounded, feelings scattered like water droplets. He stared blankly in that direction. Feeling dazed, he patted his cheeks and forced himself to look away. Otherwise, he feared he might jump into the sea to swim with Agars. Desero carefully walked back into the cave. The urgent matter now was to explore the cave's layout while Agars was away, preparing for future escape. Deep in the cave floated many firefly-like organisms, allowing Desero to see the nest structure clearly. It was filled with flowing water, and he guessed the bottom connected directly to the sea. This must be where Agars usually slept. Desero carefully circled around its edge. On the left side, he discovered an opening large enough for half a person to pass through. It was like an oval-shaped hole. Desero curiously leaned half his body in to look. The next second, he discovered with surprise, it was full of human items. All sorts of things. Jars of oil, large pearls, valuable ivory products, red wine, white wine beer. These items were all common goods from past Euro-Asian trade. Besides these, there were also common nautical tools. Just as Desero was feeling amazed, he saw a worn but thick English book. Desero casually flipped through this dictionary and found some words marked with special symbols in ballpoint pen. This must have been from humans who used this book before. He flipped through it a few times. Unfortunately, the writing was too messy, and after years of erosion by seawater, it was impossible to make out what was written. Desero instinctively tucked it into his pants pocket. Perhaps inside, it might contain records of the previous person who encountered Agars. This made Desero very curious. These items were enough to prove that Agars was at least 300 years old. They must be trophies or mementos he brought back. Desero suddenly realized he might not be the first person Agars brought back to his nest, nor his first chosen mate. After all, Their age difference was too great. These thoughts swirled in Desero's mind, bringing a sudden bitter taste. Damn it, why do you care, Desero? Focus on escaping, that's what matters. How many humans this beast brought back has nothing to do with you. Thinking this, Desero returned his attention to the dictionary, flipping through it randomly, but his mind was in chaos, growing irritated. Just then, some movement came from outside the cave. Desero realized it must be Agar's returning. He hurried to back away, but just as he reached the pool's edge, Desero suddenly slipped, his whole body falling backward. Being fed by our lovely sashimi lord, Desero was truly blessed. In the previous part, Desero discovered Agar's treasure collection in his cave. Just then, he heard sounds from outside. Desero immediately realized it must be Agar's returning. He hurriedly backed away to the pool's edge but slipped. His whole body fell backward unexpectedly. Just as he was splashing around trying to climb out, his legs were suddenly wrapped by a strong fishtail. Agar's quickly caught Desero by the waist. He lifted him horizontally out of the pool. Desero choked on several mouthfuls of water. Agar's held him carefully as he walked back to shore, then gently placed him on the ground. In the dim light, Desero couldn't clearly see Agar's body. When he felt the other's claws reach for his buttons, Desero instinctively shuddered. Having just looked through his private collection, he worried the creature might become enraged and strangle him. However, Agar's only pressed on Desero's back. The next moment, he lowered his head and began licking his chest. Desero then realized his chest wound had reopened from the sudden movement earlier. After carefully licking around Desero's wound, Agar's bit open his clothes and followed the blood trail downward. Damn it, if he continues down, it'll be another 700 meters. Desero quickly pulled back his body. Hey, stop, I feel much better now. Agar's raised his eyelids. In an almost commanding tone, he said word by word, you should take off clothing. It's wet. You should remove your clothes. It's fine, I'll keep them on. They'll dry soon. Desero argued loudly, clutching his clothes tighter. Fortunately, Agar's didn't press further, reluctantly giving up against Desero's fierce resistance. He casually pulled out several fish from behind him. They appeared to be salmon-like fish, highly nutritious with firm meat. Watching Agar's elegantly gut the fish with his claws, Desero unconsciously swallowed. Soon, Agar's tore off a long strip of fish meat and held it to Desero's lips. In this situation, hoping for cooked food was impossible. Desero unhesitatingly took a tentative bite of the food before him. To his surprise, the fish meat in his mouth had no fishy taste, only a slight saltiness from the seawater, and even had a hint of sweetness when bitten. This opened up Desero's appetite, and he devoured all the fish Agar's had brought back, enjoying a satisfying meal. Just as Desero was contentedly burping, several long calls suddenly came from outside the cave. Desero looked toward the sound. He peeked out and was stunned by what he saw. Somehow, many male merpeople had appeared in the sea. They surfaced, all raising their heads to look in his and Agar's direction, as if anticipating something. Suddenly, Agar's extended his arm. He pulled Desero into his embrace and looked down from above. His thin lips curved slightly. With a somewhat proud expression, he let out a deep, resonant low growl, like a war horn used in naval battles, deafeningly loud. To protect Desero, Agar's planned to demonstrate his claim publicly. In the previous part, Desero saw a group of male merpeople surrounding the cave, their proud chests raised as they looked upward. Then Agar suddenly extended his arm, pulled Desero into his embrace, looked down from above, and let out a deep, resonant growl. The sound, like a war horn, left Desero stunned. The merpeople below, as if receiving a divine call, suddenly became excited. They began leaping toward the moon. They emitted rapid rhythmic calls that blended with the wind and waves, forming a heart-stirring symphony of fate. Desero's nerves tingled at the sound. Could this be the legendary mermaid song? Not enchanting or bewitching, but full of primitive, wild power. But what were they singing about? Could this be a mermaid ceremony? Were they celebrating their leader finding a mate? This seemed too absurd. Desero's brows furrowed. Just then, he saw all the merpeople simultaneously stop jumping. They paired up, embracing each other, their tails intertwining. This scene left Desero dumbfounded and feeling very awkward. He suddenly realized this behavior might be their social ritual. Could merpeople really reproduce homosexually? Moreover, he saw the red-haired merperson from before, with his wounded lips pressing down on another smaller one. The merperson's slender waist stared intently at him. That gaze was identical to Agarz's in the deep-sea laboratory. Desero couldn't help but glance aside, unexpectedly meeting Agarz's burning gaze. His forehead and nose bridge were covered in fine sweat, his temples slightly raised. His eyelids showed bloodshot eyes. Desero realized this look on Agar's was all too familiar. The next second, he was pushed against the rock wall by Agar's. Desero looked up to see Agar staring deeply at him, his throat moving as he let out a loud rumbling sound. By now, everything was clear. Desero quickly pressed his hands against Agar's chest, shouting desperately, "Don't do this! Get off!" He didn't want to put on a live show in front of the entire mermaid tribe. But Desero's protests were useless against Agar's brute strength, and his hands were easily captured. Agar's raised his head and suddenly spoke in broken words. Desero, listen. I need to prove. Desero was stunned and asked, "Prove what?" Agar's glanced at the mere people below, "Or you will be in danger." After speaking, he brushed his wet lips across Desero's nose bridge. Desero hesitated for a second before understanding. Agar's wanted to prove to these mere people that Desero belonged to him, to dispel any desires others might have. But did it have to be done this way? Desero spoke frantically. "I'm in so much pain. Please spare me today, since I'm injured. We can prove it to them another day when I'm healed." Agar's didn't respond, just silently lowered his head. Desero looked at the rock ceiling, silently praying to escape this situation. Just then, Agar suddenly tightened his grip around Desero's waist. Then his tail arched, and before Desero could react, he leaped into the water-filled pit. In an instant, seawater soaked Desero completely. He sank rapidly with Agar's into the depths of the pit, diving into unfathomable darkness. Unable to hold his breath in time, he thought he would drown, but strangely, he didn't feel the discomfort of choking. He only felt some pain behind his ears from the pressure. 2 small openings had formed there, filtering air from the water through his mouth and nose, then expelling it through these small holes. They were gills. But how could he have grown gills? Desero's first evolution began. This time, not only did bones grow in his fingers, but silver-gray scales also appeared on his legs, densely covering his skin. In the previous part, Desero jumped into the sea with Agar's. Though he thought he would drown, he discovered gills behind his ears that allowed him to breathe freely underwater. Desero opened his eyes wide in the darkness. The rapid descent made the water pressure squeeze his brain, leaving his thoughts in chaos. His gaze wandered through the deep blue water. Just then, Desero discovered the stern of a huge, sunken ship embedded in the island's foundation. It hung there silently, having become part of this place after centuries. As they sank deeper, they got closer to the ship. Desero gradually made out that it was a steam-powered vessel from the last century. Judging by the window patterns and hull decorations, he guessed it might be from China or Japan. He wondered if this could be the ship from Mr. Yi's friend's story, the old father who lost his son in a shipwreck when he was young. Desero felt curious to investigate. Agar's, take me to see it. Desero tried to speak underwater, but he only released a stream of bubbles. Agar's just smiled at him. Then he turned away, swimming past the sunken ship. Desero tugged at Agar's hair, wanting to ask where they were going, but only bubbles came out of his mouth. Agar's didn't answer, swimming straight up toward the surface. With a splashing sound, they leaped high into the air. The airflow above the sea came like a tornado. The huge moon seemed to press down before their eyes, and Desero felt his nose bridge almost touch its surface. In that moment, Desero's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Agar spun several times in the air. The surging waves and splashing water droplets surrounded them. Desero felt dizzy in this flight-like leap. He experienced the ultimate sensation of his soul bursting from his body. Agar's held Desero's waist tightly. Suddenly, he pressed his lips against Desero's. Desero didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Joy, thrill, or romance. He kissed Agar's back passionately, feeling a sweet fragrance fermenting in his heart. He was completely intoxicated. He seemed to be falling for Agar's. But this feeling vanished instantly when Agar's placed him on a reef. Desero looked down at his hands. The next second, he was thunderstruck. A thin membrane had grown between his fingers, reflecting a wet sheen in the moonlight. Desero raised his hands, staring at his webbed fingers, and muttered in shock, "Agar's, what have you done to me?" Suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes. He collapsed on the reef. Before completely losing consciousness, Desero felt Agar's claws cup his cheeks. Those narrow eyes stared at him as he murmured, "The first change will come. Desero's consciousness began to blur. His legs felt painful and itchy, as if thousands of ants were eating away at them. It felt like new flesh growing on his bones. Desero instinctively tried to scratch. However, his hands were pinned down by a pair of strong, damp palms. A moist tongue displayed his vision. Soon, Desero felt a sharp, throbbing pain behind his ears and in his fingers. He let out a howl of pain from his throat. The pain and itching in his legs intensified. He instinctively looked down. Heavens, what did he see? A layer of silver-gray scales had grown on his legs, densely covering his skin. At first glance, it looked like a fishtail. His feet were still there, but fan-shaped membranes had grown on the surface, hanging long into the water. These were fish scales. But why weren't fish scales growing on his legs?